And we're live. Hopefully everyone can see me. Um, this is just an impromptu stream on the al-Qarnayn and Alexander romance with someone who I've just come to know, Jacob. He's going to be back in about 5 minutes, but I thought I'll just start the stream anyway. And Jacob was involved with um, some of the streams I was doing recently with Yemeni, two streams specifically. Apparently, they're friends. Um, Jacob asked me in private to go and do a deep dive just for the sake of it, with just focusing on the Alexander romance. And yeah, I just thought I'd get the ball rolling and wait until he comes back, which hopefully will be in 5 minutes. Um, in the meantime, if anyone here would like to come on, what I can do is I can potentially share this link around. I'm not going to spill the beans just yet about what I'm going to share. Well, content-wise. Oh, and it also looks like I'm flipped on YouTube. All right, let me fix that one. That looks weird. There we go. That's much better. Oh, looks like I'm still the same. That is weird. How about... There's a way to mirror my... I guess not. Anyway. Join link. Okay, all of that is set up there. 4 people watching. Can you write something in the chat so I know that you guys can hear me? Thank you. Thank you. I think what I'll do is share share some thoughts that share something I found on the EF Dawa stream while I wait. This is going to be hilarious. So in this, um, in my engagement with John Fontaine, there's a comment here that I pinned that I think is fantastic. This summarizes, in my opinion, the Islamic dilemma in a nutshell. This one here. So 124,000 prophets sent worldwide, 100 plus books from Allah, yet the whole world got history, biology, maths, astronomy, and even reality wrong. Like, for example, the crucifixion. Until the 7th century in Medina, where the ancient texts that had all the truths were perfectly preserved the whole time, but then mysteriously disappeared without a trace, just after Allah confirmed they were valid, leaving the only remaining true and final revelation for humanity in the hands of Umar and Uthman, who then destroyed the originals and distorted the ahrufs beyond recognition after creating his own master copy, much to the displeasure of the man Muhammad handpicked as the most knowledgeable Quran reciter. I appreciated the heart on my comment about Bob from SC's point. Yep. Thanks, man. Like, I appreciate everyone's input over here. No worries, Jacob. And if you do not surrender, let me just change the camera a bit. There we go. If you do not surrender, accept this, then you must either give your hard-earned income, the jizya, and women to those who do, or be killed. Like, that is, any sane person looking at that will react going, wait, what? That's ridiculous. But that's their ideology. Even more death if you were born to parents who believe this. But you don't. Or you dare change your mind after you've been duped into saying a lousy sentence in Arabic. There's clearly a demonic component to this religion that keeps people blind and bound. The kind that's overcome by prayer and fasting and not debate, prayer, folks. So that in a nutshell, if I were to be very blunt to my Muslim friends, and mind you, I've been told, I won't name names, but I've been told that the people that I've just engaged with, they don't want to interact with me anymore because apparently I've been rude to Muhammad. Okay, if I'm critical and rude to Muhammad, that doesn't mean I disfellowship like a type of friendship thing, or I'm not nice to my brothers and sisters in humanity, like the Muslims that I've engaged with online. Like, I don't see why they should just suddenly see me as this person to hate or disregard or not be friends with. You see, if you fall in, if you have a mindset that falls into that category, then I can't help but then conclude that you have fallen victim to a cultic mindset. The Jehovah's Witnesses do this sort of thing with the shunning situation. How interesting that when they ridicule Christ, the Christ of Orthodox Christianity, I still do not, I'm not offended. You have New Testament principles in regards to how you should not be offended. And rather you should keep those same people in prayer, even to the point of martyrdom. In other words, the Christian form of martyrdom is genuinely turning the other cheek and praying for your enemies. Like Paul clearly says in Corinthians, we are like scum of the universe in the eyes of these non-Christians that want to disparage and mock Christ as a the famous graffito, a donkey man on a cross. Like, that's the type of rude mockery that takes place against Christians. But anyway, seems that Jacob, it seems that you're back.
Yeah, what a beautiful way to start the stream, by the way. They're very different mindset. I know it's what their God says, but there's a very different mindset between Islam and Christianity in regarding like the way we treat infidels, the way we treat people who insult our religion. It's just it's kind of mind blowing. I mean, I don't typically use that kind of stuff. Like I said this to Yemeni, I don't typically, when I'm studying Christianity and Islam, I don't typically say that one is false because it doesn't meet the standards of the other. Um, in regards to, like, he was trying to tell me that, our book isn't revelation because it doesn't meet Islamic standards, or a lot of Christians will try to say, oh, their prophet is morally bad. But it is still noteworthy, regardless of whether it's proof against Islam or not. It is still noteworthy. Um, have you seen, just out of curiosity, have you or anyone here seen Sneako's response to Charlie Kirk's death?
No,
I don't know if we
no.
could talk about this, but
I
like
usually
this, when Charlie was unalived,
yep.
Sneako got mad at the fellow Muslims for basically wishing that he would be burning in hell, and he was like, "Oh man, this guy was killed, and he was killed. He was just killed in broad daylight, and he had a wife and kids, and he was like sympathizing with him." And his fellow Muslims were like, "No, he's a kafir, burn in hell. He's an enemy of Palestine, burn in hell." So it's kind
Yeah,
of,
all that conspiracy nonsense. Yeah,
well, anyway, it's still,
yeah,
whether that's true or not.
yeah,
I'm not going to state my political views, whether I agree with them or not, but like, still, it's not good. I guess it's kind of interesting, just like how that even affects a lot of the converts, is they have kind of our Christian mentality of like, love your enemy, love your neighbor, pray for those who hate you and who insult God, as opposed to the Muslim understanding of just like, we're just gonna lop your head off if you don't repent. We give you one chance to not say this again, and then we kill you.
yep,
Not
yep,
saying that all the Muslims are calling for violence, but that's technically what their sources say anyway. So
yep. I'll share one more thing. It just come to mind. I'll share this comment that I received, where this particular person asked me. Again, it's in the context of the John 14 discussion I had. Rob, your softness is dangerous. You keep quiet, or you kept quiet like you're about to take your shahada. Then you dismantle their arguments using their own angelica scholarly. So I then
I think
replied
he's
with this.
praising you, Rob.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But at the same time, I don't like praise,
Okay,
and I'm
well,
not
that's
even
good.
being
That's a good.
facetious there. I'm just being genuine.
No, no,
I
humility is a
I
good thing.
appreciate the sentiment and the praise, but at the same time, my response is in reflection to what I literally just said. Where I reply back saying, no, 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 it is because I'm motivated by Peter's teaching here. Quote, instead, exalt the Messiah as Lord, literally, Yahweh. So exalt Christ as Yahweh in your lives. Always be
Curious.
prepared to give a defense to everyone who asks you to explain the hope you have, but do this gently and respectfully, keeping a clear conscience, so that those who speak evil of your good conduct in Christ will be ashamed of slandering you. Because don't forget, when you see me on these streams, and even if you read the comments thereafter, you should just see the slander. Like, Rob, you don't know this, or Rob is waffling, and Rob is. So here's sort of the punchline. After all, if it is the will of God, it is better to suffer for doing right than for doing wrong. And what's interesting about the giving the apologia, giving the defense, a lot of Christians tend to think of this verse as like you know, the like uh, to give a defense or an apologetic for the Christian faith, and this is like the go-to verse. Unfortunately, a lot of Christians don't understand the context of what Peter's meaning by defense. He's not saying give a defense of Christianity through historical means, science, whatever. The context of that chapter is all to do with suffering. Why are you a Christian? Due to the suffering you're experiencing. What's your defense? What's your excuse? Like, you're still sticking around with this thing called Christianity. And Peter's like, well, before you give your defense, exalt Christ as Lord. Then give your defense in the context of a clear conscience, because you have nothing to lose. If he's Lord, you have nothing to lose. And then there's slander, because don't forget, there's mockery, there's slander, where they try and in a passive aggressive way. Sometimes they can try and find way, like they'll try and like trap you in a certain way. Because see, there's a clear agenda at play in that sense. If they try and do that, well, it only leads to shame on their part. And at the same time, what's your response? Does this mean you go, ah ha ha, see, we start to mock them in return? No, that's not part of the apologetic. The apologetic is that your example, right? As Isaiah 53 says, the lamb that was led to the slaughter, but without opening its mouth, it just silently suffers. So our example should then continue in that apologetic, and so yeah, that's why people are wondering, how do you have such a poker face, and like how you're able to just speak calmly to these people. The answer is because I've done my homework. I've been challenged. Like they've challenged me. Rob, you don't know what you're talking about. You need to look into the Quran. You need to look into the biography. You need to do this. You need to do that. Okay, I've come back now. This is what I've now discovered. And now what? Now I'm waffling? Like that's the next thing? And I try to bridge, at least with Yemeni, I try to bridge a very friendly bridge.
Yeah.
Like
He
Yemeni,
seems
I'm
like
being genuine in
genuinely.
this.
He seems like a good guy, genuinely. As far as I mean,
Yeah, yeah. I still
I've
think
only been
so.
talking to him for
Despite
2 weeks though, but
right, despite what I'm hearing about, like apparently he doesn't want to talk and all that. To
mhm.
me, I'm not even going to take that personally. Like if Yemeni's listening to this, I'll be like, Yemeni, you're still my friend, in a sense that I can still hang out with you. We can still have a laugh. We can still chat.
I was gonna say you could
Um,
grab beer, but
well, the
not quite.
Australian way would be grab beer, but at the same time, he's Muslim, so you can't really
Yeah, yeah.
say that. Yeah.
Same thing for
Anyway,
us.
let's get started. So, on the Wiki Islam page, I decided to. I joined that team, and I was focusing specifically on the parallels of the Judeo-Christian and the legends stuff. I then wrote up a whole treatise among a few other members of the team. We finalized the whole Alexander romance stuff. So, what I'm going to do, for your sake as well as for the audience, I'm going to go through this entire article that I've produced, and I just want you to be neutral deliberately, because that's the scientific method. Don't just believe what I'm saying. I want you to critically review as I go through this potential loopholes, clarifying
Yeah,
questions, or maybe just your reaction.
yeah.
So,
Because there's definitely a danger with I don't know what I would call it, but like if you listen to maybe like temporary brainwashing or something, but if you listen to like one
mhm.
guy for too much time, 2-3 hour stream, you can kind of be like, oh, so much proof, and you get all mixed up with all the evidence, and it's
Yep,
like,
yep.
and then you look
The
into it, and like half of
proof.
it's completely not. Yeah, yeah, I'm doing what David Wood
Yeah,
does. But yeah, but anyway, it turns out like half it's complete nonsense. That's how a lot of low tier apologetics tend to go. Is like 25 claims and 15, 20 of them are all complete garbage if you just research it.
yep,
So
yep,
yeah, I mean, obviously I would have to process the data, look over it again, actually check citations and so forth. But I'll definitely be asking clarifying questions like some of the ones that Yemeni gave me. I sent you privately on Discord, so
yep,
I showed you the email with his name removed. But anyway,
yep. No worries. All right, so here's the. I'm basing it on the latest one that I. Yes, this is the latest. The last edit was 6th August 2025. Just going to make sure that's that PDF. All right, so here we go. Uh, the story of Dul Qarnayn. Now, first and foremost, the name literally is the two-horned one. All right, so write that in your notes. It is found in the 18th surah of the Quran. While he is never mentioned explicitly by name, the story is clearly based upon a legendary account of Alexander the Great. For centuries, most Muslim historians and Quranic commentators endorsed the identity of Dhul-Qarnayn as Alexander. So keep that in mind now. So most Muslim historians and the Quranic commentators endorsed the identity as Alexander, though some also proposed alternatives. In recent years, this identification of Dhul-Qarnayn has become particularly problematic and controversial for Muslim scholars, as historical and archaeological evidence quite plainly reveal that the real Alexander was a polytheistic pagan who believed he was the literal son of Greek and Egyptian gods. This has prompted some apologists to create and advance alternative theories that identify Dhul-Qarnayn as other prominent historical kings, most notably Cyrus the Great. Now, we'll get to the implications about what it would imply with respect to Cyrus, because if you're talking about Cyrus in Isaiah 44, 45, and he's called Messiah there, right? The anointed one. It's curious then that according to Judeo-Christian, I suppose you can say legend, but it is in Josephus as the historian, he does mention this. And I think another, maybe a patristic writer, I forget now, but someone mentioned that Cyrus received a copy of Daniel's prophecy from Daniel 9, the 70 weeks. Cyrus received a copy of Isaiah with respect to Daniel, and his name's there, and so he's shocked. He's like, "Oh my gosh, I've been prophesied 150 years ago." And when you have books like Book of Ezra and Nehemiah talking about the rebuilding construction of the temple, then Cyrus was planned by God, hence anointed, to bring about that second temple, to then bring about, guess what? The fulfillment of the 70 weeks of Daniel, chapter 9, which speaks about the killing of a particular anointed one, which would be the Messiah, and in this case, Jesus, with respect to that temple project. So if you're going to say that Surah 18 is about Cyrus, then you're actually arguing for a pro-Christian, pro-crucifixion, pro-Jesus was the Messiah, fulfilled according to Daniel 9, and Cyrus's function to bring about that fulfillment as per the biblical data. Just FYI.
So that's an interesting point, but like we could also go into have you seen Sheikh Uthman put out a pretty simple short where he's responding to one of the guys that was I don't know what his name was, but he was friends with like that other British guy, Chris Speaker's Corner. So they did a stream where they responded to it, but Uthman put up this. He had like two tafsirs that were pretty authoritative, where they were saying, no, it's obviously not Alexander, and therefore he's trying to argue that the main Islamic understanding in tafsir literature was that it was not Alexander, but Dhul-Qarnayn is a separate person.
Yeah, no, I've looked at all the arguments. I'll lay out in this article. I'll lay out all the alternative identifications, all their issues, and my what I'm hoping for you to see. But again, through a critical context. Don't just believe what I'm saying. There's a very high statistical chance that you will then come away concluding that there's no other individual in history that matches all the details than Alexander the Great.
Well, and it sounded like from those tafsirs, the Islamic exegete, one of their main points was obviously that Dhul-Qarnayn is described as a man, in our terms, man of God. He's an Islamic figure. He's a monotheist, warrior, holy man, versus Alexander the Great is, for lack of a better word, we'll just say bisexual, and obviously a polytheist, and so forth. Which is kind of our point, is that it's bizarre for the Quran. Part of our point, anyway, that it's kind of bizarre for the Quran to identify this polytheist, borderline homosexual as a Islamic prophet. But I guess I don't know if that was their only reason, because obviously Uthman was only doing a short, and he's not trying to like do a scholarly analysis. But
yeah,
I think that's one of the main things is I see why you're going to go into the parallels between Alexander and al-Qarnayn, but like I think it should also, and maybe you address it later in the article, but you should definitely address like the Islamic argument of why the al-Qarnayn was a, like they think he was a historical figure at the time of Abraham, so he's not Alexander the Great as well. The time
Yes.
wouldn't match up.
Yes. Yep. I'm gonna go through all that stuff.
Awesome.
Don't
Okay.
you worry.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to, yeah, I'm trying to like build the full case because I don't want to have, I don't want to like if I talk to Yemeni again, I don't want to him go like, oh, this one thing that we just totally didn't mention, and
Well,
catches me there.
if there is one thing, it's going to be probably the most niche one thing because I've actually for example, my friend here on development knows I exhaust. I'm quite exhaustive with this stuff. Um, Even to the point, which I'm about to show you now. Well, I don't know why this is not. There we go. I'm going to show you now quickly, and then we'll continue with the article. This is from my commentary on Daniel. I'm going to go straight to the bit about Alexander the Great here, the Dual Canaan. But believe it or not, I bring up Surah 18 in my Daniel commentary. I'm going to zoom in, and I'm going to show you something interesting. Check this out. So what I do here on page 477 of my commentary, I bring up this the context of Dual Canaan. I even quote the passage from the Quran. And one thing you need to notice here is that we very recently discovered a iconographic depiction of Alexander the Great in a Byzantine context just before Muhammad comes on the scene. So it's specifically a statue that matches the coins showing his two horns. Now, if Daniel 8, that speaks about Greece, is about Alexander the Great, notice that for years, scholars have noticed, like this particular scholar, Holger Zeller, says, it is obvious that the reference to the description of Alexander the Great as the one of the two horns in the Quran, right? But then he says, is a coincidence and has nothing to do with Daniel 8, 3 to 12. But what does he mean by this? He basically he's saying, isn't it interesting that when Daniel is prophesying about Alexander and about the Greek context, it's talking about the goat that only has one horn. So then the next obvious question is, well, did he get it wrong? Well, the answer is no, in the context of where you're positioned in history. If you're positioned pre-Alexander, it makes sense that he's the one-horned goat that then gets splintered into four horns, as Daniel prophesizes, because that's Alexander's four generals that then split off into the Greek kingdom. After Alexander's, explorations and his victories and then his early death, authors after him started calling him the two-horned one because of he went to the far west and the far east, supposedly even marrying the gods of Egypt with the Roman and Greek sort of deities, and hence then coins started depicting him as the two-horned one. So in other words, if Daniel 8 is written by a Maccabean author, as critical scholars will say, so a 2nd century BC composition for Daniel, why would a Maccabean author describe Alexander the Great as a one-horned goat? They should just call him the two-horned goat or something. So that is a little bit of a wink to suggest that it was actually Daniel describing prophetically of a one-horned goat that his horn is shattered and becomes four. Because a Maccabean author wouldn't blunder himself like that. A Maccabean author would very naturally call him the two-horned one. So he becomes the two-horned one in later literature. Okay, let's return to.
So are you saying that
Mhm.
at the time Daniel was written, he had only Alexander had only conquered one half of his later
No,
kingdom?
don't forget Alexander's 300 BC. We're talking about a 500s BC
Okay,
composition for the Book of Daniel. Daniel in Babylon, so a couple
my
of
bad,
centuries
guys.
prior.
The distinction there is that from what Daniel is seeing, he's seeing animals doing a thing that will represent these kings and these kingdoms, and the horns there are their rules. So all of that's interpreted to him, and it's not the same as depicting Alexander with horns, which comes later.
Yes. So Daniel would be. It would be foolish for Daniel to describe him as a two-horned one, because that technically wasn't Alexander wasn't known as the two-horned one when he was alive. He was depicted as the two-horned one after in his biographies. Okay. Yeah.
Well, that's what I was trying to hint at. Is that or I was trying to get at is that the two-horn thing comes after Daniel is written. So
yes.
Okay.
And Cyrus wasn't called the two-horned. No one is called two-horned one. I'm sort of just spoiling it, but
yeah,
the only person in history is this guy. All right. So, the theory that Dul-Qarnayn is some other figure, such as Cyrus, has little evidence in its favor and major flaws compared to the overwhelming evidence that the story is actually based on the legendary version of Alexander. The story in the Quran, in fact, parallels the medieval Syriac legend of Alexander quite closely. Both narratives portray him as a believing king who traveled the world and built a barrier of iron which holds back the tribes of Gog and Magog, which, again, these terms Gog, Magog, are very specific to Old Testament language, and even books like Book of Revelation in the New Testament, until Judgment Day. Almost every major element of the Quranic story can be found in Christian and Jewish folklore about Alexander, which dates back hundreds of years prior to the time of Muhammad. In addition, there is no such giant wall of iron and brass between two mountains that is holding back a tribe or people. It likely never existed and was originally a legendary embellishment of the original Alexander legend. So, the Gargantian conquests of Alexander, stretching from Macedonia in the west to the river Indus in the east, left an indelible mark on all the regions where his troopers trod. Alexander founded cities, declared himself a god and the son of God, solved the famous Gordian knot, initiated a new chapter in the history of civilization exchange, and spread Greek Hellenic culture far and wide. Dying at 33 of either alcohol overdose or perhaps poisoning, his legend quickly became larger than life. First Jews and then Christians claimed his as their own. So that's just a quick snapshot of who he was. Now, what you'll notice as you venture more, and this is not related to this stream, but just in general, Jacob, when you venture out into Quranic critical scholarship on the Quran, more and more and more are we discovering that the Quran seems to have a very tight relationship with Syriac Christianity. In fact, the more I research and study the Quran, just consistently Syriac stuff. So,
right, and
the Syriac legend.
They're very similar languages, right? They're both in the same family.
Not just that, but even
they're also
stuff
located...
that you see in the Quran derives from Syriac legends, Christian Syriac legends.
Right,
so
and that
even the name of like the name of the ark that land, like the mountain where the ark lands. Mm-hmm. Only in Syriac literature will you find Kudi or Judy. Okay. So
which is also that's an aside. That's also my personal hypothesis, kind of outside of the bounds of the stream. But that's also my personal hypothesis of like how Muhammad. I brought this up to Yemeni. He was like, "Oh, you need to prove it," but I was like, "Well, if he was near the Syriac Christians and they were so close to Arabia and they probably traded back and forth, it would make sense to me that that's how the prophet got his revelations, and so therefore, that's why he had so much biblical knowledge, because that was That was the first thing that a Dawa guy ever told me when he was trying to convert me to Islam before I was Christian. So yeah, it stuck with me.
Yeah, with those 3 points you gave me for the public, paraphrase those 3 points, and specifically with the second point. So paraphrase the 3 points, and then I'll ask you a question.
You're talking about what I said in just now, or what I said in Discord?
In Discord.
Okay. Okay. So you want me to paraphrase all 3 points?
Yeah, just for the sake of the public.
Okay.
And then I'll emphasize something about the second point, which is the crux of the whole thing.
All right, Discord. So I had to reopen Discord because I closed it for the stream. Okay.
Oh, shall I read it out then?
Go ahead if you want to. I just pulled it up. So.
Okay. Yeah. Go for it.
Okay. So point 1 I wanted to talk about was just the general similarities, but to be honest, many people have already heard that. There may be some Muslims who haven't, but I guarantee you Yemeni has and I have. 2 would be one of the most important things that he said to me in the email that I sent you, which just for everyone to know, I blocked out his name and all that stuff. I don't want to dox him, but Yemeni emailed me asking like, oh, well, even if we could establish there were so many similarities between al-Qarnayn and the Alexander, Nishana Syriac legends, it wouldn't actually establish that the prophet got, Muhammad got it from the Syriac Christians. You'd have to establish a link between them. And the third point is dating the legends themselves to before the Quran, because many Muslims, there's a website called Islamic Awareness, which is the most that I've seen, the most scholarly Islamic response to this issue. He tries to argue that the Nishana and the Syriac Christian legends are actually drawing from the Quran, that these when the Muslims conquered Syriac Christian lands from Byzantium, the empire, they spread these Quranic tales and they sort of like made their way into Christendom. These stories that are in the Quran made their way into and influenced the stories about Alexander in Christendom. So I would say, I mean, point one is pretty easy. Point two and three I think would be going above what I've seen any other Christian talk about so far. You seem to be more in depth. That's why I reached out to you anyway. You seem to be more in depth than what I see most people doing.
Yep. So if I can demonstrate one, even more than just some similar, I'm saying all similarities. So I'm being a bit extreme with that language. All similarities. And point three, that it predates the Quran. Then the rubber hits the road with respect to point two. How did he get it?
Yeah, we'd have to prove, because one of the arguments that I think it was Maududi or some other Muslim exegete, he said that like, well, the Christians assert that because this is an argument that we've been using for over like 1,000 years or something, a very long time. The Christians assert that the prophet has all these legends from these Christian sources, but how could he know that anything about them? This is what Yemeni was saying as well. How could he have known anything about these Christian stories because he's so cut off from, he's all the way in Mecca, and that's like 300, 400 miles away from the nearest Christian church,
Yep. So with respect to that, my best attempt at this is connected ironically to the surahs that Yemeni brought up, like Surah 25. But I'm going to focus on a very interesting one in Surah 16 and some hadith with a few other potential identifiers based with everything I could find to try and explain point number two. So I'm going to show you the validness of 1 and 3, and then 2 is basically a very interesting sort of like a wrap up. Like, how do we really understand what's going on, and why then the Quran preserves the accusations of those who disbelieved in him, where it says things like he's being taught this stuff, or there's a human being that is not speaking in Arabic, that according to then the tradition is then translated into Arabic for him. And who's this guy? Apparently he seems to be of a Christian heritage, potentially Syriac maybe. You see, that's because the Quran preserves that memory, is what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah.
So,
I remember in our last conversation, Yemeni brought up that the person, well, first of all, one of the things he said was that the Quran, when it accuses them of using old tales, it's referring to the stories of the prophets from the Hebrew Bible. He says that surah was a Meccan surah, and then that surah 18 is a Medinan later surah, so it couldn't be talking about, like, they weren't accusing it. Basically what he was saying is that they were not accusing the prophet of, and when I say prophet, I'm not saying he's a true prophet, I'm just saying he's a prophet. But they're accusing the Prophet Muhammad of getting these, he was trying to say that the argument that Christians use that Muhammad was being accused of copying these Syriac old tales is not referring to al-Qarnayn, it was referring to the Hebrew Bible only, if that makes sense, because he was dating the surahs, and he was saying that, go ahead.
No,
so
go for it.
So he's saying, like he's defending that the Quran is coming from tales.
No. So Yemeni was trying to say
but
that
that's the accusation in the Quran. These are tales of the ancients, and
right? But he was saying he was saying that that was in reference to the Hebrew Bible, and then Yemeni got around that by saying, well, they're refuting themselves because they also didn't know anything about the Bible. So because this was, I had understood that surah to be in reference to Surah 18 because that would make a lot of sense to me. Like the scriptures, like nobody in that area, I don't think would call. There were no atheists yet, so nobody would have called the Hebrew Bible old tales. They would have all believed it was revelation from God, right? So, but it would make sense to me if they were accusing al-Qarnayn in Surah 18, the seven sleepers of Ephesus, which we won't get into, but the other stuff in Surah 18 as well. That would make sense for those things to be considered old tales because those weren't considered scripture by anybody.
But they're all old tales. Like everything that he's revealing are all tales of the ancients. I thought it was like a coverall statement. Like
maybe
they test him with a few things that they know are tales.
Like
and then when he comes back, they're like, well, everything here is, these are all tales of the ancients.
Don't forget that phrase. Yeah, that phrase occurs in both Meccan and Medinan surahs.
But what I'm saying is that if they're to you defending the idea that the tales are the Hebrew Bible, then they're saying that yes, they are tales and they're true, and but that's a contradiction because tales doesn't imply that they're true, but they're saying that they're from the original uncorrupted Hebrew Bible by affirming.
I don't think I haven't heard anyone try to argue that I haven't heard anyone try to argue that al-Qarnayn was like part of the original Torah. I mean, it's possible that some would say that, like John Fontaine's group, but which is Yemen is a part of them, so it's possible.
Whatever they're applying it to, whether it's those specific things or the rest of the things, if they're saying that the Hebrew Bible is the tales of the ancients and they're included in the Quran, then they're saying the Quran is made of tales, and tales is not true.
Right, tales would imply, we'd have to look at what the Arabic word means, but I mean, to English speakers, tales would imply like legends and stories, not scripture.
Yeah. And the Jacob, what you just said there, and let's get back to the content. What you just said there a moment ago, the John Fontaine version, which I noticed there's contention now on the EF Dawah latest stream. All the Muslims were debating and taking sides. Fawad was taking Fontaine's view, and then Farid was taking the non-John Fontaine view that there was
the standard view that we have a corrupted.
Yeah. But
because John Fontaine says our scriptures are substituted, it's like a whole different thing.
When I demonstrate here, and by the way, I know you're in the Orthodox stream. I respect Orthodox Christians. In fact, I think in private I even mentioned to you that I have I dabble into like more so Greek Orthodox, but I'm at the same time I fit more the Reformed, Protestant tradition.
I got you. Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I don't like labels. If I was to really boil it down to like say a creedal declaration, all the Orthodox creeds of the early church, Apostolic, Nicene, Athanasian, Chalcedon.
You sound like an Anglican then.
Yeah, well, I have Anglican heritage. So,
you're Australian. That's what I was thinking.
And I was atheist, becoming Christian, and that's where I've landed up. So, okay. So that being said,
hey, Jawad says in your chat, I don't know if you can pull it up or not. He says there's multiple sources showing Cyrus was associated with two horns. Some symbolically east to west, a metaphor for two horns. So you had there you go. You had just said that al-Qarnayn was Alexander was uniquely described as the two-horned one in history.
Yeah, we're going to get into all that. That's all false. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll get to that, Joe. I guess.
And it's all anachronistic as well. Yeah.
Okay, because a lot of this case does rest on Alexander being the only historical figure.
Because, for example, if I was to really stretch it, right, the whole two-horn thing. Are you familiar with the term Melamu? M-E-L-A-M-U.
I am not, no.
So we have in ancient Near Eastern scholarship this concept of the Melamu, the glory, the radiance of the deity. Naram Sin, for example, on a stela is depicted as the two-horned one. But it's all to do with the more divinized context of the guy. Moses, when he's coming down the mountain, there's a very peculiar Hebrew term that speaks about, I don't know, some type of disfigurement of his face, leading Latin translators, hello, just like what I was trying to tell on the stream with Jerome's mistranslation of Or, to think that Moses had two horns. So when you go and
Oh
look at
yeah, yeah, like the Catholic
Michelangelo's
statues where he has a lot of
two
Catholic
horns,
statues they show where he has two horns. Yeah, I've heard of that.
exactly. That's the context of Cyrus. In that context, when they try and associate the two horns of, no, this is we're talking about a specific identity. What is? Notice the Quran is calling him the two-horned one. There's only one guy called that in writing. For example, Naram Sin is not called the two-horned one with respect to the stela and the cuneiform. Cyrus is never called the two-horned one. I'm saying it repetitively like that to emphasize the point. Alexander, though, it's unique to him in that sense. So, okay. Let's get back to sharing.
So I guess Jawad, stick around. We'll get to that eventually. So
yeah.
whether it's only Alexander that's called two-horned one or not in history.
So what you said a moment ago, that if we were to go with John Fontaine's view, this then leads to my next question to Muslims. What is that Torah? What is that Injil that they have? And if then they turn around and, respond back to me saying, well, we don't know because we don't have it. And the only thing that we do have is the Quran and the Hadith that preserve remnants of that Torah and the Injil. Oh, that means whatever we find in the Quran and the Hadith, well, duh, it is then the Torah and the Injil, if it did exist. Which ironically would mean, if we were to now look at Surah 18, the only component then of that Injil would be the Alexander romance. This Syriac legend is part of that Injil.
Yeah, does the Quran actually imply it's part of the Injil?
Very good question.
Because I'll give you an example. There are parts of
Yes.
the Quran where it says, like, I saw Dean Maspons wrestle with this, where it says that jihad was mentioned or prescribed by Jesus in the Injil. And obviously jihad, holy war, struggling against the
Surah
the
5,
unbeliever.
yeah.
That's not described.
Yeah.
Kind of what we said at the beginning is literally the opposite of the Christian ethos, actually,
Yeah,
killing
yeah,
your
yeah,
enemies, fighting your
yeah.
enemies.
No, but that's a very good question, because it doesn't say where. Was this is this Dul Canaan guy? Is it from
Yeah,
the
it just
Torah?
sort of
Is it in
says that
Injil?
the Jews
It's just
asked him.
respond back to this claim about Dul Canaan, or respond back to this claim about the cave dwellers. And then when I ask Yemeni, well, what do you think of Shabir Ali, who say, well, these are like okay, look at this. Shabir Ali is an academic. He's a Muslim who then is basically saying there was no cave dwellers, there was no Dul Canaan. It's just the Quran is responding with respect to the ethics involved with the story. Notice Yemeni's reaction was, "Oh, Shabir is he's not a Muslim."
He didn't say
in my
kafir,
eyes.
but he got pretty close.
Yeah, but that's a bit of a red flag. Why react that way? Okay,
To be fair, though, I mean, we do have Christian academics that we would consider practically unbelievers. I mean, a lot of the liberal wings of like the Lutheran Church, or a lot of different Protestant churches are pretty liberal, and so there are people within our tradition, especially if you're not Catholic or Orthodox. No offense, but there are a lot of Protestants who are liberal, and I wouldn't like say, oh, those are true believers. But yeah, it is interesting.
But then that leads to another discussion for another stream, where I would say,
well,
if those same liberal
dissenting opinions is what I'm saying.
Yeah. But if I was to say, if those same liberal Christians affirmed wholeheartedly with me the creedal formulations of the church, the kerygma, like 1 Corinthians 15, I know of nothing else except Christ crucified, that he was killed, buried, rose again on the third day, and that's all that matters. And you believe Christ is Lord, and that's it. You believe in the Trinity, Christ is Lord, and you're saved by faith. There you go. All the other, like, did Adam and Eve exist, and the dating of the Exodus, which dynasty of Egypt. That's peripheral
right.
stuff.
I hope you're right.
Yeah.
But anyway,
yeah.
Back to Alexander.
Okay, let's get through this. So, separately to the Greek recensions of the Alexander Romance traditions, So this particular work over here. A Syriac legend with a distinctive storyline bears a close resemblance to the Quranic account of Dhul Qarnayn. This legend is titled Nishana, and there's I can't really pronounce that, but that's what it means. So the victory of Alexander. And it's
Yeah,
commonly known simply as
Alexandros, yeah.
Nishana, or the Syriac Alexander legend. It has been intensively studied, and academic scholars now date its composition to the mid-6th century CE, with a small interpolation around
Okay.
629 to 630
So
CE.
that, if I may, that's kind of the claim that a lot of Muslims will use, is that you see okay, I know that dating is like technically what 10, 15 years before the Surah 18 was revealed. I don't know. I have to check the exact dating,
Mhm.
but it's pretty close to the Islamic period. And so one of their arguments would be that a lot of these Syriac stories, the sleepers, but especially the Dhul Qarnayn, they're going to say that these were Syriac Christians who were under Islamic rule, and these they found these commonalities in the Quran, and therefore they sort of copied these Quranic stories into their Christian ethos. You know what I mean? Their
Sure,
Christian
sure.
milieu.
Yeah.
So we would have to show
I'm
that
gonna
like
show
these things
you.
were not interpolations that came in from the Quran.
Yeah, I'm going to show you from the latest full, like, we're talking like a year ago or 2 years ago when it was published. The latest full treatment is by Tommaso Tessi, who pushes the skeletal structure of the text or the story to the late 500s. That then, in its more fleshed out, version, would be these particular dates over here, and hence I'm going to get into the dating below, as I say over here. So with the small interpolation around 629, 630 C, to update it for a later situation. And so previously, the prevailing opinion had been that the entire text dated to 629 to 636. So based on the latest, it's dropped now very narrowly to 629 to 630, not up to 636. As the legend of Alexander spread, so too did the claims of his miraculous deeds grow in scope and size. Now, here's history versus legend. So, yeah, Dhul Qarnayn of the Quran is the Alexander of legend, not as some authors have asserted, the Alexander III of Macedon of history. So instead, it is based entirely upon legendary stories of Alexander, which bear little resemblance to the Alexander of history. In particular, the Quran parallels the Syriac legend, where Alexander is portrayed as a monotheistic king who awaits the second coming of the Messiah and the end of the world. It has been well understood for many centuries that legendary accounts of Alexander's life began shortly after his death. So his death is 323 BC. These were popular across most of Europe, Africa, Middle East, Persia, even India and China. In the subsequent centuries after his death, the historical accounts of Alexander were largely forgotten, and legendary accounts of his deeds and adventures replaced them in popular folklore. It is these legendary depictions of Alexander that would have been known in the 7th century, and not the historically accurate accounts of his life. It was not until the Renaissance in the 16th century that the first historical accounts of Alexander's life were rediscovered and investigated. So this is important. Do you know why? Because this matches with the claims or the arguments I was making on the EF Dawa stream with respect to Ur and Abraham and the fire situation as an example. So it wasn't until the 1800s when we discover cuneiform do we know that the Hebrew Old Testament has loanwords. To then know, oh yeah, when Jerome made that mistranslation because he thought Ur meant fire from the Hebrew language, he didn't realize it's a loanword. Well, it's not his fault. He's ignorant of a dead language, including his Jewish contemporaries, and so they didn't know any better, and hence the legend comes on the scene. Was there any pushback with respect to Alexander? Hey, you're making up this claim about Alexander that he's this Christian waiting for the Messiah. We're talking. See, he dies in 323 BC. We're talking Christians in the 500s, 600s AD. We're talking 900 years later, then these legends are appearing of him. Where's the pushback? Notice that the Quran, okay? So remember in the stream when I told Ijaz and Abbas, I would argue that it would be a miracle if Allah corrected the fire myth of Abraham. If he said, look, there was no fire associated with Abraham. It's a legend. Because see, the Quran goes out of its way to make the point that the Christians and the Jews corrupt the scriptures. Well, case in point, Jerome corrupted the scripture by saying fire. If Allah corrected that before the discovery of the cuneiform, excellent. Muhammad, that's a true miracle. If Allah corrected this dual Qarnayn myth, no, Alexander didn't create the wall, and he wasn't fighting hordes of Gog and Magog, and he, this two-horned one. If Allah corrected the dual Qarnayn myth, excellent. But the Quran continues with it. It uses it. It goes along with it.
Yeah. It acts
because
like
it's not until the 16th century do we know about the actual difference between the true Alexander and the legendary Alexander.
And it seems to say that that these are real historical events, because I know some more liberal Muslims, I'm guessing this is what Shibir Ali said, but like they would try to argue that the Quran is just sort of using these popular stories in a way kind of like how I would use Star Wars, basically, which is fiction, to teach a moral lesson, like you shouldn't fall to the dark side of sin. So, something basic like that. But it seems to me, because I've read Surah 18 twice now, it seems to me that it's stating these things as real historical events, which is kind of problematic if they're just legends, obviously.
Jawad, I appreciate the honesty. So Rob states earlier that there was no association at all. I agree. Alexander is the only one who's had this title in the way you explained it. Bingo. Thank you. All right. Let's continue. Alexander and the Water of Life. So in addition to the Dual Qarnayn episode and its relationship with the Syriac legend, the story about Moses earlier in Surah al-Kahf has long been noticed to derive from another story in the Alexander Romance tradition about Alexander's quest to find the water imparting immortality, featuring his cook, a dead fish that springs back to life from this water and escapes, and an attempt by Alexander to return to the water. This is in Surah 18, verses 60 to 65. Moses travels to the junction of the two seas with his servant, who later realizes that they have left their fish behind there, which has come back to life and swam away through a passage. When his servant later tells him this, Moses declares that this was the place they had been seeking. As Thomas O'Tessi notes, so this is based on his latest work, quote, the most ancient versions of the story are found in 3 sources preceding or contemporaneous to the rise of Islam. So this particular recension manuscript, 4th or 5th century, the Babylon Talmud, that's the reference within the Talmud itself, and the so-called Syriac Alexander song, which he dates to 630 to 635 CE. This Syriac Alexander song, also known as the Memre poem or metrical homily about Alexander, in addition, narrates Alexander's enclosure of Gog and Magog taken from the Syriac Alexander legend. It is probably significant that both the Water of Life and Gog and Magog episodes are found in the Alexander song and in Surah al-Kahf, suggesting that they were present together, also in an earlier common or intermediate source. Tessie, and similarly Muriel Debbie, has since suggested that the song could be as early as the last quarter of the 6th century, which has become possible following the redating. Okay, notice this. This is something that even other websites like Islamic Awareness and whatever, they're not up to date with scholarship that is literally not even a year ago or 2 years ago, where they've gone back and redated this stuff. So
yeah, because that article was written in like 2009, so it's quite old.
Yeah.
So you're saying there are recensions of the Alexander romances from the 4th and 5th century?
Well, yeah. So it's a quote from Tessie.
That's okay, because I had been told that the earliest recension, maybe it's only specific to the Nishana, but to the Syriac Alexander romances was from the 17th, which is obviously, a millennium after the rise of Islam.
No. That's I don't
And of
know where
course,
they're
we can't
getting that
guarantee
stuff.
there wouldn't be interpolations from the Quran
So
at that
what
point.
I'll do is I'll even hit footnote 3 just to show you the source where I'm getting this from.
Fantastic.
Here is let's see. Well, as you can see over here, footnote 3 is from a 2015 work called Some Cosmological Notions from Late Antiquity. This is about Moses, the Quran in light of its cultural context, and then footnote 4, which will work with respect to his book, which is a 2024 publication. So literally just last year it was released. Okay. And the reason why I wanted to bring up the War of Life thing is, notice that an independent story in the same chapter, of a totally different context, Moses, is also utilizing this Syriac legend, but it's reworking Moses with this fish and so on. That's weird.
And again, if it's stated as being real history, it's bizarre. Then, because it would make sense for the Quran to be like trying to use, this is even an Islamic concept, of trying to use fiction to educate. Okay, fine, we all do that. It's a cultural and general, universal to humanity. But for it to be treating these things as historical events and then to be borrowing from we can conclusively prove pre-Islamic legends, it's kind of problematic, I think.
Now,
especially if these were, we got to show this too, Rob, but also that these things, that Muhammad had access to them. He had, at least orally, we can prove that he had heard of these
again,
things.
No, we can't see that way. Number 2 point. The number 2 point, keep that aside for a moment. All we're doing is 1, seeing the similarities, and 3, the dating.
Well, like you said, I'm trying to play devil's advocate and anticipate.
No, but we need to be. We can't suddenly say, oh, therefore Muhammad plagiarized. Wait right till the end for that.
Yeah.
So let's do number 1 and 3.
My bad.
Because number 2 is the whole point that ultimately, how would I convince Yemeni at the end of the day? Because don't forget, he's fully believing that this is from Allah, from Muhammad in the traditional sense. How do we demonstrate that how do we cause a dent or a chink in the armor, so to speak, for him to go, okay, that's something there. So that's the number 2 point, which I agree with you on. So I'm bringing this up to showcase that. Now notice Surah 18 then becomes very peculiar. It has now at least three. The cave dwellers comes from, guess what? All this legendary stuff.
Yeah, it's in the Orthodox and Catholic churches. Yeah.
It has al-Qarnayn, and you have the Moses, which is also borrowing from that. Now, question, more like a trivia question. The Quranic manuscripts that were discovered and carbon dated to very early, some propose even a few decades before Muhammad received the revelation. But again, if we're going to try and be fair, or try and be like, say, to not be too critical, let's just say it confirms the originality of the text, like it does go back to Muhammad. Which chapter of the Quran is preserved in those manuscripts that we now have dated that early?
I don't know. Enlighten me.
Surah 18.
Oh, really?
What the heck?
Well, there you go.
Not preserve some other chapter of the Quran? Why that chapter of all chapters?
I don't know, man.
All right.
I feel like the most important would be like Surah 3 or 19, but
yeah,
whatever.
Surah 18 is in the earliest manuscripts we discovered. All right. Okay, so Gabriel Reynolds observes that the junction of the two seas to which Moses seeks to travel in Surah Al-Kahf, as well as other passages that mention the two seas, most likely refer to the waters of the heavens and of the earth, and that the two seas is referred to with this meaning in other Syriac works. He provides a translation of the relevant sections from the Alexander Song. So this is what he has in his 2018 work, the Quran and Bible Text and Commentary. So, the Macedonian king, the son of Philip, spoke, quote, I have determined to follow a great quest to reach the lands, even the furthest lands, to reach the seas and the coasts and the borders as they are, above all to enter and to see the land of darkness, if it is truly as I heard it is. Then Alexander's cook, so he's clarifying in context and brackets there, came to the spring which contained the life-giving water, he came close to it in order to watch the fish in water, but it came alive and escaped. The poor man was afraid that the king would blame him, that he give back the value of the fish, which had come to life, and which he did not stop. So he got down into the water in order to catch it, but was unable, and then he climbed out from that in order to tell the king that he had found the spring. He called, but no one heard him, and so he went to a mountain from where they heard him. The king was glad when he heard about the spring. The king turned around in order to bathe in the spring, as he had sought to do, and they went from the mountain in the middle of darkness, but they could not reach it. Now, let's see the relevant portion in the Quran in Surah 18. And mention when Moses said to his servant, quote, I will not cease traveling until I reach the junction of the two seas, or continue for a long period. But when they reached the junction between them, they forgot their fish, and it took its course into the sea, slipping away. So when they had passed beyond it, Moses said to his boy, Bring us our morning meal. We have certainly suffered in this our journey, much fatigue, he said. Did you see when we retired to the rock? Indeed, I forgot there the fish. And none made me forget it except Satan, that I should mention it. And it took its course into the sea amazingly. Moses said, That is what we were seeking. So they returned, following their footprints. And so then I come back and I say, the next section of the story, from 65 to 82, in which Moses is taught lessons about justice by a servant of God, is in line with the contemporary genre of literature in which a wandering ascetic is upset by notions of divine justice demonstrated to him by an angel before the events are explained to him. In the section of his book quoted above, Reynolds goes on to highlight the work of Roger Parrott, who has demonstrated a connection between the Quranic justice story and a version of a 6th or early 7th century CE compilation of monastic tales, the Layman, known as the Praten Spiritual or the Spiritual Meadow, of John Moskos.
John Moskos, yeah.
Which is 619, his death date is 619. The basic structure of the story is identical to the Quranic passage and has many similarities of detail, though also differences. So footnotes 5 and 6.
Interesting.
If you want to see here where I am, I basically link this. This particular table was part of supplementary set most likely added by one of Moskos's Palestinian disciples. And who am I basing this on? Professor Sean Anthony.
And he's a Muslim.
In a Twitter exchange.
Yep. Now, is he
No, he's not a Muslim. He's a Muslim. He's a scholar of the Quran.
And I thought Sean Anthony was a Muslim convert.
No.
Oh, maybe. Okay. Well, that would have been more authoritative. I'll just Google him real quick. I thought he was. Yeah.
No, not Professor Sean Anthony. I mean, that would be news to me if he was a Muslim convert. And that would be weird because he's very critical. So these are the links to Anthony's Twitter stuff. And again, I quote Anthony again with respect to, I give particular screenshots of this in that context. Okay. So here comes the parallel. So in 1889, the renowned scholar and philologist Sir Ernest Alfred Wallace Budge translated 5 Alexander stories from Syriac manuscripts into English. One of these stories was a legend that detailed the exploits of Alexander the Sun. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. How he traveled to the ends of the world, made a gate, shut behind it the Huns so they might not come forth to spoil the land. And it's titled as a Nashana. And here we go. So the 2 horns on his head, an Ethiopic variation of the story refers to Alexander as the 2 horns. Coins depicting Alexander with ram horns on his head were first minted shortly after his death. By the 1st century BC, silvered coins depicting Alexander with ram horns were used as the primary currency in Arabia. Imitation coins were issued by an Arab ruler named Abiel, who ruled in the southeastern region of the Arabian Peninsula, and other minting of these coins occurred throughout Arabia for another 1,000 years. This connection of Alexander with 2 horns was widely known across the region at the time. So I'm going to quote here from the History of Alexander the Great, being the Syriac version. And King Alexander bowed himself and did reverence, saying, quote, O God, Lord of kings and judges, thou who settest up kings and destroyest their power, I know in my mind that thou hast exalted me above all kings, and thou hast made me horns upon my head, wherewith I might thrust down the kingdoms of the world. And the statue I was telling you about that I put in my Daniel commentary. So in 2018, excavations led by Eleni Procopio, an early Byzantine site, discovered the 7th century depiction of Alexander the Great with horns. Heraclius Stela. Sean Anthony regards it as significant, providing, quote, 7th century Byzantine iconography of Alexander with 2 horns that is contemporary with the Quran. So that's, in his words, his reaction to this find in 2018. Now, what's your thoughts so far?
So there were coins that had made their way to Arabia that were directly from Alexander, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then we also
directly,
have coins
not from Alexander, of him.
Of him. Okay, so
Yes.
But either way, there were also coins that were pre-Muhammad that were made by an Arab ruler in the style of Alexander, right?
Yes.
Now, why was that? Were they trying to claim some sort of connection to his empire, or is a popular mythical figure? It's kind of weird. Do you know what I'm talking about? They'll have
that's a good question. So all we know is there's imitation coins.
Oh, okay.
Were issued by an Arab ruler named Abiel, who ruled in that southeastern region.
Would that be
other
Najran
minting of these coins occurred throughout Arabia for the next 1,000 years? Yeah.
Would it be near Najran? Because Najran is where even Yemeni admitted they were Christians in Arabia. So
that's a question. That's something now I'm going to leave. These are data points now for you to do further.
Right, because that's a potential connection between Christianity and Islam, of course.
Yes. But I also want to show you that in the text itself, it says, "You've made me horns upon my head."
Mm.
Don't forget, this is a legend. Alexander didn't really say this. It's being put onto his mouth, so to speak, of him saying this. Okay. Establishing with power. So at the beginning of the Syriac legend, Alexander says a prayer to God that he might be given power from heaven to rule over the kingdoms of the earth. The Quranic story, speaking from the perspective of Allah, says that he has given Alexander power on earth. So let's compare the two. Give me power from thy holy heavens, that I may receive strength greater than that of the kingdoms of the world, and that I may humble them. And I will magnify thy name, O Lord, forever, and thy memorial shall be from everlasting to everlasting, and I will write the name of God in the charter of my kingdom, that there may be for thee a memorial always. What does the Quran do? It just truncates that very simply to, verily we, that's Allah, established his power on earth, and we gave him the ways and the means to all ends. It's just the Syriac one reads like a Christian, sort of like how a Christian would give glory to God, and
it sounds like a Christian doxology.
Like a doxology, exactly.
Right? Yeah.
And the Quran is just paraphrasing it.
Mm-hmm. That I may magnify thy name. Well, okay. To be fair, there's the whole thy name thing. There's I've noticed this quite a bit with translations of both the Quran and other Oriental works is into English early on. They were really translated the King James Bible. So that's why the Anglican or the Orthodox Church, a lot of King James Bible, there's a lot of that Trinitarian doxology in there. But it's interesting because it's I wouldn't say this is a direct word for word parallel. I remember what caused Musa Serantonio to leave was he for the chat. He was an ISIS recruiter, actually, white Australian revert, and he left Islam because of the close correspondence. You could read Syriac and Arabic between the Syriac Nashana and the Arabic
I heard about
Quran.
that one.
Right. So this doesn't seem, at least in the English, to be. There's some common themes. I know we're going to get deeper, but So far, I'll just, speaking critically, I wouldn't be convinced by this alone. Like, oh, he got help from God. Okay. But
Yeah, but notice that you have what I bolded though. You could say the same thing in a different way. Like there's no, it's not, you're not restricted to one way of saying it. So give me power from Holy Land that I may receive strength greater than that of the kingdoms of the world. And the Quran's basically saying, yeah, we establish his power on earth. It's kind of like, it's like an answer to his prayer.
Right. I could say that's a possible correspondence for sure.
Yeah. So journey to the fetid sea. So the first destination for the hero in both the Syriac and Quranic stories is a place near the setting of the sun. The Syriac legend identifies its location as Oceanus, a mythical sea believed to encircle a flat earth. And this is important because it gets into medieval maps and why he's then referred to as the two-horned one, and also that peculiar language of Gog, Magog, and the context of Moses with the fish and the sea and all of that stuff. It's all connected to, well, Allah should know better than a medieval map, the real geography of Earth. But he doesn't. He assumes that this is the Earth, as I'll show in a moment. So, the legend reads like this. As to the thing, my lord, which thy majesty or thy greatness desires to go and see, namely, upon what the heavens rest, and what surrounds the earth, and the terrible seas which surround the world, will not give thee a passage, because there are 11 bright seas on which the ships of men sail, and beyond these there is about 10 miles of dry land, and beyond these 10 miles there is the fetid sea, Oceanus, the ocean, which surrounds all creation. Notice that, surrounds all creation. So you have, think like the Babylonian world map. So you have the main landmass in a flat circle sort of sense, but surrounding, literally along its circumference, surrounding the main mass that may have rivers and so on in between, but surrounding it on the rim is just all ocean water. That's the fetid sea. That's where the sun and the moon sort of like then go behind in that geocentrical but also flat Earth depiction. And they put ships to sea and sail on the sea 4 months and 12 days, and they arrived at the dry land beyond the 11 bright seas. Now, the Quran, again in a truncated form, says this. One such way he followed until, when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it set in a spring of murky water. Near it he found a people. We said, so God, Allah is saying, this pronunciation is al-Qarnayn, but basically al-Qarnayn, thou hast authority either to punish them or to treat them with kindness. So Kevin Van Bladel, a professor of Near Eastern languages and cultures, states in his comparison of the two stories that the water at the place where the sun sets is fetid in both texts, a coincidence of two uncommon synonyms. So you have the Syriac term, Sarya, and the Arabic Hamia. Similar connections can be found in Islamic poetry contemporary to the time of Muhammad. Muhammad ibn Ishaq ibn Yasser ibn Khayyar recorded many pre-Islamic Arabic poems in his Sirat Rasul Allah, the biography of Muhammad. This included a poem which mentions Dhul Qarnayn at the end, and which Ibn Ishaq claims was composed by a pre-Islamic king of ancient Yemen. Here we can see that the sun sets into a pool of water that is described as being both muddy and fetid, a perfect linking of the two adjectives in both the Quranic and Syriac stories. So now notice this is in the life of Muhammad. Dhul Qarnayn before me was a Muslim. Conquered kings thronged his court. East and west he ruled, yet he sought knowledge true from a learned sage. He saw where the sun sinks from view, in a pool of mud and fetid slime. Similarly, a poem attributed to Hassan Tabit, who was a contemporary of Muhammad and employed by him as a poet, reads as follows. Ours, the realm of Dhul Qarnayn the Glorious. Realm like his was never won by mortal king. Followed he the sun to view its setting, when it sank into the sombra ocean spring. An arms just joined. There you go. Up he clomb to see it rise at morning, From within its mansion, when the east it fired, all day long the horizons led him onward, all night through he watched the stars and never tired. Then of iron and of liquid metal he prepared a rampart not to be overpassed. Gog and Magog there he threw in prison, till on Judgment Day they shall awake at last. So all the elements of Surah 18 in this particular poem. Then we get to the wrongdoers, punishment of the wrongdoers. So the Quranic story next gives the reader a cryptic speech by al-Qarnayn where he says that, quote, whoever does wrong will be sent back to the Lord, in other words, killed. The Syriac legend gives a much fuller account. It explains that Alexander asked for criminals to be sent to the shore of the Fetid Sea to test a rumor that anyone who approaches the sea dies. When the prisoners drop dead, Alexander notes that it is good that those already, quote, guilty of death should die. Not only is there a direct parallel between the stories, but the Syriac legend helps make sense of the short and cryptic Quranic version of the story. So here's the legend. And Alexander and his troops encamped, and he sent and called to him the governor who was in the camp, and said to him, are there any men here guilty of death? They said to him, we have 30 and 7 men in bonds who are guilty of death. And the king said to the governor, bring hither those evildoers. And they brought them. And the king commanded them and said, go ye to the shore of the Fetid Sea, and hammer in stakes that ships may be tied thereto, and prepare everything needful for a force about to cross the sea. And the men went and came to the shore of the sea. Now Alexander thought within himself. Now notice this, Alexander thought within himself. If it be true, as they say, that everyone who comes near the Fetid Sea dies, it is better that these who are guilty of death should die. And when they had gone and had arrived at the shore of the sea, they died instantly. Now what does the Quran do? He said, who's the he? It's not Allah. The Quran's now quoting al-Qarnayn. Whoever doth wrong, him shall we punish. Then shall he be sent back to his Lord, and he will punish him with a punishment unheard of before. So I've always wondered about this. How does a Muslim understand the he at the start, and the he, which we know is capitalized there, is speaking of God. God will punish him with a punishment unheard of before. But again, notice that very interesting language. Unheard of before? It's like this hasn't happened before sort of thing. This is a very unique testing, a very unique judgment, death sort of thing. And whoever does wrong. Okay. Sun enters the window of heaven and rises on people with no cover. So you have the setting of the sun with respect to punishing people. What about then, and that's on the west, what about then when it's rising? What about that context? So after leaving the muddy spring where the sun sets, the Quran tells us that al-Qarnayn travels to the east where the sun rises. The author then conveys an odd and cryptic detail that the people living there have, quote, no covering protection against the sun. However, it gives no further explanation as to what that means. Again, the Syriac legend not only has an expanded parallel account, but it helps clarify the Quranic story. The reader is told that Alexander goes up to where the sun, quote, enters the window of heaven, which is, don't forget, that sets above the flat earth. Next, it explains that where the sun rises, the people there must seek cover because the sun is much closer to the ground and its rays burn the people and animals there. And that makes sense in the geocentric model. If it's rising literally off the rim, the watery rim of a flat disk Earth, it's practically very close to the surface of the Earth. And as it comes, say, mid-heaven, think like a parabola in mathematics. It's at the maximum of that parabola, meaning it's the furthest away from the Earth's surface. And then again, it comes very close to the Earth's surface when it's setting. So, again, Allah should know better. Allah should know that that's not the case in our actual real-world heliocentric model. Van Bladel interprets the last line in the quote below such that, quote, he straightway bows down, which it refers to Alexander, who himself then travels to the place where the sun rises, though other scholars have criticized this interpretation of the Syriac text, insisting that it refers to the sun's journey only. So Here we go. This is what the text says. So the whole camp mounted, and Alexander and his troops went up between the fetid sea and the bright sea to the place where the sun enters the window of heaven. For the sun is the servant of the Lord, and neither by night nor by day does he cease from his traveling. And the place of his rising is over the sea, and the people who dwell there, when he is about to rise, flee away and hide themselves in the sea, that they be not burnt by his rays. And he passes through the midst of the heavens to the place where he enters the window of heaven, and wherever he passes there are terrible mountains, and those who dwell there have caves hollowed out in the rocks. And as soon as they see the sun passing over them, men and birds flee away from before him and hide in the caves. For rocks are rent by his blazing heat and fall down, and whether they be men or beasts, as soon as the stones touch them, they are consumed. And when the sun enters the window of heaven, he straightway bows down. So this is where that debate happens. Who's the he here? Is it the sun or is it Alexander? But either way, he straightway bows down and makes obeisance before God his greater, and he travels and descends the whole night through the heavens until at length he finds himself where he rises. So I personally think it's the sun, not Alexander. Now the Quran says this.
Real quick, what?
Yep.
So, what do the early Muslims believe? Like, especially early tafsirs say about, like, is it the sun prostrating or al-Qarnayn or?
Oh, so this is the Syriac legend I've just read. Now the Quran says.
Okay. Because I know there's a similar. I mean, you're going to get to this, I'm sure, but there's a similar passage in the Quran where I think it's more explicit then that the sun prostrates before Allah's throne. Of course, you know what I'm talking about, but
Yeah. No, I'm not even.
Is that in Surah 18? I don't remember.
No. It's not there. I'm not even going to go there. I'm aware of that. I'm just remember this whole stream was narrowly focusing.
No, for a second I thought it was in Surah 18. That's why.
Yeah. No, but again, your mind.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
Your mind is making these other connections, but that particular one where the sun, prostrates and so on, is all within the context of that flat Earth 7th century geocentric cosmology. In other words, it's consistent. So here's an example of a consistent flat Earth geocentric model in the Alexander Romance. Now let's see what the Quran does. So remember, all these large quotes are the legend, but the Quran gives a truncated form of the legend, kind of like a bullet point version.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's definitely not as clear right now that it's for me right now. It's not as. It's clear that they have a lot in common. It's just not like what San Antonio said. It doesn't seem to be like word for word. Maybe that's some of the later parts, but of course it keeps going.
Yep. So far we've seen, okay, if I go back up here, so far we have 2 horns, okay? He's called al-Qarnayn in the Quran, verbatim. So the 2-horn one. All right. Then we have his power. So this 2-horn guy, give me power over the kingdoms of the world. Well, the kingdoms of the world is the earth. Quran says, we established his power on the earth. Boom. And we gave him the ways and the means to all ends. Then you have this fetid sea language. Fetid sea is connected to this murky water of a particular people group. See, either to punish them or to treat them with kindness. Well, we know what happens. They are punished. Then you have, what I did was I then showcased from the life of Muhammad and also from the poem that they all use a specific word from Syriac and a specific word from Arabic that marries the two. The fetidness of the water as well as the muddiness of the water. That in itself is a dead giveaway. The fact that you have Ibn Ishaq using both terms, one that only occurs in the Syriac legend and one that only occurs in the Arabic Quran, that's a bit of a red flag. The poem repeats the same thing. Then there's an example of the guilty that will die where the sun sets on the west. That matches the same thing. Now we're about to see over the east. So I just read a full account about people running to the caves and so on and so on. But what does the Quran do? Then followed he another way. So this is about Dhul Qarnayn. Until when he came to the rising of the sun, he found it rising on a people for whom we, Allah, had provided no covering protection against the sun. I mean, again, like this doesn't contradict exactly what we're seeing with respect to these people, because these people are needing to hide. They don't have any protection from the sun directly, so they have to jump in the sea or they have to go in the caves. So there's another connection with respect to the east. Now, what about the two mountains? This is the next connection. So on his final journey, the Quran tells us that Dhul Qarnayn traveled to a valley between two mountains. The Syriac legend tells us that Alexander heads north and likewise arrives at a plain between mountains. Here he sets up his camp near a mountain pass, and so this is the Alexander legend. Alexander said, "Let us go forth by the way to the north." And they came to the confines of the north and entered Armenia and Azerbaijan and Inner Armenia, and they crossed over the country of Turnagaios and Beth Padir and Beth Tekel and Beth Drubal and Beth Kataman and Beth Gebel, Jebel or something, and Beth Zamrat. Alexander passed through all these places. And he went and passed Mount Musas and entered a plain, which is Bahi Lepta, and he went and encamped by the gate of the great mountain. What does the Quran do? Then followed he another way. See that? Another way, till when he came between the two mountains. Now, if we didn't have the Alexander romance, what are the names of these mountains? If all we knew was just the Surah 18 story, and all we know is he just came between two mountains, well, can we localize this on a map? Where? What are these two mountains? At least over here you have the names. He went and passed Mount Musas and entered a plain, and he went and encamped by the gate of the great mountain. So the Quran then summarizes that and says, well, he was basically between two mountains. And he found upon their hither side a folk that scarce could understand a saying. Okay, now we're getting into the Gog-Magog side of the story. And here's a classic Arabian, medieval. So this is a 12th century map by the Muslim geographer al-Idrisi. The south is up. And notice Gog and Magog appear in Arabic script on the bottom left edge of the Eurasian landmass, enclosed within dark mountains. Note that the earth is encircled by water. So notice the water that encircles the earth, even above the landmass. That corresponds to the ocean at the end of the world in the Alexander legend. So,
But
the Syriac
before you
legend
move
then
on,
state...
I just want to. Can you scroll back up there to that last
Yep.
one?
Yep.
Just so people think about this as we continue on. The legend gives a lot of information, a lot of names. The repeating of it basically follows exactly what we would expect from someone who didn't learn it word by word, and then comes to this point where went another way, like skips the mass amount of information that couldn't be remembered. That's something that occurs throughout this whole thing, but this is very, very obvious that that's what's going on.
Yep. Like, again, Jacob, do we see this phenomena even in everyday discourse?
Yeah.
You may hear an argument or a teaching. Oh, there's a lot of background.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, you may hear an argument or a teaching or whatever. And if I were to ask you, hey man, can you just summarize that for me or something? This is just very natural. It's just a very natural human.
Yeah. So I was going to say that, like, we're not obviously the Christian claim, like that guy, whoever he was, he said that I forget what his name was, but he said that like basically gave a straw man. The Christians are alleging that that Muhammad had like a library at Mecca from which he could gather these texts and copy them into the Quran. We're not saying that. What we're questioning here is, has he gotten these stories orally from Christians, and therefore like he's got the gist of it, he's got the general details, kind of like how if I was recounting to you Revenge of the Sith, I would tell you like the various elements, like, you know, the fall of Anakin and so forth. I love we always use Star Wars analogies, right?
Right.
Yeah. But it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be verbatim like every single scene perfect. It would just be the general things, and this happened and this happened, and so I think we see that. My question would have been like, it says he passed between Mount Musa. It doesn't really seem to say between the two mountains in the Syriac version, page 159 you have up there. It seems, maybe I'm misreading it. And Alexander said, "Let us go forth by the way to the north." And they came to the confines of the north and entered Armenia, Azerbaijan, enter Armenia. They crossed over the country. And he went and passed Mount Musas and entered a plain which is Bahi Lebta, and he went and camped by the. So that, as far as I can understand, maybe you guys have more information on like the map or something. It doesn't seem like he's saying between two mountains.
Yeah, passed a mountain and came to the gate of the great mountain. So he is, and then if you're hearing that and you're repeating it, you're like, okay, there was a mountain and then there was a second mountain. So he's between two mountains.
Oh, I gotcha. So he's going by one mountain and he's going to the, what does it mean, the gate of a mountain though? The second.
Well, that's according to this legend. He went and encamped by the gate of the great mountain. Now, what is that? Well,
it sounds like it's in the Caucasus, because you know, I know I'm an American, so not every American is going to know this stuff. But Azerbaijan and Armenia, under Russia but above Turkey, north of Turkey, south of Russia, it's the Caucasus Mountains. So it sounds like the Syriac legend is talking about the Caucasus between Azerbaijan. I'm guessing it's Azer, it says Adar, but it sounds like it should be Azerbaijan if it's talking about Armenia being nearby.
Right.
So it doesn't. Okay, so you're saying he's going past Mount Musas, which I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming it's a real mountain there. And he's going.
Well, it gives you specifically this Bahi Lebta.
Bahi Lebta. Okay. Yeah. And then he went and encamped by the gate of the great mountain. So
right.
It's so he's. What does it mean? Is the gate like at the foot of the mountain? A second mountain?
Potentially, because this will then lead to what he then does with respect to Gog and Magog. It's leading up to. Then the famous, he builds this wall to keep them at bay, so to speak.
And the reason why I also thought of the Caucasus is, as I don't remember if it was a Christian or a Muslim source. It might have been the Turks, but they thought that there's a certain, you know what I'm talking about? There's a certain structure there somewhere in that area of that general Caucasus Mountains where they think that this might be the actual wall that al-Qarnayn built. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep. No. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. But
and I think it's in that area. So
yeah, but there's no. The thing is, there's no. That doesn't even exist in reality. Remember at the start of the stream when I read up the intro blurb? It's all myth. There is no iron bronze wall at a particular location.
Yeah, I'll have to
even
see
though
how
these particular locations are given.
Because I actually saw a response. I didn't click on it, but I saw. There was a Muslim responding to, like, what about the modernist idea that there's no real Gog and Magog and so on?
Yeah, but the irony there is, if there was a structure, the irony would be the Quran got it correct. Again, even down to the very structure itself.
Being true, then, if the Quran there was a real structure that we could find and be like, hey, this is what the Quran talks about.
Yeah, between these two mountains.
Yeah. So it would be actually support for the Quran. I'll have to go into where they go. Yeah. They might be bringing that up.
I need evidence that this is the case. Obviously, it's not the case because this is a legend.
It still wouldn't be good for the Quran because the legend actually has the information that leads us
and that is
to
true.
The gate.
If they made a legend on top of that phenomena, right?
Well, and then that means that the Quran is getting the correct information.
Yeah, let me look this
wrong
up so I can get it to us in the stream.
And all is missing information that would have been helpful that exists in the legend anyway. Why couldn't he just recite this to Muhammad?
Okay. What I'm going to do is, I forgot to also do this very, very quickly. This is sort of backtracking a little bit with respect to the, because I wrote 3 articles on this. One as a summarized, just a big summary of this, but specifically 2 others that were a little bit more granular in regards to specifically the terms in regards to this muddy spring language. Now, I'm not going to go through all of this for the sake of time, but what I want to do is I want to showcase, sort of as now an added appendix of our investigation thus far, early Muslim ideas and thoughts on this. So this is important now, Jacob. Okay, I'm going to skip all that, and we'll go straight to this bit over here. So commentators use knowledge that is unknown to 7th century Arabs. Finally, there are the commentators of the Quran. So there were certainly commentators who claimed that the verses just mean that Dhul-Qarnayn reached the west and east and viewed the appearance of the sun. Academic scholar Omar Anchasi, in his paper Against Ptolemy, Cosmography in Early Kalam, traces the earliest metaphorical reading of these verses to Abu Ali al-Jubay. His death is in 915 CE. However, and this is from the Answering Islam site, Shimon and so on. When we look at the reasoning of the commonly cited classical commentators, it is based not on narrated traditions or linguistic or contextual analysis, but rather on the knowledge that the obvious interpretation describes something that is impossible. We can look at the reasoning, which is highlighted in bold, of the commentators, who are frequently cited on this topic to deny the obvious interpretation and support the East-West idiom. So notice you have Kurtubi saying, "It is not meant by reaching the rising or setting of the sun that he reached its body and touched it, because it runs in the sky around the earth without touching it, and it is too great to enter any spring on earth. It is so much larger than earth." Notice the pushback, right? How about Al-Razi? When Dhul-Qarnayn reached the furthest west and no popular land was left, he found the sun as if it sets in a dark spring, but it is not in reality. The same when sea travelers see the sun as if it sets in the sea if he cannot see the shore, while in reality it sets behind the sea. How about Ibn Kathir? As for reaching the setting of the sun in the sky, it is impossible. So all these people are reacting. Okay?
Yeah, this sounds like what a
logically
lot of
with this.
Muslims are saying now, is that this is just like it
Yeah.
appears to Dhul-Qarnayn that the sun is setting in the
Yeah.
water, but it's not really.
Right, but then the legend, though, is all about the fact that if the sun is a lot closer on either side, one, you have punishment against the people, and one is people not having any shelter or protection. If they need not have, they don't need protection. Okay, how about this? If we take literally the legend's perspective on the cosmology, right? As per their model, would those Eastern people that have no protection from the sun, will they need protection if they were in the middle of the map? What would the answer be?
Would they need protection from the sun if it was like?
If they were located in the middle of the map. So don't forget, flat disk.
Yeah, from the flat Earth
in the middle.
cosmology, if the sun is closest to them where they're at, because it sounds like it's saying like where they're in their land on the flat Earth understanding of Earth, they would be the closest to the sun. The sun is like baking them. Yeah,
That's it. So if they were in the middle of the map, well, again, like a parabola, the sun is at the highest point, its zenith, and therefore they don't need this protection language, obviously, as per that cosmological model. But how interesting that the sun punishes people on the west and burns people on the east. Like there's something peculiar going on where the sun rises and sets because it's the closest to the earth in that model. Otherwise, there's no mention of what it's doing once it enters the window of heaven, and hence is, at its zenith. No issues with the people there in the middle, so to speak. So, let's see here. Yeah, I can skip all. This is just me going through like all the
I just I
the back
posted
and
it in the
forth.
chat. There's a maybe we can go over it in a separate stream, but I don't know if this channel is particularly scholarly, but there's an actual case being made by Mufti Menk and a few Muslim channels where they're trying to argue that they did find, it's probably what I'm talking about, they did find the wall that al-Qarnayn built to keep
Excellent.
out.
We can
Yeah.
go through that. Excellent.
I don't
Excellent.
know if we want to do it this stream, but it'll be
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
It'll be interesting.
So let's
The
go
thing is, it's like a
to
40-minute video, though. That's why I'm like,
yeah.
hesitant.
But what we can do is we can compare notes. So this is coming
Yeah.
back to the original. So okay, so Gog, Magog spoil and ravage the land. So the Syriac legend then states that Alexander meets with people who live near the mountain pass. These natives tell of a tribe, the Huns, who live beyond the pass. These Huns or Huns spoil and ravage the land and then return back to their lands on the other side of the mountain. The legend
Mountain
identifies.
pass. That's so the beginning of the pass is the gate.
Yes. The legend identifies the first two kings of this tribe as Gog and Magog. The exact same names used in the Quranic account. Now, a little bit of a side point about Gog and Magog specifically. The term only occurs in Ezekiel. It is repeated in the New Testament. But the term Gog and Magog follows what we call an Atbash crypt. It's a Hebrew Atbash cryptic mockery nickname thing about Babylon, which is, guess what? Babel, Babylon. What do I mean by Atbash? Atbash is where, out of the Hebrew alphabet, the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, if you take the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet and you go, say, 11 letters across, then you reverse it 11 letters backwards. So, in other words, the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet and the last letter of the Hebrew alphabet happen to be on top of each other along the two parallel lines of letters. The Atbash technique, then, all you do is you flip the letters across each other. And this Atbash technique, which is very rare in the Old Testament, but it does occur, but only with respect to Jeremiah and Ezekiel. So let me just quickly show you that, and then we'll continue. Here we go. Can't believe I'm bringing up my old Revelation commentary for this. Haven't touched that thing in a while. Okay. I hope that chainsaw isn't coming on my mic. Oh, is it? Atbash. Oops. I'll just keyword search Magog. Okay, excellent. Here we go. So, I went into the side point in my Revelation commentary. Here's this Magog thing. Here is a map with respect to all the tribes in the north, so Tubal, Meshach, Gomer, Lydia, and so on, right? And what's this Gog, Magog, Atbash situation? So you have the consonants for Magog. So you have M, G, G. Notice this. It's derived from the consonants for Babel, BBL. Called Atbash, which is a monoalphabetic substitution cipher used to encrypt the alphabet. So the name Atbash derives from the first letter Aleph being aligned with the 22nd letter Tav to yield Ath. Then the second letter Beth is aligned with the 21st letter Shin to yield Bash. So here's your alignment from 1 to 11 and 22 to 12. This method is rarely used in the Bible. There's the Jeremiah references. So, for example, Jeremiah has it as, instead of Shishak, notice the sheen, you just flip it, and it becomes BBL for Babel. Same thing with Leb Kamai, can mean either Chaldeans or, again, Babel. So the point here is that Babel represents Magog, and then Ezekiel shifted the letters BBL to the corresponding letters GGM. So notice you have BBL represents MGG, but Ezekiel flips the MGG to GGM, where the third letter, the Gemel, follows after the second letter Beth, and the 12th letter Lamed follows after the 13th letter Mim. So reversing the letters GGM, you get MGG. And then this technique would provide a prophetic invective against Babylon. And Ezekiel is announcing doom over the Babylonians and other enemies of Judah who destroyed Jerusalem and plundered the remaining population. So that's to give you the context. So what's the takeaway for that? Gog and Magog for the Israelites is Babylon in Arabia. If the Quran is going to be talking about Gog and Magog, the Quran is not aware, has nothing to do with the Huns or anything of the East. Okay? Which I'm wondering if the video that you linked is going to connect it to something of the much more in the eastern direction. There is no mountain pass. There is no between the two mountains and so on and so on. So that was the original context for Gog and Magog is what I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah, I'll do a separate reaction to the one for Islam video on my channel.
Okay.
But okay. Does the Quran? I know that the Syriac legends do say the Syriac legends, they do say that Gog and Magog are the Huns, right? But does the Quran?
So we're gonna get that, and
okay.
We're gonna go there in a moment. Yes,
because if biblically speaking, Gog and Magog. What struck me the first time I heard this situation, biblically speaking, the Huns are not what the Bible is talking about, because the Huns emerge, if my understanding of history is correct, they're emerging like the late Roman, 300, 400 years after Christ, right?
Yeah.
So obviously the Old Testament is written before Christ.
Obviously.
So yeah, it's not talking about the Huns, who probably were still the Xiongnu in China at that point. So
right.
Yeah, there's a little history nerd stuff on the side there, but
exactly. Yeah, and the point is, it's like you've just misunderstood this very interesting thing that was a phenomenon of the BC period, or the Jews and their mockery against Babylon, and that's all it is.
Yeah, and of course
people with ignorance, like Jerome's mistranslation and all the other stuff, they just run with ideas. They're just
right.
And
the claim of the Muslims, is that Allah is omnipotent, so he knows all this stuff, and he knows all these secret things from the Bible. That was
and the irony is he's claiming that these guys are corrupting it. I'm saying, the Alexander Romance is not the original biography of Alexander, but Allah, it's like it's out of the same mouth you're saying they're corrupting it, but then at the same time you're saying this is true history. Hello? The true miracle would be if you corrected this. No, Gog and Magog is not the Huns, or not connected to this group. That would be the miracle. So, wait, did you want to finish your point? I think I cut you off.
No, I'm good.
Okay. On development, you good?
But you said the true miracle would be if he corrected it. It's like the true miracle would be if he said something that you could prove through history, which is the God of the Old Testament in our Bible.
Yeah.
I will do this, and because this will happen, they will know I am God.
No, I'm the Lord. Exactly. And that's
that's one of the main
yes.
That's one of the main dawah points with when you get to channels like Proving Islam and Arabic 101, which I think are the strongest, because most Muslims will try to argue really silly things in favor of Islam. Those channels, they provide to me some of the most sincere challenge against Christianity, because they typically try to argue that there is this is kind of a separate topic for a separate stream, but just briefly hinting at it. They try to argue that the Quran has this like deep Hebrew
Sorry,
historical
I just
knowledge.
noticed you there.
You know what I'm trying to say? They try to argue that the Quran has this like deep Hebrew knowledge, and so therefore, it's proof that Yahweh wrote the Quran because the same God of the Torah, you know. But in this instance, this would kind of work against that theory because it seems like if the Quran is very clearly, we'll see later, but if it's trying to tie Gog and Magog to the Huns, when the Bible ties Gog and Magog to who did you say it was again? I'm not as well read on the Old
Babel.
Testament. Babel, okay. So if it ties Gog and Magog to the Babylonians, which is, Persia, no, not Persia, Iraq, Babylon, that's obviously very different than like the northern barbarians, the Huns. So that's interesting. So that would actually show that like the author of the Quran is not aware of the Hebrew Bible, I guess.
It's not that it's tying it to them. It's that it comes from them. Like the Israelites invent the terms Gog and Magog in order to talk about Babylon. So if they didn't do that, those terms wouldn't exist.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying that those are not but still, it's in God's word in the Hebrew Bible.
Think about it, Jacob. That's an excellent point Annabelle just said. Say Ezekiel didn't follow through, and even Jeremiah, because it's very rare. If they didn't follow through with that Atbash technique to mock, like think so Beelzebul and Baal-zebub. So Baal-zebub means Prince of the Heights, or Prince of the North, or something like that. That's the original designation for Baal, the son of El and Asherah. The Jews subtly changed the consonants Beelzebul to mean Lord of the Dung, or Lord of the Flies, or something like that. It's a polemical mockery, just with switching around consonants. Babel, so Bab El is gate of the gods, or gate of God, depending if you pluralize El there or not. But then just add another consonant and you have Babel, like confusion of the tongues. It's this. The Jews are known for this sort of thing.
Well, hang on, but doesn't that actually work against the Christian narrative? Because if the Quran says that they could hardly speak a word, the Gog and Magog, and that's what the Hebrew means, it means that their speech was confused. Doesn't that kind of mean that it does understand the Bible, the Hebrew?
No. They could hardly understand a phrase or a saying or something.
Well,
like
that sounds kind of like the Tower of
that,
Babel, doesn't it? A little bit.
No, it just means that they spoke
not...
a different language than Alexander.
No.
Well, don't still, that would be like the Tower of Babel,
conflate the confusion of the tongues with Surah 18 and the Babel. What I'm saying is, in the text of the Genesis story, you have a play of what's called word puns. So you have what's called Hebrew parallelisms in the text itself for the reader to find it a little bit humorous. So
a lot of double entendres as well.
Yeah, like a double entendre. So here you have they're called, or we are Bab El, meaning we are the gate of El. And the Tower of Babel, the ziggurat structure, is our way to have access to El. But really, the true God, Yahweh, confuses the tongues, and the word confuse is just an ever so subtle modification of Bab El to mean confusion. It's a very subtle, very simple mockery of, your so-called El, well, he's nothing but confusion. Your so-called Babel, it's nothing but Babel. Later on in Jacob's Ladder, for example, okay?
Your Lord of the North is nothing but a fly lord.
Yes, exactly. When in Jacob's Ladder, okay, in Genesis 28, I find this fascinating because the Hebrew is really hard and difficult to translate. So the angels coming up and down the ladder is nothing but a ziggurat structure, because ziggurats with a step ladder. Some translations have it as the Lord standing, or Yahweh standing at the top of the ladder. Some translations have the Lord standing beside Jacob's head. My favorite, which derives from the Septuagint rendering, is the Lord leaning against the ladder. Like, he's just like, yeah, I'm not connected to this thing. This thing is just nothing but like I can use this as sort of like a lean post. That's the polemic at play. So what Undevelopment just said, which is excellent, is what if there was no Gog, Magog, Athbash technique taking place in Ezekiel and Jeremiah? No one would know about it. And therefore it wouldn't occur in the Quran. Because it wouldn't even occur in the Alexander Romance. The only fact that people have a linguistic thing about Gog and Magog, the terms itself, is because of the biblical text. But then people, like the prophecy types in America where they're like Rosh in Ezekiel means Russia. They run with these interpretations.
Yeah, so the eagle means America, the bear means Russia, the dragon means China.
Or even the term Rosh.
Yeah.
Which, linguistically, it has nothing to do with Russia. It's all connected to that locale context of the Northern Kingdom.
Rus, more RUS, Rus.
Yeah.
It was the Russians.
So these legends that come on the scene, like 5th, 6th century legends, centuries later, are just taking on these terms and are just making up a whole...
So it seems to me, and I don't know if anyone else has picked up on this, I highly doubt that I'm the first person to notice it. It seems to me that like there might be a connection between Bab El, like their tongues were confused Babel, and the Quran saying that they scarcely understood Alexander. Maybe I'm like retarded, but it seems to me like there might be a
no.
potential...
I'm not even. I didn't even make that argument either. That wasn't the argument I was
Do you
making.
see how there might be a contradiction? Well, not contradiction. There might be a connection there because we're actually.
No, I wouldn't say there's a connection. No.
What
how do we know there
isn't
isn't one? Is my question. How do we know there isn't one? Because it seems like there could be, and that would actually lend to the Quran.
No. That's going to be connected to the Alexander Romance we're about to read now.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with the confusion of the tongues. I was using that as an example of what the Jews do in the BC period when they play with words, puns, and so on.
No, I know what he's referring to
in the text. Okay, go for it.
There's this moment where, and we had just read it, that Alexander comes to these people by the mountain, and they could hardly understand. And I forgot what it actually said there, but they could hardly understand. Over here,
this is the Quran saying it. He found
they could hardly understand a saying. Scarcely understood a saying.
Yeah.
That's not them taking the idea, the language confusion. That's just them identifying that they spoke a different language than Alexander. They couldn't understand Alexander. Yeah. That's it. It's a different people.
Okay, and another thing, it seems like in this particular, the two that you're citing above, they don't seem to, like the one that's on the top doesn't seem to mention anything about language. I know there's a part of the Nishana that does mention like the people scarcely understood a word, but I don't see it in the reference you've given up there.
Yeah,
it's in the Quran. You're passage you're citing, but it's not in the Syriac legend passage that you're citing. Anyway.
Well, let's see what comes next.
So it's interesting if it jumbles it up and if it appears later, but
yeah. Let's see. I'm going to see if there's another translation. I'm going to read from George's translation here, just so we can, because I was using a non-copyrighted Quran for the sake of that wiki website. But what I'll do is, my favorite is George, who translates it with a very current, very, in my opinion, accurate. So let's read it so far. So they ask you about Dul-Qarnayn. Say, I shall recite to you a remembrance of him. Surely we established him on the earth and gave him a way of access to everything. He followed one such way of access until when he reached the setting of the sun, he found it setting in a muddy spring, and he found next to it a people. We said, Dul-Qarnayn, either punish them or do them some good. He said, as for the one who does evil, we shall punish him. Then he will be returned to his Lord, and he will punish him with a terrible punishment. But as for the one who believes and does righteousness, for him there is the good payment, and we shall speak to him something easy from our command. Then he followed another way of access, until when he reached the rising place of the sun, he found it rising on the people for whom we had not provided any shelter from it. So it was, but we, that's Allah, had already encompassed what his situation was in our awareness. Then he followed another way of access, until when he arrived at the place between the two barriers, he found on this side of them a people hardly able to understand his speech. So it's nothing to do with babble confusion. It's just they couldn't understand his speech. So these are different language speaking people. They said, Dhul Qarnayn, surely Yajuj and Majuj are fomenting corruption on the earth. So that's the Gog Magog. So notice, Gog and Magog were cryptic puns, like titles or nicknames given to Babylon, as a whole nation. But these people are thinking these are actual individuals or actual tribes or actual people groups that are corrupting the earth. So shall we pay tribute to you on the condition that you construct a barrier between us and them? And now let's see what happens as we get back into the stuff that are written. Anam, did you want to say something?
No, not much. This is like essential to Islamic eschatology. I saw Yasser Qadhi video because so if there's people behind the mountains, like where are they, right? Because we have satellite images, like we know every spot of the earth. Like before we had decent maps, you could argue like there's some remote tribe in Russia, like a nation waiting to break out of these walls. But so I remember I saw Yasser Qadhi video. It's just the idea is there might be some people under some mountain somewhere that we don't know about, and they're still gonna break out before the day of judgment. But so in other words, this is really important. Like, this might seem like minor, trivial stuff, but what's beyond the mountains? And one would think it's the Urals, right, or something like that, because something about the Caspian Sea just seems like the outer limit of the ancient world, right? Because but this mentions the Huns, so this is all really really good stuff. But while that loads, but you're on a roll, Rob, so I don't want to interrupt you. Because it's really good.
I decided to bring this up.
It's really good stuff.
Because
even before, sorry, when you were, but you were on the stream, and I saw even Brother Yemeni, who I had like one or two conversations with. Really nice guy. Unfortunately though, him saying that he can't talk to you anymore. I think just to be frank with you, the three of you, right? You guys. I don't think a Muslim can really sit through this whole conversation, right? Like it's kind of hard to process. And it's not hard because the material is difficult, but for example, Rob, do you remember when you were on the stream, the four of them, and they said one of their retorts was, right, and it doesn't register for you, but it's where would he have gotten this legend from, right?
Yes, and that's the second point.
It's not that I think Jacob mentioned earlier on development. He was it's not that the ancient world wasn't familiar with these texts, right? But I think you were alluding it to earlier when you said the way this is the legends hobbled together is quite ingenious, though, and there's something supernatural you would have to say about which legends are being selected. Not in a good way. I'm not saying it's a praise from me per se, but in other words, it is very curious. The Proto-Evangelion of James, the Alexander Syriac, and then like you said, there's a lot going on with how the Jews would have understood all this, in other words, meanwhile Muslims today, we're trying to figure out behind which mountains are there two massive nations ready to go Hun, Attila the Hun, on Europe and Baghdad and India, just sack every country in the world, basically. In other words, it's a matter of dogma, right? Because this is in our holy book.
Mm-hmm.
The same way.
How could a 7th century Arabian dude know about anything happening over East except for imparted knowledge from the ether? But then at the same time, it's just slipped my mind.
I'll feel free to interrupt me.
Continue your point.
Yeah. Feel free to cut
There's
me
a
off.
question I was going to ask
Sure.
you.
So, you know, I think
yeah.
Muslims can't sit through this, you know, not because the material is difficult, but because what you're saying. So, you know, the way we would respond is, as you saw, is like, so like, and someone mentioned to you earlier, either also because you were jumping in and out of Clubhouse, you know, I think you like the abuse or something. But so the thing is that they say, like, you're saying that the prophet would have had a library, right? Like a library of Epiphanius, because you were bringing up Epiphanius, like, that was good too. Like, I love learning about each one of these, because you really, like, when you were going into the Wikipedia that you edit, the Wiki Islam that you edit, you really are becoming quite a amateur expert on the subject. It's very, and then so when I try to chew through it too, Epiphanius, and, you know, put that in the context of like everything that's going on.
I brought up the actual Epiphanius quote specifically when Noriah burns the ship.
Yeah, it's
on that
really,
stream with Yemeni. Yeah.
So I'm saying, so, you know, like, you are just going on, you know, with like juicy facts, right? Like juicy pieces of information. And this is all, in other words, their only response could be like, so you're saying he had like a Gnostic library and he was illiterate. So this is what, and so it's hard for you to understand that retort. So for us though, right, the miracle is just that, like, okay, we know he was illiterate, and we know not only like the legends, okay, fine. So like maybe like these legends proliferated throughout Arabia. Like it wasn't a backwater as people assume. It was actually like even a decent number of Christians and Gnostics floating around. So that's just it. I just think, like, you know, because obviously you're doing this to evangelize, right? So when you meet that block,
not just that, just like put aside, like, I'll be bluntly honest here. Evangelism is obviously on the heart for both of us. Like, in other words, for Muslims and Christians. At least, I don't know. I think the Muslim motivation for evangelism is the fear of hell, whereas I would argue that the Christian motivation for evangelism would be unseen realm language. In other words, adoption in Christ to become a child of God. No hell. There's no fear of hell in my mindset, at least. Mine is more come into the family of God, be conformed to Christ's image, you know, be adopted. Theosis stuff, you know. So that's my understanding as a side point based on my motivation.
Right,
but then at the same time, this is more an anthropological exercise. Like, in other words, I'm being neutral. Here's data point, 7th century data point. Here's
right. And especially, like you said, you know, you're also doing the internal critique, right? Because you said if this is a data download, then you should know that Babel means Gog and Magog. Sorry.
Exactly.
But, right.
Yeah. In other words, I should be aware.
You know, Neo in the Matrix.
Allah should be aware.
The Kung Fu, you know, like, if you want to.
Wait, what?
No, you know, he downloads the Kung Fu and they do that scene with.
I know Kung Fu. Yeah. The Matrix,
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think what he's saying is, Rob and I had a private conversation on Discord before this, and I was talking to al-Yemeni, and so I'm gathering that you are a Muslim, right? Okay, first I thought,
and he's a Trinitarian.
First I thought you weren't, because I was kind of surprised to see you here, but that's good. So for me, I'm trying to, like, I'm a pretty committed Christian, but, you know, there's a bit of doubt of, like, okay, well, Islam could be true, so I'm looking into this and trying to determine these things. And so I've been talking to al-Yemeni, and what al-Yemeni said was basically what you said, which was, he said that, you know, Rob is going to draw all these parallels, but what he's missing is this tie between how did the Prophet Muhammad get this information and how does he have access to these legends? Because obviously one of the straw men, I would say it's a straw man argument. One of the straw man argument that the Muslims gave in response to this accusation by Christians and Jews or whomever was that, well, how could the Prophet possibly have a literal, you know, like Nag Hammadi library of like all these Gnostic legends, and he's illiterate, so he can't be like copying it down into the Quran, you know. So I mean, that is one of the things that we're hopefully going to get to in this stream is like, how do we, how can we make a positive identification of like, this is
Epiphanius, by the way. I mean, like, I'm just saying, you know, like, I don't know too many illiterate people who know Epiphanius.
Yeah, honestly, Rob,
that's just me.
That is, I see. I wouldn't even have gone there. That's what I said. I was trying to say to you with Yemeni is like, I would have gone to like this because my understanding so far of this Syriac legend is that it was like orally present throughout, you know, the Roman Empire, the Persian Empire, the whole known world, including Arabia, probably. So, but then to go and say like, oh, like he knew about this obscure thing at Epiphanius, it seems kind of far fetched. And frankly, I mean, Anam makes a good point. If Muhammad or if Allah, the author of the Quran, whoever it was, Muhammad or Allah, or someone else, if it's God or not, it is bizarre that the author would have had like this knowledge, this obscure knowledge that we only discovered centuries later. Depending on how you spin that, I would say it's easier. It seems more like a miracle.
But let me just stick up for Rob for a sec, right? Because you know his point is though, like if that legend only comes from Epiphanius, you should actually kind of consider the historical implications because you know you're doing source criticism, right? Like the same way they're very eager to say, okay, New Testament parallels to whomever, right? Like Homer or whatnot. They would jump all over that. Then all of a sudden, when we say, well, here's Epiphanius, here's Syriac Coptic, legends that are well known at the time. So then you should also be able to do the same kind of source criticism, or like at least understand that, like, okay, well, there's a connection to be made here. That like there's not only one, there's like dozens of, and then but also like I said, just to if I could summarize, like Rob's point also. So the Quran, like the Quran thinks that the apocryphal text is the canon.
I'm sorry. I just think it's funny that like I'm explaining the Muslim point of view and you're explaining the Christian point of view.
Let me correct you. Over here. So but yeah. So the thing is though, so if you only know apocryphal legends and you think that's the canon, and you're like, oh well, remember when Alexander did this, and then it's as though you're citing canon. It's a very it points to the human origin or the historical origin or the anthropological origin, which Rob is suggesting.
I'm going to get into, so just as a spoiler, just to whet your appetite, Jacob, in the other article, which is the big one, I've only contributed to Wiki Islam onto the Dul Qarnayn page that we're going through, and this big one called Parallels Between the Quran and Late Antique Judeo-Christian Literature. Here's obviously the contents. As you can see, pretty much everything I try and keep bringing up on the streams. The very first context is this channels and circulation. How did Muhammad get it? And so I go into
excellent, because that's really what we're looking for. Is like
yes,
that's what al-Yemeni said to me in the email that I showed you, because he's like, hey, you can point out all these things, but hey, if he had no access to it, is it not like a miracle that he was given this knowledge of Dul Qarnayn and the seven sleepers and so forth? I mean, even in Surah Al-Kahf 18, it says, Muhammad, you didn't know this, but you got this from Allah because you had no idea about the number of people in the cave and so forth.
Right.
So, I mean, we would have to establish, in order to do this source criticism, we have to establish that there was a period of like direct link. And it's not sufficient to say, Yemeni pointed this out, and then hopefully we can move on, but like just to fully make his case, he's like, it's not sufficient to just say, oh, well, these things have this in common, and like Syria is pretty close to Arabia. We have to show that Muhammad was like directly in contact with Christians, and finally, that they were sharing these stories back and forth because, did you hear Yemeni's example of like he's in London, he lives near Sikhs, but he doesn't know a damn thing about Sikhism, right? So we'd have to show that they were communicating these legends from the Christians, whether it's Waraka or Najran or whatever. We have to like that they're communicating these things to Muhammad. Yep. So because I mean, again, we prove too much. If we prove that like Muhammad is knowing all these legends, and then it's like, well, because that was the first thing I was giving me in Dawah, is like, how did Muhammad know all this stuff? We have to, in order to show that this is not from God, we have to positively identify that it comes from man, this book, the Quran.
Yep.
So hope that makes sense.
Yep. No, completely.
Well, Unfortunately, they did give you a challenge that they won't accept the answer to either, because they have denied and denied and denied that history can prove anything, and then they demand that you
Exactly.
show them history.
They've exactly on development. They've then shot themselves in the foot 3 times now. Both times in both streams with Yemeni, and the other one with EF Dawa, where now you can't even trust anything in history anyway. Even if I were to then go
they
and
told you
like,
history
okay,
doesn't matter.
now what do you do with that then? Now you can't ask me to verify the second claim or the second question because you yourself out of your own mouth, no matter what I do, nope, the Quran is always going to be true. That's it. No questions. Just it's a revelation from God, and you can't.
Well,
make
and
a
so what we're
mistake,
doing
and-
here is like, at least for me, it's determining whether this is, for me, this is the strongest argument against the Quran. So I'm trying to see whether it follows or not, or if I need to move to
Yeah.
something else to test it out.
Yeah.
Well,
And then
That's
when
what I'm
they,
doing. That's
they
how I'm
brought up
getting
the
it tested.
parallels.
they brought up something that we can do, that we can show, whether they accept it or not. They gave us a challenge that we can fulfill. We can show that.
But then cognitive dissonance kicks in, and you're like, nope, I can see it, but nope. It's just, what do you do with that?
The problem that I was bringing up for them for this idea, which we don't have to cover here, but they're claiming that divine revelation automatically means it's true, and that's not true. That's a false premise.
Well, and so, I mean, the whole point, and like, maybe that's why Yemeni is so confident, is because there might not be absolute proof that we could tie this to. I mean, I don't know. I'll see what you got later, but the whole point is like, and he said this is a good thing for me to do. He's like, yeah, by all means, go and apply the test to the Quran, and you'll see that it's true. If you just study history and study the, I mean, what am I going to? I mean, like, I need an objective for me to look. For me as a Christian, to determine whether this book is from God or Muhammad is a false prophet, I need an objective criterion in order to determine. Like, I need a test to determine whether this is from God or not.
Right.
You know, like
And-
even the Bible, Deuteronomy 18:18, right? The false
Yep,
prophecy. Yeah.
The
as-
Quran
and-
gives you a
Mhm.
test. The Pharaoh's body is washed up. Go find it.
Yeah, I see some
Go
Islamic
find the
scholars actually
drowned
say
Pharaoh.
that's-
That is one of the tests in the Quran to prove the Quran is
Mhm.
true.
I have heard
Is it
Islamic
not?
scholars say that's not the case, though. I don't know. Maybe I don't know why.
No,
but, you know,
the
obviously
Quran
there are a lot of
actually says
Muslims who go to
that.
Ramesses, and yeah,
Yeah, the Quran actually says that some doubted. Oh, really?
it,
The
it
Pharaoh
does
was
seem like
indeed
that from the
judged?
Quran text itself to me as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but then
So-
why make the claim? Why do Muslims go and make, some of them make the claim? Oh, Ramses, Maurice Buccal, he investigated the body and it proves Surah 10. It is a sign that Allah drowned him. Then when we actually go to the guy, Maurice, and actually look at his credentials, look at his claim, all professional Egyptologists are like, who the hell is this guy? He's just like the Ron Wyatt for the Christians who made these grand claims that, like, for example, are you familiar with Ron Wyatt?
I'm not. No.
Okay, so Ron Wyatt, for example, claimed, he was the Indiana Jones of Indiana Joneses. He claimed that he found Adam's skull underneath where the cross was, that the blood of Christ trickled on and hit the skull, and then he took a sample of the blood of Christ, saying that it's 24 chromosomes, 23 female and 1 Y, which is just ridiculous biologically. He then goes out of his way to say the land formation in Turkey is Noah's Ark itself. Just
Yeah,
a
I've heard
lot
of,
of
I've heard of some of those
wild
claims
claims. And then young earth creationists like Ken Hovind, who apparently knew him when he was still alive, just repeated verbatim his same argumentation.
Mm.
So the Ron White for the Muslims was Maurice Buccal, who claimed that he did investigation on Ramses' body, saying that, oh, see, I've become a Muslim because exactly the way the body is, like drowning condition, is exactly the way the Quran depicts him as drowning.
Yeah. So I mean, the
It's
question is,
false.
okay. So if that would be a separate discussion. But like, you know, Yemeni told me, I don't remember if you were here for that stream or not. It might have been a separate stream between just us. But Yemeni told me like, okay, so you and Rob, I guess he lumps us together, but whatever. He said like, you non-Arabs, you cannot study the Arabic of the Quran to learn that it's a miracle. And he agreed, at least somewhat, that like we could never produce something if we knew Arabic, if we were Arab Christians. We could never produce like an Arabic translation of a psalm or something, or a fake Quran verse that rivals the Quran, because it's a subjective thing. Although he said it's objective, but he didn't explain how it's subjective, but he said it doesn't matter anyway to me because I don't understand Arabic. So then he says like, okay, well, what was the other thing he said? The test the Quran gives. Create something like it. If there's...
Yeah, the Quran says things like, well, produce a surah like it, which is
that's the
again,
main
just
one.
a ridiculous claim.
That it's impeccable. It's what's the word?
Right.
It can't be imitated. It's not the
Yeah.
word impeccable. It's something else. Imitable. I don't know. Why can't I think of it right now? There's another one that we could not. Oh, the Muhammad and the Bible one. That's it. Surah 7, right? Because the best we can, and obviously Yemeni has a different position on the what the Bible is than most Muslims. So
Yeah.
but from Yemeni's point of view, we just don't even have the Bible, so that's totally out. And he also said that he's the only Muslim I ever had admit this to me. He says that, well, there's no way you could actually positively identify Muhammad in the present day Bible. At best, you can go like, well, this verse is kind of like it, and there are Jews and Muslim and Christians.
I'm glad I'm hearing that, because
but it's not objective. It's just sort of. He told me it was like, okay, so I guess you weren't there for the stream. He told me it's basically like an internal feeling of like the people of the book will read this verse and they'll be like, oh, that's Muhammad, and they'll get all excited and convert to Islam. But I haven't gotten that. I've gone through all their verses and I'm just like, okay, that's not talking about Arabia. That's not talking about era. To me, it's just like pretty obvious. It's not. So the only thing I'm left with is like either test out or disprove perfect preservation, or I try to look at wherever the Quran comes from. It can, like what that Dawa person told me years ago when I was in high school. He said to me like, sorry, I wasn't in high school. I just got out of high school. I was 18. But anyway, so he said to me years ago, he was like, oh yeah, if you go to Muhammad, he could not have known anything about the previous scriptures or any of these stories. Therefore, that means he had to have gotten it from God. So that's what I'm trying to test. I hope this is the test I can do that finally gives me rest about Islam. I'm starting to despair a little bit that that nothing can disprove this religion. It might be unfalsifiable. I hope not.
Well, as a Christian brother, and we're Christians here, and so we have this thing called the Bible to be our guide, just as the Muslims are not. They don't waver. Notice this. They don't waver when it comes to the Quran. They are very strict and narrow and fundamental when it comes to the Quran. It's like the Quran's a guide, and that's it. They're polemic. Okay, let's return the favor by having the Bible then as our yardstick. Here's an example of what the Bible encourages its readers to do through the lens of Jeremiah. So Jeremiah 23. Oh, I forgot to share my screen. Here we go. This is what a prophet is meant to be according to the Bible. Oh, and by the way, I'm sharing here the that's a little bit of a live chat. TikTokers, even present-day TikTokers, still believe in the Ron Wyatt nonsense. Anyway, Jeremiah 23 has Yahweh through Jeremiah saying this. So this is what the Lord of the Heavenly Army says about the prophets. Don't listen to the words of the prophets who are prophesying to you. They're giving you false hopes. They declare visions from their own minds. They don't come from the Lord. They keep on saying to those who despise me, the Lord has said, and then this, you'll have peace. To all who stubbornly follow their own desires, they say, disaster won't come upon you. But who has stood in the Lord's counsel to see and hear his message? Literally, it's who has gone up within the divine council setting. Don't forget, the Quran has the same sort of thing, that the jinn try and hear the counsel. Who has actually gone to the Lord's counsel? Who has paid attention to his message and obeyed it? Revelation 4. How does Revelation 4 depict an example of this in New Testament times? So after these things, I saw a door standing open in heaven. The first voice that I had heard speaking to me like a trumpet said, come up here. I'll show you what must happen. Instantly I was in the Spirit, and I saw a throne in heaven. And so he's now in the council. John is now going to write as a prophet, just like Ezekiel was in the council, Jeremiah was in the council. Now John is in the council in heaven, going to recount what's going to happen. Do you remember the Muslim version of this? How Muhammad, Surah 17, he goes to the farthest mosque, and certain Muslims say, oh, that's the heavenly mosque. That's like the council Muhammad goes up to. In fact, there was like 3 layers. The third layer is Jesus, who was described as an average-looking man. Then he goes to like the 4th layer. Oh, that's Moses. He's like the black man. The highest level happens to be Abraham, and Muhammad describes him as a perfect physical-looking man. And then he, in a weird way, goes, oh, if you want to see the physicality of Abraham, well, I happen to be of the same body type as Abraham. Like, he even throws that in there for some odd reason. But the point is, you have a Muslim version of Muhammad also supposedly going into the council of Allah and hearing visions and so on. So, what's then the Bible's mandate with respect to the prophets? Where there are some who claim they speak on Yahweh's behalf, but they don't, because Yahweh says, I didn't communicate to them. And so then in the New Testament context, this is how you can recognize God's Spirit. Okay? In the letter of John, he's specifically talking about the incarnation. If a spirit acknowledges the incarnation of Jesus, then it's from God. So in that sense, stop believing every spirit. Instead, test the spirits to see whether they are from God.
Right.
Because many false prophets have gone out into the world.
Yeah,
So
I mean, obviously, according to the Bible, the Quran falsified, obviously.
Right.
But the Bible is what's being questioned here. So how can I use the Bible as a standard without then independently proving?
No, the Bible's not being questioned. No, not. So as
well, by
Christian,
the Muslims, it is. It's a battle between scriptures.
They are saying that the Torah and the Injil that the Quran talks about is not our Bible, so they have no other choice but to say, oh, because you have a corrupted version. You don't have the Torah and the Injil. Great. Now, where is that Torah and Injil? Oh, the only remnants of it we have of it left is the Quran and the Hadith. Great. Let's see what the contents of the Torah and Injil are. Oh, and we come across Surah 18. Now what? It happens to be a rehash of the Alexander romance? Is that the content of the Torah and the Injil? Among pretty much every recounting from Adam to Jesus, all of it is legend related? So, but that's not in my Bible, and I know my Bible has been preserved. Dead Sea Scrolls, Masoretic, Septuagint.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't so I had talked about Yemeni. The biblical preservation to me is a fairly high degree of certainty, but it's not like absolute. So for me, I've kind of gravitated towards focusing on like how can I disprove or prove the Quran? Because for me, I've already explained it's like there's really only a choice between Islam and Christianity. So I'm trying to objectively apply some tests to the Quran to like see like, aha, so here it's false because I mean I could try to empirically prove Christianity, but like I've just never been. I mean I put like a year, maybe not a year, but like 4 months into doing that, and I mean I'm fairly certain, but I don't have like empirical certainty. So obviously my attempt here is to like empirically prove
By the way,
Quran is. Go ahead.
By the way, Jacob, even if we disprove the Quran, that doesn't mean Christianity is automatically
well
true.
For me it's good enough. For me, I'm pretty sure. I don't think any other religion is seriously a challenge to Christianity. I don't.
Well, I left that comment in Discord, and I wasn't trying to talk too much, but my understanding and what I was trying to get across there was I would rather you be agnostic than go from one side to the other, because you can't reconcile some kind of conflict.
I only brought up the Bible passages in the context that we have the Bible itself being a corrupted text, giving very clear, peer-reviewed processes to follow, critical thinking processes to follow. Why would a corrupted text
Well, is that not
is
what
trying
we're
to go out of
doing?
its way to deceive people actually say correct things about how to be critical?
So, I mean, is that not what we're doing following the Bible and testing Muhammad's revelations, though?
Well,
Like,
we
we're
happen to be
testing his
Christian now
spirit,
following the
yes.
Bible. Right?
But
Well, how am I not following the Bible?
what's the Quran's criteria for knowing if something is from God?
I don't know whether it's affirmed by the Quran or not. The criterion sort of presupposes the Quran. That's why the Quran isn't questioned. So because I mean,
So
at the end of the day, the reason why they would take the Quran over history and science and that sort of thing is because they believe, at least according to the Muslim Lantern, they believe that the Quran is objectively proven by other means. Therefore, because it's objectively true, it is superior to any other, whether it's the Bible
proven by the
or
means. What would those other means be? For example, can we use history to verify? Yep, the Quran got that right, not the Bible.
well, they try to do that, yeah, quite often. Or the scientific
But
miracles.
then don't accuse me for doing history investigation.
Oh, I'm not. They are.
Don't. In other words, don't stop me from doing that when I ask you the historical questions. Oh no, you can't go there.
Well,
We
at
can't
the end of the
trust
day,
history.
listen. At the end of the day, there has to be a. There's a new guy here in the chat. There has to be it has to be falsifiable. I think it was said that if there's an unfalsifiable claim, like if I claim that I am, a prophet of the flying spaghetti monster, like the atheists love to make fun of us doing that. If it's not falsifiable, if it's unfalsifiable, then we can just reject it out of hand because, that's one thing I like about Islam is at least it attempts to give go to the Torah and the Injil and see that it confirms the revelation, or you can't make a surah like the Quran, so
then we can't do it.
Right, but as Yemeni pointed out, and he is the first Muslim I've seen admit this, most of those tests, 3 of those, the ones I mentioned, they literally cannot be accomplished by us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we can't do them because in his mind, we don't have the original Torah. We don't even have the corrupted version, so we can't find Muhammad in our scriptures.
Yep.
We do not speak Arabic, so we cannot see the objective perfection of the Quran that's godly, and I still feel like that's subjective because there are obviously Arabs who are not Muslim.
Also, I'll ask you a quick question, and then I would really like to continue on with this.
Yeah, I was hoping. We're getting cut off track, way off track. Actually,
when it says Muhammad written in the Torah and the Injil, okay. Trivia question, like a Sunday school question. What language did Abraham speak?
Chaldean,
Right.
Aramaic. I don't know.
Right, not Aramaic, like a type of Chaldean.
I actually don't know.
He meant to say
Akkadian.
or Akkadian.
Yeah.
That's not
What language? What language did Moses speak?
I don't know.
Probably Phoenician of some sort,
Exactly.
or like
Josh.
or an Ammonite type, or Moabite type language. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what the Mishnah Stella or the Meneptah Stella even gives us, that type of
Exactly.
At least, yeah.
There's no Hebrew tongue per se. So, but you're expecting me to have a Arabic term, Muhammad.
It would be considered archaic Hebrew, though, to some degree.
Yeah. But the point I'm saying is, you have the Quran saying that his name. So imagine Moses, right? Hey, Moses, in the Moabite tongue. There's someone going to come after you, Muhammad.
Ahmad. Yeah.
Where in Moabite do we phonetically even get such a term?
Who knows?
That is to him it'll sound like a weird gibberish speaking in tongues moment.
I've got a book here, actually.
And Josh, it's
that
good
actually-
to see you, brother. It's been a while.
Yeah, likewise. Good. It's
Yeah.
good. It's good. You've been hammering out the Islamic stuff I've been seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I hope
that's
you've
it.
been well.
Yeah, I've been all right. Yeah, just been working and kind of researching in the backgrounds as well. So
Good. All right, let's get into it. So, here we go. Remember the Huns, they speak a different dialect. So here we go. This is what the text says. Alexander said, quote, "This mountain is higher and more terrible than all the mountains which I have seen. The old men, the natives of the country, said to the king, Yea, by your majesty, my lord the king, neither we nor our fathers have been able to march one step in it, and men do not ascend it either on that side or on this, for it is the boundary which God has set between us and the nations within it. Alexander said, Who are the nations within this mountain upon which we are looking? The natives of the land said, They are the Huns. So there we have the specific identification in this legendary text. He said to them, Who are their kings? The old men said, Gog and Magog. There's no such thing as kings called Gog and Magog anywhere in history, except this legend. Alexander said to the natives of that country, Have they come forth to spoil in your days? The old men answered and said to the king, May God establish thy kingdom and thy crown, my lord the king. These fortresses, which have been overturned in our lands and in the lands of the Romans, what the heck are the Romans doing with respect to Alexander in the 300s? Have been overthrown by them. By them have these towers been uprooted. When they go forth to spoil, they ravage the land of the Romans and of the Persians. Oh, wait, what? How are the Romans and the Persians connected? I mean, yes, there's the Persian context, literally closer to the time of Alexander. And then they enter their own territory. Okay. What does the Quran now say? So they said, O Dul-Qarnayn, the Gog and Magog people do great mischief on earth. Shall we then render thee tribute in order that thou mightest erect a barrier between us and them?
You know,
Any contradiction?
what just pointed out to me is that like the Quran says that it's a people, which would be more in line with like the Huns or whatever, a nation. But
Don't forget, this is a translation that is not.
Oh, they have
copyrighted.
added that in the brackets, right, or the
Yes.
parentheses. Yeah, but okay.
Yes.
Well, if the Syriac,
I'll read Roger's translation here.
if the Syriac
Go for it.
identifies Gog and Magog as kings versus nations, that's a huge difference right there.
Mm-hmm. So here's Roger's translation. So they said,
Surely you
Dul-Qarnayn,
choose and Majuj.
surely,
Yeah.
see, it's not, there's no people, it's just Yajuj and Majuj are fomenting corruption on the earth.
Yeah, that's that would be the question, is whether the Quran is saying that these are like literally two guys named Gog and Magog, or it's like Gog and Magog are nations which are being held back by Dul-Qarnayn.
There you go. That's the question.
Yeah, could we? Do you have answers on that? Do we need to look it up?
No. That's the point. The Quran is summarizing it, but at the same time, if we had no idea of the romance, how do you make sense of this? Who's Yajuj and Majuj?
Well, the Quran already
are
does
these
that a
two
lot.
individuals?
It exists in the. It is. I think even Muslims have admitted this. I mean, because I know Gabriel Said Reynolds said it, but I think even Muslims have admitted it. That the Quran obviously exists, at least in the Medinan surahs, this is one of them for sure. It exists in the context of the Judeo-Christian, Byzantine, Persian, Middle East. So it's assuming that the hearers, people of the book, or even the pagans, have a knowledge of these these stories. Obviously, that's clear all over the Quran. Like, remember that when Moses did this. Remember when So I would assume it's just assuming that, like when I heard Gog and Magog, I heard about that in the Old Testament many, many years ago as a child, and I still know who Gog and Magog are today. So I'm assuming that's obviously why the Quran is saying that.
Do you see how earlier in the Romance,
like, does the Quran need to re-explain to the Arabs, like, oh, by the way, this is what Gog and Magog are? I know you guys are ignorant, but because a lot of the Quran isn't written for them.
Notice the fact that not even the Muslims themselves can
Well,
explain.
of course they don't,
Is
'cause
this a
they're not-
collective term, or is it two individuals? At least in the Romance, you can infer when it says, "Who are their kings?" plural. Well, to be in the plural, it's at least two or more.
Right, so it would be
He's
So-
saying there's a difference
King
between
1 and King 2. Yeah.
today Muslims are looking at this and they're not going to have the connection without these other references. But in the day that this surah was being revealed, they would have already been familiar with the Gog and Magog story. So they would have that in mind. So the Quran doesn't need to explain them.
Right.
Right.
So then
and
that
now
gets
notice
lost because you can deny the history of it.
Right. And notice that the translator of this translation specifically throws in an attempted understanding by saying people in the collective sense. Well, no, that's not even in Arabic first and foremost, and that's a faulty interpretation, assuming Gog and Magog is like a collective, like a merism, to mean this is what these people group are called, Gog and Magog. So at least we have, with respect to the romance, that says these are two specific kings. King 1 is called Gog, King 2 is called Magog. The Quran doesn't say it's people or two kings. It just says Gog and Magog are doing corruption. So, but how interesting. The romance then says, when they go forth to spoil, they ravage the land. What does Rogers' translation say? Corruption on the earth, corruption on the land. So then this leads now to the next part of the story. This building a barrier. So after speaking with the people about Gog and Magog, Alexander says he will build a barrier, a wall or a dam. Again, that we are hypothesizing what this barrier looks like, between the people and the tribes that harass them. Both stories that record Alexander proclaiming this in a speech. That's a key point to keep note of. So here's the story. When Alexander had heard about what the old man said, he marveled greatly at the great sea which surrounded all creation. Just like that map. Remember this map? This great sea that surrounds all of creation. And Alexander said to his troops, "Do ye desire that we should do something wonderful in this land?" They said to him, "As thy majesty commands, we will do." The king said, Let us make a gate of brass and close up this breach. Now, this iron brass thing is very interesting, which is going to be the next point after this. So the Quran then says, he said, quote, "The power in which my Lord has established me is better than tribute. Help me therefore with strength and labor. I will erect a strong barrier between you and them." The Drodge translation says, so remember, shall we pay tribute and build this barrier? So he said, "What my Lord has established me with is better. Help me with a force, and I shall construct a rampart between you and them." And then on it goes. Now, the dead giveaway. So far, it seems to be like summary, bullet point stuff. The dead giveaway now is the brass and the iron. This is very, very important. So another similarity between the two stories is that the wall will be made of both iron and brass. Here, the Quranic translators use different words for the second metal. So the attempted translations by Yusuf Ali was lead, Pickthall is copper, brass by Shakir. But the connection with the Sirach legend is apparent. So the legend says, "And Alexander commanded and fetched 3,000 smiths, workers in iron, and 3,000 men, workers in brass, and they put down brass and iron, and kneaded it as a man kneads when he works clay. Then they brought it and made a gate, the length of which was 12 cubits, and its breadth 8 cubits. And he made a lower threshold from mountain to mountain, the length of which was 12 cubits. This is what the Quran says. "Bring me blocks of iron at length when he had filled up the space between the two steep mountainsides. He said, Blow with your bellows. Then, when he had made it red as fire, he said, Bring me that I may pour over it molten..." Is it lead? Well, technically it's brass. So you have two occurring in the same thing with respect to the threshold language of mountain to mountain. So let's quickly look at Drodger's translation. So Rampart, right? Bring me blocks of iron. Until when he had made level the gap between the two cliffs, he said, blow, because notice the metalsmiths in a Romance sense. So until when he had made it a fire, he said, bring me blocks of brass. I will pour molten brass over it. So Drod is going straight to, he's just translating the Arabic directly. What I'll do now, just very quickly, actually I'll do that later because I was going to bring up, because Tessie did a big thing on this in his work that I quoted in my Daniel commentary. I'll bring that up later. What's your thoughts so far on that, Jacob? You could be muted.
Well, he might be away. I might just ask a question. Bith.
So yeah, my thought is it's interesting because I had actually
Wait,
dropped
what?
out.
John, I think he dropped out.
Hmm.
This is the relevant bit in the Tessie quote that I want to bring up. There we go. He's back. Yo.
Yeah, sorry, my microphone has like a cheap cable under it right now. I had to use another one that I had because the one it came with didn't work.
Yep.
Anyway, okay, so I was gonna say that I noticed that in other Quran translations it says iron and I think copper. So I mean it's a very minor difference, but they changed it from iron and brass to something else. But you're saying in the original it's iron and brass that the wall was made out of.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the fact that the Quran repeats specifically those two metals. Now, I might as well just do it for the sake of doing it because I wanted to say,
I see what you're getting into. Yeah.
with respect to Daniel, you have those two metals per se connected to Greek and Persia, as you can see over here. But there's an alternative critical perspective that the brass and the iron, the third and fourth beast, represent Alexander's first empire, then successors. Now, when you come specifically to Tessay's quote, let's see here. Skip. Okay. So in Tessay's work over here, the 2024 work, he says this. He goes that the Quranic narrative specifically elaborates on, I'm reading over here, on the Alexander story in the Syriac work is confirmed by an important detail that has escaped the attention of previous scholars, namely, the material composition of the gate erected by the two protagonists, Alexander and Dulcinea, in the Syriac and Arabic texts respectively. Like Alexander in the Syriac work, Dulcinea constructs his barrier from iron and bronze components. Syriac language does not distinguish between bronze and brass. Consequently, the Arab term for brass in Surah 1896 appears as an exact translation of the Syriac word bronze brass, so nakash. This coincidence is significant since all references to the motif of Alexander's non-apocalyptic gates in sources earlier than the Nishana mention only iron as the metal from which the barrier was made. This literary development is not coincidental and relates to the broader apocalyptic and political ideology expressed by the Syriac author in his work. So in other words, the introduction of bronze, okay, now notice this, the introduction of bronze as an additional material in the narrative reflects the author's intention to evoke the Daniel imagery with the succession of the empires, right, of the world kingdoms, with the ultimate goal of strengthening his reading about the special role that the Greco-Roman Empire would play in sacred history. So not even related to Quran, right? Not even related to Muhammad and Arabia. The later Syriac author of the Romance is doing his own thing. He's like, yeah, I'm aware of a bronze and iron composition of Nebuchadnezzar's image. And how am I going to rework that with respect to my current situation polemically? And that guy named Alexander, and the legend we're cropping up, or that he's a Christian and doing this and that, and he's going to make this gate to keep the Huns away, and they're connected to Gog and Magog. Because see, Gog, Magog is apocalyptic imagery, and oh yeah, if you have the third component of the image being brass and the fourth component being iron, and so therefore the third is connected to Greece and the fourth is connected to Rome, and we are living in a Roman setting at the moment, but I know Alexander was Greek, and so he just mashes these two like a midrash, these two material components. Oh, you're saying three?
There's a third. What is mentioned about the feet of the statue?
The clay.
The clay.
Mixing,
because when you read that part, they needed the iron and the brass like a potter needs his clay.
Nice.
I was like,
they
did what? And then when you show the statue, I was like, that's where that comes from.
Yes, nice catch. Yes, I didn't even think of that. I'm gonna add that in the article. Wow. Yeah, good point. And so therefore, if there is a plagiarizing or a borrowing, this is like smoking gun for me. It's this point, and that is, why does the Quran should just stuck with one of the metals. No, the Quran says. Let me just read this again. Notice Tessay's point that Dul-Qarnayn constructs his barrier from iron and bronze components. Now,
the ultimate goal of strengthening his reading about the special role in the Greco-Roman Empire would play in sacred history.
No, not this one. The point is that the later Nashana text. So you have an evolution of this Alexander Romance in these recessions. It's the later one, but that still predates the Quran, but it's later, that shoves in the added iron brass juxtaposition with respect to the apocalyptic image of the statue. And that's the point. If we are talking about a non-borrowing, the Quran would have actually done well to avoid any mention of what material he used. But the Quran uses specifically the brass iron added in detail that was added in the updates of the Alexander Romance to fit that Daniel imagery. And that is not a coincidence. That is deliberate. In other words, the author of Surah 18 is aware, basically in writing per se, of these two particular materials that were used as per the Nashana.
So wait a second. If it's intentional, then that means the compiler of the surah at this point is looking at the biblical text next to it?
No. So I'll read what Tessa is saying. So you have Dul-Qarnayn constructing his barrier from iron and bronze components. Syriac language does not distinguish between bronze and brass. So the Arabic term brass is also the Syriac word nakash. Okay, this coincidence is significant since notice this is the point. Since all references to the motif of Alexander's gates in a non-apocalyptic sense, before it became apocalyptic, in a non-apocalyptic sense, in sources earlier than the Nashana, okay, the Romance in a more skeletal form, in a proto form, mention only iron as the metal from which the barrier was made. Then, by evoking Daniel imagery, because there's a brass component connected to the Greeks and iron to the Romans, then you have a literary development taking place. that is not coincidental and relates to the broader apocalyptic and political ideology expressed by the Syriac author in his work building on this Alexander romance. So the introduction of not just iron but also bronze as an additional material in the narrative reflects the author's intention to evoke that Daniel imagery on the succession of the world empires, with the ultimate goal of strengthening his reading about the special role that Greco-Roman Empire would play in sacred history. Because see, Greece and Rome in the third and fourth beast context, Greece being brass, Rome being iron, and then how undevelopment has an eye for catching on that. The feet are like this, like a kneading. That kneading language is what you do with clay. Because, by the way, it actually says clay. Like when we actually go back to the romance itself, it says here, see, workers in iron, right? Workers in brass, needed it as a man needs when he works clay. That is a beautiful connection there on development. The fact that even clay is mentioned. Okay, so Jacob, do you see this as like it's right there? Like you can't avoid this. I mean, if you were a Muslim, I'm saying, like hypothetically. If you're muted, by the way, if you're speaking.
Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to play devil's advocate here. It definitely seems very clear. I like how, in relation to what I said earlier, there's a more clear between two mountains language in both the Syriac and the Quran right now. I mean, again, I can just hear. I missed a lot of my recording of the stream. Anyway, yeah, so I can just hear Yemeni going like, but what's the tie between, how do we tie it back to the Prophet? I know you're probably trying to get into that later.
That's the later.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what keeps. I know it's like the third time I brought it up now,
but
it keeps coming to my mind because I mean, all of this it's interesting, but that's kind of the missing link, and that's something that our Muslim friend was saying earlier when he came into the stream. He was like, well. Yeah. Isn't this a miracle? Because how could Muhammad have known all these things in the Nishana? And see, he got it from, I mean, I guess that's kind of strange that Allah considers the Nishana. Maybe the Nishana is just an accurate thing of history. I don't know. But anyway, I'm not saying that it implies that the Nishana is inspired or anything like that. I've had people make that argument. I don't think so.
Yep.
But still
at this point doesn't confirm that this being divinely given to Muhammad means that it's true either. It could, as people have suggested as a possibility, it's demonic.
Yeah, but then how? See, that's outside the realm of like verifiable, testable things. At that point, we're just going by. Well, that's kind of what I'm trying to do. Go ahead.
If you put on your theistic hat, and as a Christian. That's why I brought up the whole Jeremiah thing as an example, where if you believe in the supernatural, you can go there. If you're an atheist,
but we can't ever prove that.
But they believe in the supernatural,
and they say the Bible is demonically, corruption and blah blah blah.
Right.
I don't know if they do.
And they're saying their claim is, if it's from, a spirit, if it's not from man, it is true. That's their claim. They're saying there's no possible way that it could be from something other than man, that it can be supernatural and not be true.
Yeah, I have
false.
seen them try to address that. Yemeni actually has done like a 2 or 3 hour stream specifically on like this question of whether the Quran is demonically inspired or not. I mean, he claims to be an exorcist. He claims that the Quran chases away jinn and demons, therefore it's of God. So my point is, like, they have an Arabic word for it. It's an actual thing where they do prayers over people in the Quran and stuff, recite the Quran in Arabic. So anyway, my point is, like, I'm trying to look at like objective. I don't want to just do that. I have a friend, my best friend actually, where he just straight up thinks that the the Quran is demonic. I don't want to go there because it's kind of the same thing that the Muslims
Then you don't
do
have
with like.
to. I'm not saying
Well, you
that's
know what
Yeah,
they do with
I'm
church
not-
history, Christian
I'm not
miracles. They
bringing
try to
that
say
up for that
demons.
reason. I'm bringing that up to say that can be dismissed first.
Oh, right. So yeah, what they're saying is there is the implication that like if we rule out, because this is what Yemeni's trying to do with me, he's trying to rule out any human excuse that we can say that Muhammad got these things from people. And if we do that, therefore we establish the Quran is supernatural. Therefore, if he couldn't have access to it because he's Muhammad is in the desert, ignorant. Therefore,
Yeah.
the supernatural origin of the Quran means it must come from Allah.
So then,
Right, that's what they're
okay.
saying.
But what our development then is saying is, okay, supernatural in what sense? Because
Not
if you're going to stick within the narrow confines of what Yemeni is wanting you to believe, that like you have no other option but it's supernatural, then that goes straight back to Jeremiah 23 and 1 John 4 again, that you have doctrines of demons as a potential reality.
But that's why I dismiss that as the first. Like that can't even be an option for me, because there's it's not an internal critique, because the Quran doesn't have any way of critiquing whether a spirit is telling the truth or not. It just doesn't have it. And if they're going to use the Quran to say that the Quran is the proof text, then it doesn't give proof. So you can't claim that it's like supernatural and therefore true. So don't make the claim.
Yeah, all you can do is say it's supernatural, because the Bible affirms that you can have supernatural influence from not God. And how do I know? Why would I then go there with respect to the Quran? Because then the true God wouldn't make historical blunders like this.
So
I mean,
now we go
so you're trying to say that a demon would err in like
deliberately,
stupidly,
just like how Satan misquotes scripture deliberately, like the temptations of Christ.
Okay, because I mean, I brought this argument up to Muslims. I still had. Oh no, I think I deleted it actually. But I used to have this debate I had with Muslims, and I tried to argue that, well, guys, the Bible says that that there will be false prophets who will work miracles, and so therefore they were trying to give me dawah and saying that Muhammad's miracles validate his prophethood, and I was like, aha, but he could be doing miracles by Satan, and then basically the discussion ended up being, well, then how do you determine whether objectively that you're not coping and just attributing this to Satan when it comes from God? And then likewise, they do the same thing with Christians and our miracles, saying that they're all from jinn and demons and so forth. So I don't like going. You see why I don't? I mean, if you think, I know you don't know me personally, but like if you did, you would understand that I try to think things through very objectively. And if I can't do that here, if I'm just guessing and playing it, rolling dice and like hoping I get it right, I can't do that. I can't move forward. I have to have like empirical, like that's what I'm trying to do with source criticism, because I want to be like, okay, we can demonstrably prove that this is, if we get it to a supernatural origin, if we narrow it down to that, then we could maybe discuss from there, debate. I don't know how we would, but Yemeni seems to think this would work. We could then discuss whether it comes from God or Satan, I guess. That's what Yemeni thinks. I don't know how that would work, but Yemeni thinks so. But what I'm still clinging to, because this is my original understanding, that Muhammad got it from man, and so I'm trying to prove that. I may have to shift my my polemic, but in my head, I'm like, that has to be true, because if it's supernatural, I mean, part of my thinking is if it's supernatural, then how do I prove it's from God or the devil? Otherwise, I just have to like be like, because look at what the Muslims do, right? Or what a lot of the ignorant Christians do, is they just blindly believe that the Quran or the Bible is true, and therefore anything that contradicts that is false. And I'm like, well, these books are both in question, so I'm trying to look at the books and objectively determine which of them is real, because obviously they contradict and they can't be harmonized. So there's a clear
remember how when we
false
were on the
message in one of
stream
them.
with another person, another Muslim friend of Yemeni's, I forgot his name, but he used a tattooing analogy, like it was a reset.
Yeah. That was the common sense Muslim. I remember that.
Yeah, and he said it was a reset. Now, this is going to go into a whole other discussion, which I'd like to share with you some other time, but Undevelopment and Josh will know exactly what I'm getting to. There's two passages in the Old Testament that are the fulcrum of the whole biblical epic. Deuteronomy 32 verse 8 and Psalm 82. These two passages. Deuteronomy 32:8 is a summary verse, 8 and 9, with respect to the third rebellion that happened in Genesis 11. So you have 3 cosmic rebellions. Chapter 3, chapter 6, and chapter 11 of Genesis. He starts with a clean slate. Remember that clean slate language he used with Arabia. Clean slate with Abraham, Genesis 12.
Yeah, Arabia didn't have the corrupted scriptures. It was clean.
So according to the
undefiled.
Bible story, Abraham, as a polytheist, as Joshua 24 says he is, God takes him uniquely and deliberately at an old age with Sarah, renames them, makes a covenant, and he's going to start clean slate with him, this thing called Israel. Deuteronomy 32:8 literally says, with respect to everyone else, they're now subjugated to the other gods. And that explains the ancient Near Eastern distribution and the gods and their religions and so on. Fast forward through the Old Testament, basically you have Israel, this language like Israel is a light to the nations. Israel is the means by which the Messiah will come down and somehow reverse all this. So finally, when you reach the Jesus situation, where then he's engaging deliberate geographical locations by engaging the unclean spirits that are associated with the distribution, Acts 2 is Pentecost as a reversal of the Table of Nations dispersion. Because Luke lists all the nations from Genesis 10 and 11 from an east to west sweep of them hearing the gospel message. And then the gospel spreads out like a virus, reclaiming back what was lost at Babel. Because see, Satan himself in Luke tells Jesus, these would give, I'll bring it up, because I want to get back to what we're getting at, but I just want to show you this. Satan says, so the devil took him up, over here, took him up to a high place, showed him all the kingdoms of the world in an instant. I will give you all this authority along with their glory because it has been given to me, and I give it to anyone I please. So how is God, which obviously you and I as Trinitarians, we believe Jesus is part of the Trinity. How is God in Jesus going to get the nations back in a righteous way? He can't just snap them back from Satan. Just because he's Satan doesn't mean God has to act unrighteously. Somehow he has to righteously buy them back, ransom language, and defeat Satan. And do other things like atone for sin, defeat the grave. All of this in one act, which is the cross and the resurrection. So therefore, where am I going with this? Now this is my personal beliefs coming in now. Yes, I believe that the Quran is a human book, but also inspired by Satan. And here's why. Because every element of the Quran is so precisely anti-Bible to try and reverse the Deuteronomy 32:8 scenario. In other words, you have Deuteronomy 32:8 happen, God dispersing humans. It looks like Satan won in that sense. But he bought them back, Pentecost, defeated Satan at the same time by doing that. How is Satan going to bring it back to like a Babel scenario? Well, it's interesting that this religious text that we call the Quran happens to be point for point everything we believe as Christians. No Trinity, Jesus, there's no such thing as God being the Father. Jesus is not the Son of God. Jesus is not the second person of the Trinity. There is no atonement for sin. On it goes.
It's a
And at the
polemic
same time,
against
you
the
have a
foundation of the gospel.
geographical, like Allah is married to geography. Notice that Pentecost, moving forward, is not concerned with geography. Yes, as people localized geographically, but God then transcends geography. There's no need for a localized temple or like localized worship. You could be on Mars and still be a Christian and worship Jesus. But the Quran has a deity that seems to want, like he's frustrated, like, I need to get back a look. Hence the so-called reset, starting in Arabia and then spreading out. So I see the bigger picture in that sense, and that goes into a whole other in the weeds with respect to that, basically. But Josh, you were going to say something?
No, it's just interesting. It's almost like a polemic against the foundation of what Christianity is built upon.
Yeah. And so, also what I was going to show you, Jacob, is look at this in Galatians, where Paul says, I'm astonished that you are so quickly deserting the one who called you by the grace of the Messiah, and instead of following a different gospel. But then he clarifies and says, not that another one really exists. To be sure, there are certain people who are troubling you and want to distort the gospel about Christ. And now, in what sense? Even if we or an angel from heaven should proclaim to you a gospel contrary to what we proclaimed to you, let that person be condemned. So, why is Paul worried about a potential divine influence of a corrupted gospel? Because that is a possibility. There can be the possibility of supernatural inspiration that is deliberately designed to...
Right, yeah, that does seem like the
anti-
Book of Mormon and the Quran, right? Delivered by
Exactly.
to a prophet through angels. Sort of
power.
undoes
What do
everything the Bible
what do
teaches.
Mormon missionaries do, by the way? What do they... Oh, I feel a warming in the heart that this is true. Because of a peculiar reference in James, they're like, if you have a warming of the heart, then you know that this is true.
I don't know if James even says that. It says, ask of the Lord and you shall receive wisdom. But anyway, there's some
No, but
verse
that's
they're
what
drawing
Mormon
it from,
missionaries... That's how they interpret that.
There's something they're getting that from, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's...
It's also a very Methodist way of thinking, and they were influenced by the Methodists in early America. But anyway,
Yeah.
if I can comment on the... excuse me, I'm sick, as you know. If I can comment on the Quran being anti-Bible, yeah.
Yep.
But you see, for the Muslims, they spin that around as like, Alhamdulillah, it's a miracle, because like the Bible is leading people. And this is what Yemeni said to me. He's like, it's not your fault, but you've been exposed to this satanic book that undoes Allah's plan by doing everything we said. And so the Quran is coming to fix it. I mean, you see how like our God is Satan to them and their God is Satan to us. I mean,
yes.
it's really astounding. I saw this in your stream with him and Yemeni and Common Sense Muslim, where like it's astounding how it's like color corrected, like polar opposites. What's the word I'm looking for? We're getting way off topic, but like
yeah, we are.
But like,
well, it's not. It is.
Well, it is relevant to the greater Islamic Christian discussion that we've been having for since the 8th century, or 6th century, whatever, or 7th. But yeah, it certainly is like, whether you look at it as being Satan trying to undo the Bible or God trying to rescue us from the corruption of the Bible, there's definitely a correspondence, as Gabriel cited, Reynolds pretty much proved. There's definitely a correspondence between the Quran and the Bible. The author of the Quran is aware of the Bible. He's aware of the message of it, I think, outside of people trying to say he gets Trinity wrong and stuff. It's a whole different discussion. But he's basically aware of the Bible. And, even the atonement, it says, like, every man shall bear his own sins in the Quran, right? And Muslims are always disgusted at the idea that Christ has to bear the sins of the Christians for us to be saved, and we don't atone for it ourselves. So, yeah, there's definitely maybe I'll have to shift to believing the Quran is supernatural now, but maybe I'm scared to do that because it's like, how do I know whether it's God or Satan?
I've always said there's a supernatural element to it.
Yeah, I've never wanted to believe that.
Supernatural element. But what we're seeing here with these side by sides, like here's the romance, and not just the romance, but this is its like version before the Quran arrives. This is the Syriac. These are the connections between the Syriac and the Quran. So you have it coming all the way down, all these different elements combining into this version. And then it's not like, okay, here's the version in the Quran. It's what would we expect for someone to hear this, be taught this, or like have someone read this, like for this to exist somewhere, and then for someone to hear it and bring it back to people and recite it. Now, the whole thing isn't given in one day.
Oh, and just quickly, on development on that, to you, Jacob. When they and Yemeni confirmed that this is in the biography of Muhammad, but then at the same time Muslims push back and say, oh, but it's slightly weak. Do you remember the first thing that the Jews are doing when they hear of him, this so-called illiterate guy claiming to have downloaded information from God? The first questions that they ask, do you remember what those questions were?
No.
Okay. Let's bring it up.
Is it, what was the first, talking about the first surah that was revealed? Or?
No.
Was it where they asked him if he's brought a miracle, like Moses?
No, I'll bring it up. This is
okay.
Just so I don't also misquote what the scholarship is also saying. Here we go. Let's see.
While you're looking for that, so there are moments, and I just heard this today, so it's fresh in my mind. There are moments when argument from silence actually works, and it's when you would expect to see something and you don't see it. So, but what we would expect to see from this transmission is what we see. So it's not about missing information or missing connection. We expect this. We see it.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So, the leaders of the Quraysh sent this individual, Nadir, and Uqba to Yathrib to seek the opinions of the Jewish rabbis regarding Muhammad. The rabbis advised them to ask Muhammad 3 questions. Recount the tale of young men who ventured forth in the first age. Narrate the story of a traveler who reached both the eastern and west ends of the earth. And provide details about the spirit. Does this sound like a particular chapter of the Quran?
The young man who ventured forth in the first age. I see the comparison, like, okay, he reached both the eastern and western ends of the earth. That's probably al-Qarnayn. Details about the spirit. I don't recall, does Surah 18 talk about Jibril at all? Or the Ruh, or whatever of Allah?
Well, we're going to keep reading in this.
The tale of the young... What was the other one? The tale of the young man who ventured first.
Yeah.
I don't know what that's talking about at all.
Okay, so
it could. Ventured forth, young man. It could be Alexander. It could be al-Qarnayn. But
no. That's the 7 sleepers. It's the 7 sleepers. Also,
the tale of young men who ventured. Oh, young men. Okay, well, maybe.
Right, because you can see here that there are connections here. 7 sleepers, theories about Alexander. So, if Muhammad answered correctly, they stated, he would be a prophet. But correctly in what sense? Otherwise, he would be a liar. When they returned to Mecca and asked Muhammad the questions, he told them he would provide the answers the next day. Oh no, but the download bandwidth was 10 kilobytes per second. So 15 days passed without a response from his God, leading to gossip among the Meccans and causing Muhammad distress. At some point later...
Well, hold on. Okay, so this is I saw what you said under here. So the Muslims themselves are saying this is the background of Surah 18, correct? He was asked about the al-Qarnayn and about the spirit and about...
I can't answer that question. That's a question for Yemeni to answer. What I'm saying is this is in the biography. That you have leaders of the Quraysh sending these 2 guys to seek opinions of the Jewish rabbis regarding Muhammad. So what like imagine you're a rabbi and some dude is coming to you saying, "Hey, there's a guy who is illiterate, but he's getting these advanced like knowledge of stuff. Is he speaking on behalf of the true God?" And so therefore, I would like to think that the rabbis know that these are tales of the ancients. These are legends. And so then it's a litmus test. Allah should know better. If this guy, like how Jeremiah 23 says, if it's a true prophet that's actually getting real information from the true God, and but at the same time he doesn't know any better, right? If he answers with respect to these tales, so in other words, there was no seven sleepers, there was no Dul Qarnayn, great, because yeah, no illiterate guy would get that correct. But if there's
Right.
someone teaching him false ideas, and then he's going out of his way to say, but I'm illiterate and this is downloaded information from Tank, using Matrix terminology, then he's a charlatan. And and so the point here in this particular context is, what did the Jews then think after Muhammad gave his response? They disbelieved.
So are these details, because these are really really suspicious details? Is the 15 days to provide a response date, is that in the Sirah?
Well, according
Is that in the
to
Islamic sources? Because
according to the
because criterion of embarrassment, that probably really happened. That a lot of the hadith that are embarrassing.
yeah, this is not made up
Sirah.
stuff. So 15 days passed.
That was
without a
actually something that
response.
Yemeni did with me. He was trying to prove that your hadith are true because he's like, but there's so much stuff that's really embarrassing about the Prophet, and that means that it's from God. And I'm like, okay.
Well, here we
Because
go.
they're being honest, because they're telling all this embarrassing stuff, like Aisha and all that.
Yeah, so
So,
let's keep
Interesting.
reading. At some
Yeah.
point later, the angel Gabriel, conveniently, came to Muhammad and provided him the answers. In response to the first query, the Quran tells a story about a group of men sleeping in a cave, which scholars generally link to the legend of the seven sleepers of Ephesus. For the second query,
Wait, Islamic
Quran
scholars
speaks-
or secular scholars? Because there's a big difference. Like Orientalists or Islamic scholars?
well, obviously the Orientalists.
Because but if the it would have been stronger if like the tafsir were like, this is where because I could have sworn I heard
I
this,
haven't.
like, do you know that there is a tafsir, like most of the surahs in the Quran that are like big deal like this? Isn't there usually a tafsir where they explain like, oh, this is the background, the Jews came to Muhammad, and I could have sworn I heard like that type of deal for this on some other, I don't know where it was, but like I could have sworn I heard that this was there was an Islamic source that explained the historical background of why this Surah 18 was revealed, and it sounded pretty similar to what you're talking about here. So maybe I can find that and give that to you. But I could have sworn there was. But go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to bring up the tafsirs on that part of the cave thing to show you what the traditional Muslims were saying. But Seven Sleepers is the connection. Then Alexander Romance, which is what we're going through at the moment, is the next part with the two horns. And as for the third query concerning the nature of the spirit, the Quranic revelation asserted that it was beyond human comprehension. Neither the Jews who devised the questions nor the Quraysh who posed them to Muhammad converted to Islam upon receiving the answers. But then it says, Nadir and Uqba, notice this, were later executed on Muhammad's orders after the Battle of Badr, while other captives were held for ransom. As Uqba pleaded, but who will take care of my children, Muhammad? What does Muhammad respond? Hell. Now, if ever that was the most, the bite model in cultism, like I'm talking not occult, I'm talking about cults like Jehovah's Witness, Mormon. These guys are not convinced. Muhammad, in his narcissism, is like, I have a gripe with these people, kills these guys. These guys are pleading. Okay, what about our children? What's Muhammad's, like his hatred, his anger? Hell, even for their kids. Just because they didn't believe. let's come back to so we just done the molten brass and lead. Iron and molten brass. Now this
Yeah.
cannot
So
be
on
breached.
that, the original, what is the Quranic like? What? Okay, like I said, I saw a translation where it said copper or something different than brass, and
No.
perhaps
So
that
these
was
are the attempted translations. Remember, I specifically then using Grodge and Tessie's latest works, iron and brass with respect to the Syriac loanwords. It's very deliberate, and the proto version of the Romance just had iron. Then it was updated by later Syriac authors to include the brass element because they wanted to marry the Greek and Roman empires as per Daniel's eschatological image. And the Quran takes that addition, which is in itself a big red flag. It's like, oh wow, okay, to really go down and include the Nishanas, specifically the Nishanas modification of that text. Okay, so cannot be breached. After constructing the barrier, the Syriac legend says that it is very difficult to penetrate and the Huns will not be able to dig under it. A similar phrase is used in the Quran to convey that the barrier is very difficult to pass. So the text says, he fixed the gate and the bolts, placed nails of iron and beat them down one by the other, so that if the Huns came and dug out the rock, which was under the threshold of iron, even if footmen were able to pass through, a horse with its rider would be unable to pass, so long as the gate that was hammered down with bolts stood. What does the Quran do? Thus were they made powerless to scale it or to dig, to scale or dig through it. Same concept. They can't dig out or pass under, right? It's the same sort of thing going on here. It's just summarized. What about this destroyed at the end times? An often overlooked aspect of the story is that it ends, and this is Anam's point, is that it ends with a prophetic prediction of the wall being destroyed and the tribes of Gog Magog surging and destroying everything in their path. In particular, it notes that this will occur on the day of judgment when the, quote, trumpet is blown and the people of the world are gathered together to account for their sins. The Syriac legend also ends with a similar prophecy that likewise occurs when the nations have been gathered together at the end of times. Josh, you're breathing on the mic.
Am I? Sorry.
Play that cyberpunk.
heavy breathing of
background music.
irritation. He's just like, you know.
No, my
remember-
apology.
I
I've
remember
got
when
this
Josh had his
mic in my
mic
mouth.
off and was playing cyberpunk music at the back. Okay, and the Lord will gather together the kings and the hosts which are within this mountain, and they shall all be assembled at his beck, and shall come with their spears and swords, and shall stand behind the gate, and shall look up to the heavens, and shall call upon the name of the Lord, saying, O Lord, open to us this gate. And the Lord shall send his sign from heaven, and a voice shall call on this gate, and it shall be destroyed and fall at the beck of the Lord. Think like Jericho sort of imagery. And it shall be opened by the key which I have made for it, and a troop shall go through this gate which I have made, and a full span shall be worn away from the lower threshold by the hoofs of the horses which with their riders shall go forth to destroy the land of the command by the command of the Lord. Okay, so this is the Lord God doing this, okay? Quran. He said, this is a mercy from my Lord, but when the promise of my Lord comes to pass, he, Allah, will make it into dust. And the promise of my Lord is true. On that day we shall leave them to surge like waves on one another. The trumpet will be blown, and we shall collect them all together. This is George's translation. Let's see. So they were not able to surmount it, nor were they able to make a hole in it. Okay, that's what we just read about this digging language. He said, "This is a mercy from my Lord, but when the promise of my Lord comes, he will shatter it." The promise of my Lord is true. Notice in his translation, it's emphatic. It's true. "We shall leave some of them on that day crashing into each other, and there will be a blast on the trumpet, and we shall gather them all together." And then it goes straight into present Gehenna on that day to the disbelievers and blah, blah, blah. And so,
I have
mhm.
a question about so that Alexander Romance, and this is something that I was looking for, doesn't mention a trumpet blast. Now, hold on. It does, but it doesn't. So where is the Quran getting the trumpet blast?
That's a good
Because
question.
I mean, from my perspective, that's an interpretation of the Romance.
But did you notice this voice?
Yes,
Yes.
that's. So I'm wondering where, like, how do they know that connection?
Right. So, Jacob's back. You there?
Yeah, Mike again.
Did you miss any of that?
No, I heard. I heard the whole thing. You're good.
Okay. On development, I was wondering that myself, if there is some sort of cognate trumpet voice. The voice of the Lord is like a trumpet. Like, I was also wondering the same thing.
Well, I mean, it could just be obviously St. Matthew's Gospel mentions like elsewhere the trumpet of the of the resurrection, and I mean that's the Quran clearly.
See, the Lord shall send his sign from heaven, and a voice shall call
Well,
on
I
his
mean,
day.
what I'm saying is like to fit the theory that we started the stream with, that it's I guess it doesn't have to say that it all comes from here. It actually doesn't fit that theory. It could just be like elsewhere in the. Yeah, you got it down here. The trumpet will be blown.
Yep.
Like in the Christian and Jewish sources and the Islamic sources, we already have this concept of the day of judgment is preceded by the trumpet being blown, right? So it's probably already been said in the Quran before. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're gonna read Ibn
That's-
Kathir's tafsir on the trumpet.
That's what I was thinking, actually, because I do remember hearing it earlier in this. But Andrew, thank you for the link. Although the link doesn't mention this trumpet blast, it mentions one a little later. And I think there was one a little earlier in 18, which does associate the voice of the Lord sounding like a trumpet. Or perhaps it was in the Romance earlier that the voice is like a trumpet. So there could still be some, like, remembering that part, but placing it down here. But we did go over that. I did see that earlier in this thing that you're presenting here.
Yeah. So there's this. By the way, there's a second reference. So you have 1898. Gog Magog is mentioned in 21 of the Quran, in isolation, by the way, where it says, "So whoever does righteous deeds while is a believer, no denial will be there for his effort," and blah blah blah. There is a prohibition upon the people of a city which we have destroyed, that they will ever return until when the dam of Gog and Magog has been opened, and they from every elevation descend. And when the true promise has approached, then suddenly the eyes of those who disbelieve will be staring in horror while they say, "Oh, woe to us, we have been unmindful of this, rather we are wrongdoers." And then the whole Allah, indeed you disbelievers and what you worship other than Allah are the firewood of hell. So then Ibn Kathir's tafsir says this: We shall leave some of them like to surge like waves, meaning mankind on that day, the day when the barrier will be breached, and these people, Yajuj and Majuj, so he sees us as people, not the kings, will come out surging over mankind to destroy their wealth and property. As Sudi said, that is when they emerge upon the people. All of this will happen before the day of resurrection and after the Dajjal, as we will explain when discussing the ayat. Now, who's the Dajjal, Jacob?
The Dajjal is the Islamic Antichrist, like one-eyed
Right.
guy.
Right.
That's all I
So
know, pretty much.
notice that the surah is very apocalyptic, just as the Alexander Romance is also apocalyptic.
Uh-huh.
Okay? As we will explain when discussing the ayat. And Ashur, the trumpet will be blown. So Ashur, as explained in the hadith, is a horn that is blown into. The one who will blow into it is the angel Israfel, peace be upon him, as has been explained in the hadith quoted at length above, and there are many hadiths on this topic. So,
The angel Israfel, peace be upon him.
Yeah, like
I still can't get over the peace be upon him, like mandatory every time. Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right, so it's an angel blowing the trumpet that's already in the Christian apocalyptic understanding, right? So
Yep.
I think someone in your comments said it's also in the Apocalypse of St. John. We got either an Anglican or a Catholic here. It's the Apocalypse of St. John the Divine. I love the way you talk, brother. Anyway, yeah, so it's already in he means Book of Revelation. So, but I was also talking about St. Matthew's Gospel.
Oh, that iReview is Anam, by the way.
He's a what?
iReview was Anam who came up here.
Really?
The guy in the chat is Anam that you just spoke with. Yeah.
My God. Okay. I rescind the spiritual consent. No,
he's a Trinitarian Muslim.
You're joking, right?
I'm not joking. He worships the Trinity, but he has, because of his heritage, he still very much appreciates the Quran.
Okay. You got some weird people in here, man. I'm still assuming you're joking. I don't see how that's possible. Whatever. All right. Going on.
Okay, so Van Bladel in his paper sums up the relationship between Quran and the Syriac legend. Quote, thus, quite strikingly, almost every element of the short Quranic tale finds a more explicit and detailed counterpart in the Syriac Alexander legend. In both texts, the related events are given in precisely the same order. That's a key point. Imagine if the order was, disjointed. That would be a response that the Muslims can make, but they don't. As it is, the correspondences shown earlier are still so exact that it is obvious in comparison that the two texts are at least connected very closely. They relate the same story in precisely the same order of events, using many of the same particular details, one of which, my favorite, the brass and the iron terminologies there, because it's only in the more updated versions of the Romance story that then you have this brass language shoved in because of the political situation of the Alexander Romance, the Nashana context, that is a lot closer to the time of the Quran, Muhammad, and so on, and the Quranic manuscript that we've even discovered, that the earliest that goes back, is the manuscript that happens to be the Alexander Romance or the al-Qarnayn story. Why not some other surah? Okay. Now we're going to get into other claims, what's going on. So that's my argument for the parallels. The parallels between this are striking. There are in fact elements to the story predating both the Quran and the Syriac legend by many centuries, including folklore found in early Christian and Jewish writings. Parallels to the ancient epic of Gilgamesh and the biblical story of Gog-Magog can be clearly identified in the story as well. Van Bladel and Tessie mentioned some of these in their work on the topic. So, Epic of Gilgamesh. How the heck is this connected? So it was written, Epic of Gilgamesh was written before 2000 BCE. In one of the tablets of his many adventures, Gilgamesh travels far to the east, to the mountain passes at the ends of the earth. He slays mountain lions, bears, and other wild animals. Eventually, he comes to the twin peaks of Mount Mashu at the end of the earth. from where the sun rises. Here he finds a large gate guarded by scorpion people who protect the sun and forbidden anyone to enter through the gate without their permission. It is in this very ancient mythology that we have the basic outline of the adventure found in the Quran and the Alexander legends. A powerful hero who travels from west to east, the setting and rising of the sun, 2 mountains, and a gate. Now what? Do we say this is a borrowing of Gilgamesh? I mean, you won't find this in the Bible, in the so-called corrupted Bible.
Yeah, don't atheists believe that literally every religion is in some way paraphrased from Gilgamesh? Like it's all going back to that story?
No. That's a very...
It's a very separate discussion, but
No, it's not separate. There are the more carefully read atheists who try and do that with the Bible wouldn't say that.
Yeah,
It's
you
not.
might,
It's not like Gilgamesh. It's not like the Epic of Gilgamesh is like the source of all legends. What they will say is you have more related to the biblical books like Genesis and so on that have a direct one-on-one correspondence with the Enuma Elish, Gilgamesh, Atrahasis, blah blah blah. What this is saying is that in isolation. To give another example, for example, are you familiar with the Sargon of Akkad legend? It sounds very similar to Moses in the basket.
no. I know who Sargon of Akkad is. I don't know about the legend.
Yeah, so there are atheists that will say that
Yeah, I
the
saw
story of Moses is borrowed
IP
from the
just in
Sargon of
response.
Akkad. Right. But
Yeah.
but the irony is that it's the other way around. The legend postdates the Torah by many
Yeah,
centuries.
that was one of the main. Hopefully we'll get to it, but that's one of the main. Joseph Campbell. This guy's driving me crazy in the chat. Sorry. Okay, Joseph Campbell, the restorationist. God forbid. Anyway, that's a different guy. Anyway, my point is, okay, so that is one of the main Muslim arguments about the Nishana is that it postdates the Quran. So it's remember that was one of the things I brought up to you is that like they try to argue that the Quran, the things it says about al-Qarnayn are then applied by Syriac Christians under the Islamic Empire and make it their way into the Alexander
Yeah, and I'm
legends.
about to show that that's not the case. It predates the
Right.
Quran.
Because
What I'm
that with a
saying
lot
is
of these
over here-
apocryphal stories, I think it's also one of the apocryphal accounts. It might be the Infancy Gospel of Thomas. I don't remember which one it was, but one of them, scholars do date pretty late, like post Quran. And I believe there was a scholar who said that I don't remember which of the stories it was, but that it was influenced by the Quran itself. Now there is like obviously, what's it called? The Proto-Evangelium, which is from like the 2nd century. But yeah, some of those stories, that's why I wouldn't use all of these as an argument against the Quran, because some of them do seem to post-date or be influenced by the Quran coming earlier, which obviously means you can't use that as an example of the Quran possibly borrowing then, if it's the source.
Yeah. And I'm saying, hear me clearly, every component of the Quran does not predate later sources. Every component of the Quran postdates all the legends. That's what I'm saying. And I need to be proven wrong. And I'm waiting for a Muslim to prove me wrong on that, based on the research I've done. So hear me very carefully. There is no, from Adam to Jesus, including all the outlier individuals, like Dul-Qarnayn is one particular outlier individual, and there's stories that we see in the Quran that has the so-called borrowings post-dating the Quran, or being influenced by the Quran. The Quran is being influenced by these earlier stories. The early stories exist, or these stories exist prior to the Quran. I'm saying, isn't it interesting, and it's not me making this, I'm quoting from these guys who are saying, isn't it interesting that 2,600 years before Muhammad and the Quran, you have a skeletal version of this hero traveling from west to east, setting and rising the sun, 2 mountains and a gate. Well, Epic of Gilgamesh happens to be an example of that. Now, if I were to, okay, because I suppose the question you or anyone might be asking is, how on earth does Mesopotamian material survive that long? Remember a moment ago when I said no one knew about Akkadian Ugaritic as a language, and hence Jerome would not have made that mistake if he was aware of it. But somehow, inklings of stories still survived in New Testament times. Well, there's a book written on this, very recently published, called, let me just bring it up. I'm just trying to find it. Here we go. This is it. It's a 2022 publication. And this is something I am going to be using very heavily in my own research projects that I'm currently writing. I know Josh and Annavelma are going to smile. One of you read this out, please. What does the title say?
Mesopotamian Civilization and the Origins of the New Testament by Robin
What
Baker.
the heck?
Well, to be completely honest with you, I was actually reading something on ancient Mesopotamian Trinitarian thought, which was really interesting. But anyways, that's a whole different that's a whole different thing. But
read this out.
Bruce, too much. You don't want to try to show. Wait, are you trying to say that the Trinity is pagan now? What? Are you,
No.
No. I'm not saying that. No.
Okay,
Well,
Jacob, I'm saying this
yeah.
with all due respect and also love as a Christian brother. Stop jumping to conclusions. Your mind is racing.
Yeah.
Like stop having a reactionary like, oh my god.
I bet at apologetics too long, where I just assume that everyone is like just
No.
violently opposed.
I already established to you that literally the other members of this panel are thorough Nicene Creed affirming Christians. I mean, you can't get any more.
Mm-hmm.
So we wouldn't suddenly
definitely
forget about
Yeah,
that.
I dealt with Muslims and other people, Jehovah's Witnesses, repeatedly trying to tell me that I'm kind of sensitive to people trying to tell me.
Well, you're in
Trinity's
good
pagan.
company.
The book,
All I'm
the
saying
book I'm
here is how could if there's a descent of the memory of Gilgamesh coming down, trickling down, even without knowing the language and even the cuneiform texts are lost now. Somehow, the New Testament still has a lingering sort of ancient Near Eastern, what we call the combat myth motif, still working. Like Jesus on potentially the two donkeys has a combat myth motif. Jesus muzzling the demons. Jesus walking on the sea. That's the stuff that Yahweh does in the ancient Near East with respect to its Mesopotamian combat myth motifs. So you have a trickling down. Josh, This is a summary of the book. Read it for us.
In groundbreaking study, Robin Baker investigates the contributions ancient Mesopotamian theology made to the origins of Christianity, drawing on a formidable range of primary sources. Baker's conclusion challenges widely held opinion that the theological imprint of the Babylonian and the Assyria on the New Testament is minimal, and what Mesopotamian legacy it contains was mediated by the Hebrew Bible and the ancient Jewish sources. After
like
evaluating,
Enoch would be a Jewish source in that sense. Yeah.
Yep. After evaluating and substantially supplementing previous research on this mediation, Baker demonstrates significant direct Mesopotamian influence on the New Testament presentation of Jesus, in particular, the character of kingship. Sorry if I'm reading too fast.
No, that's fine.
I'll slow down a bit. He also identifies likely channels of transmission. Baker documents substantial differences amongst New Testament authors in borrowing Mesopotamian conceptions to formulate their Christology. That's really interesting.
Yes, because if the cloud rider, the Baal cloud rider imagery,
That's crazy, dude.
is then applied to Jesus because he's the second person of the Trinity, right? Like there's your, there you go, right? Now, Anam, being a good Orthodox Christian that he is, says this in the comment. Daniel 7 is based on the Baal cycle. Cloud Rider is Mesopotamian motif. Bingo. Done. Finished. So, from this context, I can then go, interesting. How curious that I'm not making this up. Even Tesse is realizing that the Surah 18 situation with Dul Qarnayn, which clearly is the Alexander Romance, is it possible that the Alexander Romance has a lingering influence of an earlier legend, Gilgamesh, doing precisely the same thing? Just in other words, that is like the bare bones skeletal structure of the story. Slap on Alexander on top of it, and then here's your legend.
Yeah, so the book I was referring to, if anyone is interested, it's I'll just pull it up here. It is published by Bloomsbury, by the way. It's called Pagan Trinity dash Holy Trinity. And before you jump to the conclusion by saying, "Oh, look, pagan's right in front of Holy Trinity," the thesis to what I've drawn from this book is that God is, if you look at in the Sumerian pantheon, you've got something happening with revelation to mankind in meaning of the lost secrets of the Garden of Eden and whatnot, and it's just drawing that type of polemic cloud rider image, what we've got in Daniel 7:13 through 14 or whatever. It's not it's me just saying that isn't me affirming that the Trinity is ultimately pagan. So I want to make that very clear.
Yeah.
In respect to the book. So
Yep. Okay. Next one. So I've just went Gilgamesh. Jacob, you there? Muted if you're talking. Hello?
Yeah, I can see how the Gilgamesh story could have influenced the Alexander legends originally. It doesn't necessarily matter where the Alexander.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, notice I've titled this section "Other Elements in the Story." What I'm doing is, in the past, there are these interesting, let's just say coincidences for the sake of saying it. But at the same time, I can also say there's scholarship that also says there is a trickling down where people are being influenced by it, even though they don't have the text in front of them. Which then leads to our second. This is now approaching. So we've just done the first point and the third point. Now we are starting to nuance and work with the second point. Is it possible that this guy Muhammad had the equivalent scenario? So, early Jewish legends. Josephus records in his two books legendary stories of Alexander that were known to the Jews of the first century. Now, this is going way back to the first century. He mentions that the tribes of Magog are called the Scythians by the Greeks, and in his second book, he further details that these people are held behind a wall of iron that has been built by Alexander the Great. In this legend, Josephus relates that Alexander allows the tribes of Magog to come out from behind the wall and create havoc in the land. Here is a very clear connection of Alexander to an iron gate and the tribes of Magog being prevented from plundering the land. This shows that local folklore already contained the basic backbone of the Alexander story almost 6 centuries before the story found in the Quran. So now notice, if the Alexander romance is post-Quran, which is not, by the way, because now that's been redated, but if it is post-Quran, you still have this to deal with. Josephus, who is 6 centuries before Muhammad. So Josephus says Magog founded those that from him were named Magogites, but who are by the Greeks called Scythians. And then he says, now there was a nation of the Alans, which we have formerly mentioned somewhere as being Scythians and inhabiting at the lake Meotis. This nation about this time laid a design of falling upon Media and the parts beyond it in order to plunder them. By the way, Media. Josephus is actually technically getting this correct, because Ezekiel, when it talks about Media, and even Daniel, this is all north stuff. Has nothing to do with the Far East that the later legends then applied to, like the Huns and so on. In order to plunder them, with which intention they treated with the king of Hyrcania, for he was master of that, notice this, passage which King Alexander the Great shut up with iron gates. This king gave them leave to come through them, so they came in great multitudes and fell upon the Medes unexpectedly and plundered their country. Oh, wow. So Josephus is saying exactly what the Quran is saying that will happen eschatologically, but it's happening within the confines of the Middle Eastern context. Not what the Quran thinks is happening, or as even the romances get in, which is the Huns and more the eastern side. Okay, let's keep going. Now, what about in the 300s? Basically entering the 400s. So as early as the 399 CE, local stories of Alexander building a wall against the Huns had made their way into Christian writings as well. Jerome writes about rumors of attacks against Jerusalem by invaders from the north. He refers to these invaders as Huns who live near the gate that was built by Alexander, though the wall does not yet have eschatological implications. What the heck is Jerome now doing? So Jerome says, for news came that the hordes of the Huns had poured forth all the way from Meotis. They had their haunts between the icy Tanius and the rude Massagete, I think is how you pronounce that. With the gates of Alexander keep back the wild peoples, being the Caucasus. Which, Jacob, remember you brought that up? The Caucasus Mountains?
Well, that was just based on I had heard that it was the Caucasus and also, Armenia and Azerbaijan. So yeah.
Yes. Because now you're mentioning more east in that sense. And that's speeding here and there on their nimble-footed horses, they were filling all the world with panic and bloodshed. So Jerome somehow mentions this. Okay, Gog and Magog in the Bible. This I don't really need to spend much time on. It's basically quoting Revelation. And yeah, but in my opinion, just to summarize, the Gog and Magog of Revelation has nothing to do with Alexander. That is the difference. If Revelation connected Gog and Magog with Alexander, even the Christians would be laughed at for like, ha 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 ha. See, you got that wrong. Or at least in this case, John of Revelation got that wrong. No, John is careful to connect Gog and Magog the way Ezekiel connected Gog and Magog. Rome, Babel. You know how Rome is now nicknamed Babylon, Mystery Babylon the Great? Just as Ezekiel nicknamed Babylon because of Jewish exile stuff. So Revelation, so John, the New Testament author, is applying the Gog-Magog epithet correctly with respect to Rome. Nothing to do with these legends. So in other words, our Bible ironically gets it correct, even when reapplying the terms with respect to the Roman context, because there's no mention of Alexander. There's no need to mention it, because it would just be weird if it did. Okay. This bit's important, this prophecy. So Tesse notes this particular, I think like a Russian, French, Russian dude, has argued convincingly that a 6th century ex eventu prophecy. Now, do you know what an ex eventu prophecy is, Jacob? You're muted if you're speaking.
I was trying to unmute. Okay, is that like post the event?
Yes.
Okay.
So you know how critical scholars would say Daniel 11 is ex eventu prophecy. In other words, a Maccabean author is looking back in time and pretending to be pre those events and then writing out the events as if it were prophecy. So, a 6th century ex eventu prophecy recorded by John of Ephesus. Notice his death date, 586 CE. Don't forget, Islamic tradition places Muhammad's birth 570 CE. So this is 16 years after his birth. So Muhammad would be 16 years old by this time. About the invasion of the Sabahuns in 514 to 515 CE was incorporated into the Sirach legend at its first ex eventu prophecy of invasion by Gog and Magog, distinct from the second ex eventu prophecy about the Khazars around 627 CE, which extends into a failed prognostication by the author, crucial to its final dating. So it is then possible that this is another element that could have formed part of a common source shared by the Sirach legend and the Quran story. However, Tessie notes that evidence is lacking to link at that early time the prophecy with the tales of Gog and Magog behind Alexander's wall, which were also in circulation in the 6th century, nor yet with the other elements forming the shared sequence between the Sirach and Quranic stories. So the reason why I put this here is Tessie is still being he's been critical with respect to this very interesting point that this dude here makes with respect to John of Ephesus. So, is it a possibility? Maybe. But I'm throwing that in there as part of this investigation. Now, here we come with the dating. So representing the old prevailing view, Gerrit Rienink, a Near East philologist and scholar, writing in the 90s and early 2000s, influentially dated the legend to 629 to 630 CE as a piece of pro-Byzantine propaganda. Its purpose probably being to win the separated Syrian Monophysite Christians back to a union with the church at Constantinople. In his view, it was composed by a Mesopotamian Christian, probably in Amida or Edessa, shortly after 628 CE, following the victory of the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius over the Sasanian king Khusravpavez. Rennick's view and the general topic of the Sirach legend's relationship with the Quran saw a revival thanks to Kevin Van Bladel's 2007 paper, which too was influential for the next decade. Don't forget, Bladel was the guy I was just referring to earlier when we were reading this. So he agreed with Rennick's dating and argued that the Sirach legend was a direct source for the Quranic account. In his early work on the topic, Tesse concurred with Van Bladel's thesis, though allowed for the possibility that they shared a common source. He argued that while the final part of the legend concerns Alexander's battles with the Persian king and is an allegory of the bloody conflict between Byzantines and Sassanids with a propaganda purpose to glorify Heraclius, so this is important in dating its final redaction, it is clear that in the rest of the story there are indeed multiple streams of earlier elements, as I just shared earlier, which it shares with the Quran. Crucially, these appear in the same order in both versions, and Satesse argued that while the sequencing could go back to a common source, he found it more plausible that the Sirach legend originated the particular composition, agreeing with Bladel's argument that Alexander's journeys, notice this, are intended to form the shape of a cross. Remember? He goes west, he goes east, and then he goes north. Okay? So, and adding his own hypothesis that the story originally involved a failed attempt to reach paradise, removed in order to better glorify Heraclius. Note that Tesse later revised some of his earlier views and now dates the Sirach legend to the 6th century, and that's based on his very recent 2024 work. Shoemaker has discussed the arguments of Renek, Bladel, and Tess's early writings on the topic, but argues that, quote, it would appear that in its current form, the legend almost certainly updates an older version of the legend that was composed in the early 6th century. In his view, the hypothetical earlier version would incorporate the main elements of the story up to the first ex-evented prophecy of 514 to 515 CE, Sabihun invasion mentioned above, which was circulating in the 6th century. Shoemaker states that, quote, a clear majority, unquote, of scholars take this view. Though, and this is something that he was in writing in 2018, Renek's view that the legend represents a new composition of the 7th century, quote, presently enjoys relative acceptance. So Shoemaker notes that, unlike Renek, Van Bladel at least attempts to explain the presence of the first prophecy, which holds no importance to the narrative. And so Bladel suggests that it served as a verification for 7th century listeners to trust the later prophecies. Though, like Tesse, he is unconvinced in light of the earlier findings of this one, the John of Ephesus sort of situation. So, for this and reasons of timing, he finds it most likely that the Quran depends. Now, notice this. This is going into the very careful thing that I need you to see now. When Muslims say, oh, the legend is using the Quran and not vice versa. Most likely that the Quran depends on a 6th rather than a 7th century version of the legend. So don't forget, 6th century is 500s. 7th century is 600s. Remember that. So, strong shift towards a 6th century dating. Any thoughts so far? Before I get into now the smoking gun situation. Or any comments in the side chat? Oh, I like Anam's comment here.
No, it all makes sense.
That is really cute cross and country road trip with Alexander. Yeah.
No, it makes sense to me. It's just like I don't know. I don't think I have any questions. It just if we can demonstrate that it relies on if we can demonstrate that it relies on the 6th century, 500s AD legend. I guess my question would be like, do we have any? Is it true that the earliest recension is from
Not just that, but remember the Birmingham manuscript?
Mm-hmm.
And the manuscript that we have is, of all the potential surahs that we could find, has this in Arabic.
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay.
That's
and
weird.
Didn't you have something very early on in the stream that it was there was a recension from like the 4th or 5th or 6th century?
So way early on up here.
Yeah, a long way back. But like, because I remember that in particular because obviously one of the Muslim polemics, and I apologize, guys, it's like 1 a.m. for me, so I'm starting to get a little tired. But like, one of the Muslim apologetics was that we didn't have any record of this Alexander romance that we're quoting from until the 17th century, which is obviously 1,000 years after the Quran.
This is the quote by Tesse, which I'm going to now
Sources
flesh out.
Preceding or contemporaneous, the rise of Islam. The Rek, there's a Greek symbol. Is that a manuscript?
Beta. Yes.
Yeah. Interesting.
4th, 5th, then Babylon Talmud, then this so-called Syriac Alexander song.
Well, there we go. So is there manuscripts of the Syriac Alexander song? Or the Babylonian Talmud that predate the Quran?
Yeah. So now we're going to go straight into that with respect
to
this.
So the reason why the manuscripts are so important is because it gives us a temporal thing that we can observe, that we have preserved, and we can say that, hey, at least at this time, this work was extant in the form of what this manuscript says. I mean, I think that's why manuscripts are very core to this discussion of religion in general when we're talking about scriptures and legends and so forth.
Yep.
All right.
And you can see based on this analysis, notice I'm dealing with literally works that are just at the cusp of cutting edge stuff. This is like not some 10-year-old, 20-year-old study where I'm staying up to date with the current situation. So, in 2023, Tesse revised his earlier opinions in a detailed and well-received book, and this is now the book that is what I quoted in my Daniel commentary. The Syriac Legend of Alexander's Gate, Apocalypticism at the Crossroads of Byzantium and Iran. His analysis finds that the Nishana, which is the Syriac legend, was composed in the mid 6th century, so say 550, during the reign of Justinian, with a later redactor interpolating a short prophecy under the reign of Heraclius. Now, when it comes to Justin and Heraclius, we can then, I mean, that's a pretty bold claim by Tesse. That means we know the precise dates of their reign. So then you just average it out with respect to their reigns, and boom, you're right in the 6th century in that sense. He presents a detailed case which has persuaded a number of prominent academic scholars, including Sean Anthony, because even Sean Anthony is a little bit critical of the scholars as well. Don't forget, like, it's not like he just falls over and allows ideas to, something I've noticed and I like about Sean Anthony is he does give a pushback. And even he's like, yeah, no, Tesse's right on this. Who accepts Tesse's redating of the text. And Stephen Shoemaker, who describes it as, quote, the most definitive study of the Syriac legend to date. Van Bladel states that, quote, Tesse forces us to reconsider the meaning of the whole work as well as its relationship to the apocalyptic genre and to the Quran. So firstly, the author of the Nishana has detailed geographical knowledge of the regions of Roman Armenia and its political matters in the 6th century, including the raiding of the area by the Sabia Huns at that time, which Alexander's first prophecy, which would be 515 CE. Tesse argues that the second prophecy about the year 629 CE must be missing some words, as grammatically it doesn't make sense, and in any plausible reconstruction cannot be glorifying Heraclius. It was, after all, his Coptic allies who invaded, but rather is an interpolation representing the redactor's hopes that these Huns, who invaded in 629 CE, and the Persians will destroy each other. He further argues that the 515 prophecy, immediately preceding it, makes most sense if composed in a 6th century setting in which there were repeated Sabia Hun invasions. So think like an X event to within the 6th century. Van Bladel, who assumed that the whole text was composed in the 7th century, 629 to 630 CE, had proposed that the fulfilled 515 CE prophecy was included merely to lend credence to the second genuine prognostication. However, Tesse argues that invasions due to Alexander's flawed defensive wall a century earlier, and which played no role in the eschatological drama, would be a highly dysfunctional choice for such a purpose. So Tesse also notes an important point about the first prophecy, which actually begins by prophesizing an even earlier Hun invasion, which subjugated the Romans and the Persians with the shooting of arrows and return to their own land. So this is a reference to the Hun invasion of 395 CE. But the author seems unable to date it in his prophecy, unlike the much less significant 515 CE invasion. It is understandable that an original author, writing within a few decades after the 515 CE invasion, would be able to date it precisely, but could only mention without a date the much more significant invasion that had occurred more than a century earlier in 395 CE. It is less likely that an author could correctly date that relatively minor 515 CE invasion if he was writing the entire, keyword, entire Nishana more than a century later. Moreover, the elders speaking prior to the prophecies describe the exact territories where the 515 CE Sabia Hun invasions took place, and the kinds of damage caused, which suggests the author had likely witnessed their devastation. So that's a very important point that Tesse is trying to make. That, wow, like he's living in real time and then it's like he's making up like maybe like an analogy in this sense, of this real time events, pooling in analogies from Gog, Magog, Alexander, and all that stuff. Also significant are two 6th century writers, John Molasses, who associated the 515 CE Sabihun invasion with the Caspian Gates, and John of Ephesus, so mentioned earlier, who mentioned the invasion of Gog Magog, but not the Gates, in his own eschatological prophecy. A major indication of a 6th century context for the Nishana is Alexander's negotiation with Tubalak, king of the Persians, after defeating him. Alexander extracts peace terms, including tribute, and having done so, then agrees to military and financial cooperation in defending the Caucasus passes against Hunnic invasion. So Tissi argues that this reflects popular concerns apparent in various 6th century Byzantine writers who sought to assuage them regarding the deals their own side had made with the Sassanids, as well as the latter's unreasonable demands about sharing security costs. So these writers and their own sides negotiators, had been anxious that peace payments to the Persians should not be perceived as tribute. The Byzantines had also resisted any linking of such payments to demands to share the financial or military cost of defending the Caucasus passes. In the Nishana, so now we're honing in now specifically. In the Nishana, Alexander's cooperative agreement reflects the kind of non-extortive mutual assistance pacts these writers claimed had supposedly occurred in the past between the two empires. It ceased to be a hot topic and was never raised again with the 50-year peace deal of 562 CE, in which, now don't forget, 562, that's still 8 years before Muhammad's supposed birth, in which the Sassanid demands were dropped as they agreed to secure the Caucasus themselves and the Byzantines to never invade. Yet another specifically mid-6th century context in the Nishana is identified by Tessi in the otherwise puzzlingly detailed role of the Egyptian blacksmiths, who at the end are rewarded with lands conquered by, guess who? Alexander. Details of the story serve to justify Byzantine rule over Lazica, close to the Caucasian passes. Both was said to be of Egyptian origin and became vassals to the Nishana Alexander / the Byzantine Empire without having to pay any tribute. So the Nishana blacksmiths provide 7,000 men. Remember how earlier we were just reading the Alexander romance where so many men came to, like clay, they made the brass, made the iron. So Nishana's blacksmiths provide 7,000 men to help Alexander, the same number that Justinian sent to aid the Laziz in their 547 CE anti-Persian uprising. The Laziz were also seen as useful non-Persian allies to defend the Caucasus from the Huns, and so these mid-6th century political concerns are given a historical parallel in the Nishana story of Alexander. So, in other words, real events happening in the mid-6th century context. Now, where does this lead us then with the dating? Well, clearly then, this has to be mid to late 6th century. And so basically this is the conclusion now. So the rest of Tessi's book argues that various aspects of the Alexander Tubalak story in the Nishana do not fit an early 7th century Heraclius context, but rather reflect the writer's criticisms of Justinian's agreements with the Sassanids, while also mocking the latter through the character of Tubalak. So the story also served to counter specific propaganda from the Syriac Christian leadership, particularly Mar Abba, who interpreted sacred history in ways favorable to their Sassanid rulers. Ultimately, this is the bottom line. Ultimately, the Nishana's prophecies aim to raise hopes among Syriac Christians, the Syriac context, that universal rule will transfer to the Romans in the eschatological grand scheme of things. Because, in other words, if this is dated to the 7th century, that it would be the weirdest. Whoever that then writes it in the Heraclius context, it has no use. What use does this have to us in our context of Heraclius and the political situation now? Rather, it makes more sense that it's an earlier work with respect to Justin, and then the added eschatological sort of like situation with this could happen in whatever happens in the future in this sort of political context. And therefore, the Quran takes that and applies it to its own eschatological means. Now, what I didn't know, and this is why when you look at the edit of this document, notice it's 6th August 2025. So this was literally last month or 2 months ago. I was then where is it? Yeah. I was then notified by a female scholar. Her name is Muriel Debbie. This is just last year, 2024. Specifically, she works with respect to the Syrian, like she's a Syrian historian. And I just threw this in there. I had to throw this in there because it's a work that came straight after Tessie's work, where she similarly dated the Ur text of the Nishana to the 6th century. Her main reason is that with changing threats, the wall defensive systems against the Huns mentioned in the text had lost their importance, notice this, after the mid-6th century. And the importance of a Greek-Roman-Persian mutual defense treaty against the Huns similarly reflects the early 6th century situation. So she also argues that the wall construction techniques mentioned in the text are evidence for an early dating. She is doing an independent context and coming up with the same conclusion. She's not like being said, there's no biases. It's not like, oh, I need to defend Tessie's thesis or something. In her own independent study, she's saying, yeah, the Nishana has to be a mid-6th century work. Now you have two scholars in their own independent fields coming up with the same conclusion.
I've got two questions. The first one would be, can we verify? I'm guessing that this would come into like what these story elements are meant to mean, the Gog and Magog and the brass and iron and so forth. So, can we use these to establish that the original had the sorry, I'm really tired. It's 1:30. So, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so can we use this to establish that these things were not these specific elements that are so similar to the Quran? That's what I'm trying to say. Were not later interpolations that were inspired by the Quran and added later. Like,
No,
are we using these same elements?
Because again, when would we date the Quran using traditional Muslim standards?
Yeah, like the 650s, right? 7th century, late 7th century.
So if the Alexander Romans came after the 650s, not even like the 620s or the 630s, but the 650s. So say now you're entering 700s. That is just it would be the most unuseful. What you just got bored one day and you decided to write this whole romance about 6th century stuff, which is the 500s.
Yeah, that kind of goes into my next question, which would be like how so we can ascertain. You're saying that because it's politically relevant to the reign of Justinian or Justin, that it therefore has to be from that time period. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense to write it 200 years later.
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, not just that. So I'm not. This is not an argument from like a convenience. It's not an argument out of convenience. Like just because it has direct application with 500 stuff remember I already gave that build up. Josephus has an accounting of Alexander. Jerome has an accounting of Alexander. John of Ephesus with his Gog and Magog situation. So you have fragments of the story, maybe not connected, but mentions of Alexander and the wall and the mountain. And then the Syriac situation, sort of like with respect to real-time events with the Justinian political situation. This legend is then there to, guess what? At the end of the day, give motivation for Christians. It's like, what are we going to do moving forward? Can there be a mytho-historical story of some sort that can sort of be our bedtime story, entering into the unknown, or what's going to happen next? And the fact that you have, for example, the Nashana, as Tessie pointed out, adding in the brass category of the material with the iron, because where else do we see brass and iron together? Oh yeah, the kingdom. Because see, we hold the Bible as now our guide, and Daniel was definitely a prophet, and Daniel spoke about first brass, then iron with the kingdoms, and oh yeah, brass, Greece, iron, Romans. This is just so what, instead of calling it tafsir or midrash, what the Second Temple Jews call like a pesha. This is like a matrix of ideas in a pesha sense interwoven to make a mytho-historical. Christianity will still win at the end of the day with respect to this reconstructed Alexander.
Return of the King type deal.
Yeah, bingo, you got it. Return of the King, who is like an echo of Jesus. Now we live like, Peter Jackson's, how at the end, Peter Jackson's film where we have Aragon saying, now we live in the days of peace. So how does it say? Like, now we're in the days of peace with the world of men or something like that. And it's exactly that. It's like Tolkien. Yeah. Then the Quran, or Allah in this sense, who should know better, thinks that Lord of the Rings is genuine history, that there was that there was
there will be like a new religion in the future that like 200 years from now, like it's quoting Lord of the Rings, acting like that's real history. And the hobbits of the Shire were sent by God.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so so I think we could probably. I want to reach a good. I'm not saying we're there right now, but I kind of want to reach like a good stopping point because it is 1:30 a.m. and I want to.
Yes. Okay. So
go to
how
sleep
about
pretty soon?
How about if you have time tomorrow, because I have time tomorrow. We've literally reached now. So we've done one side of the coin. I'm not kidding. Now the other side of the coin is that second question that I want to now nail out. In other words, how does this trace to the Quran?
Yeah.
So. Yeah. This is this section, from this section on, relationship with the Syriac legend, dating the Quranic verses, spread of the Syriac legend to Arabia. Notice that, to Arabia. And then, where does this go in with respect to the Islamic sources? And then we're going to go straight to the accusations given to Muhammad in Surah 16, Surah 25. And
I think I'm free tomorrow. I'm doing things Sunday, so I'll be free. I'll be free tomorrow. That's probably, we're talking like, I don't know, 12 something hour. I don't know, like in the afternoon tomorrow for me. Just look up U.S. Central. Whenever you're talking to me, what part of the? Okay, I want to know. You don't have. I don't. You have to tell me like specific, but like, what part of Australia are you in? Because I know you have different time zones on different coasts and.
Melbourne. So right now for me.
Melbourne. Okay, so then so I know where.
5:30 p.m. for me right now.
Gotcha. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, now I can figure it out because I didn't know if you were in like Perth or freaking.
I was in
East
Perth.
Coast. Okay, yeah,
and not many people know about Perth, so that's cool. Yeah.
Well, I played a lot of strategy games, so I know world geography. So I know where everything is.
Nice.
Anyway, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, we can definitely get back into that, and then like call it. I'll have to like specifically timestamp this. Someone said in the chat. Someone has to timestamp this. Yeah, I have to. I just can't keep going right now because like it will it will end up being like 4, 5, 6 a.m. in the morning for me. So I'm
Yeah.
pretty exhausted, and I'm sick. So all right, I'll see how I'm doing tomorrow, and I'll
No
let
worries,
you.
man. You're
I'll
doing
let you
a lot
guys
better
know.
for
Yeah.
being sick, and
Yeah.
keep it up. I
Are you gonna
I
keep the
appreciate
stream
you
running,
allowing
or
me to give the effort. Sorry.
are you gonna keep the stream running, or?
Maybe a couple of minutes just for Josh and Undevelopment to share their
Okay,
thoughts.
I'm just
'cause I
gonna
know I've been-
I'm just trying to like block off when we stopped or timestamp when we stopped
Yeah.
talking about this, so
Yeah,
I can like
Yep.
because my goal is gonna be to like edit this together and like get this into a comprehensive thing on my channel for reference, So
Yep.
although
for
I
it.
guess we've mostly just been going over your article, so but whatever. All right, I'll see you guys around.
All right.
So I tried to find this on my own and I didn't really find it. I am interested to see where the Quran starts including like where does that idea come from? Because I think I could find that trace, but I'm terrible at searching for things.
Well, do you want to do it now?
The trumpet
and
blast
repeat
or the
same thing
horn
tomorrow?
blast going in, because I looked through the Alexander Romance and there was a website that had the different versions of it. And so I was looking at the Syriac and it's just too much right now, and I was trying to do a more specific search for trumpet blast, but you're probably not going to find the word trumpet, but you might find the word horn.
Yeah.
Which is something that I mentioned to Andrew over here that, is it in the Quran, is it trumpet or is it horn? Because if it's trumpet, then I would like to see where that comes from. If that's the specific item or instrument that's being used. If it's horn, that makes it even more questionable, because in the Alexander Romance, supposedly, and I couldn't find it scrubbing through the stream, there is Alexander himself blowing his horn to cause trembling and fear.
Well, let's do it live, shall we? We'll do it live.
Yeah.
Like that meme. I'm going to keyword search trumpet in Tessay's book.
Yeah.
Let's see
And
if he touches on that.
AI just wanted to give me links to the website, and I was like, this isn't helping give me the information.
Yeah. We've had that conversation before.
Yeah.
Yeah. AI seems to give you books that don't even exist.
Okay. Interesting. All right, let me share. Just FYI to everyone. Oh, this is, by the way, let's have a moment of doxology. This day does not belong to one man, aka Muhammad, but to all. Let us together rebuild this world that we may share in the days of peace. The days of, the Prince of Peace, Shalom, Jesus. Yeah. All right. That's my refutation of Islam by Tolkien.
Amen.
Not that. What I should do is share the tab. There we go. Okay. So I keyword search trumpet. Surprisingly, trumpet doesn't appear. So what I might have to do is see what Tessay does with the passage itself. But all I did was I typed in voice, and there's 9 occurrences of voice. So this is from the not this one here. So he's quoting the text itself over here, and there's voice. So send his sign from heaven, and a voice shall shout against the gate. Then when I skip to the next occurrence of voice, he says this: God come to our aid. Let me remove announce. Let's see. The battle scene in the Nishana appears to be based more on biblical topoi than on actual Byzantine military tactics. The analysis of the vocabulary and the description of God's intervention on the battlefield demonstrates that the Syriac author borrowed from the Peshitta, because he is Syriac, Peshitta, Old Testament, is Syriac. Seems to be very similar wording there and here. So, and the voice of the Lord moved along, thundering among them, so that the kings and their troops trembled in front of God's camp. So well, there's a footnote here. I'm assuming if he's saying that's his translation. And the Lord thundered with a mighty voice that day against the Philistines and threw them into confusion.
Yeah. So
But
the
your
voice
question is the trumpet. Where's the Quran getting the trumpet term?
Yeah, if it's trumpet, where are they getting the word trumpet? And if it's horn, then where is Alexander blowing a horn and causing what God causes when he talks, trembling in fear?
Yeah, right. Let's see. Oh God. And let's do another search. So there's that voice. What's this one here? Oh, this is the appendix. Oh, this is according to Burgess's critical edition. Okay. Shot against this gate. And I'm assuming this is the English translation of the Nishana, which is still part of it. Yeah, okay. So it says, yeah, and the voice of the Lord moved along, thundering among them, so that the kings and the troops tremble. Maybe is trumpet everywhere then? In all the translations? Is that the Arabic?
So the Draj has trumpet and for the Quran, and then the links that Andrew has for the trumpet blast, they're all horn.
Yeah.
So I don't think that there is trumpet. Well, yeah, you searched it. There's not trumpet in the Romance, but you're going to get confused with horn because horn's going to refuse.
I was wondering if Tesse quotes the Quran that says trumpet. So now what I'm doing is I'm going to Droj's actual annotated translation, because I know Droj has a lot of footnotes. Sorry for cutting you off. Yeah. I'm going to scroll up to... Okay, that's 18. Let's see, I have something up here with a trumpet.
It's going to be the next page.
Okay, footnote 98, trumpet. Let's see.
Here he references the other
673, 21, a double blast. So trumpet seems to occur a lot of places in the Quran, and then compare with, well, obviously trumpet language in the New Testament in that sense.
Yeah. And
okay, let's see
what Andrew's done, his translations all say horn in those places.
Which translation?
Whichever one Andrew provided that he's doing on his the links that he posted. So trumpet blasts vary in the Quran, 1 or 2 trumpets. So Quran contradiction website.
Okay.
So all these that you have, the horn is blown, so that's 673. And then 1167, there's a shriek. Oh, did you add that? I'm
just keyword searching horn.
Yeah.
In Tesse's work. Let's see. Well, there's 177 occurrences of HORN, so...
Yeah, You're gonna get, the horns on his head being included as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing.
So you could do. He's blowing the horn, or so blowing or blast. There's also the trembling that was mentioned.
Yep.
As a
So
result.
blowing. Blast. Nope, none of that. Wait, I'll go backwards then with horn. Ah. Look what I just found. Ooh. All right. Look at this. I mean, it's not related to the instrument, but speaking of horns, this is in that translation in the appendix section. Behold, I made you great among all kings, and I caused horns of iron to grow on your head. Hence that potential play on the iron sort of material with the brass and yeah. Okay. Let's see. Horn. The horn of the wind of the north leans on it. No, that's not trumpet stuff. Yeah, look at this. So, like the ram, Alexander has two horns with the term, and that's the Syriac, the Peshitta. Two horns appearing in both the Peshitta on Daniel 8:3 and oh wow. So that means the Masoretic rendering that has the one-horned goat. I did not come across this. This is not the only element that connects Alexander Ram. Okay, folks, this is live. You're seeing something new that I'm learning for the first time. Let's put this to the test. I have the Peshitta, the English translation of the Peshitta of Daniel. I want to see if this is the case, because this would be another smoking gun moment. So, oh boy.
Hey, so before you do that,
Yeah.
AI's on our side now. I just typed into Google, where does Alexander blow a horn in the Alexander Romance? And one of the things that this response wants us to note is influence on the Quran. This story likely influenced the narrative of Dul-Qarnayn, the two-horned one in the Quran, who similarly builds a barrier to confine Gog and Magog. But they are saying that the horn blowing of Alexander signals the completion of the gate. So it would have been right after where we had stopped.
Yeah.
You must have scrolled through it and I saw it.
Right.
So he would just be placing the horn blowing ahead of it's just kind of mixed. Nothing's in the exact order.
Right. Now this has really caught my eye, this bit. I want to see what happens here. You guys see this with
Yep.
the LibreNex
I see.
thing I brought up?
Yeah, I see.
I think I need to zoom in more. Okay. I'm going to keyword search. This particular word. in all the open sources. Wait, what the heck? Occurs in Revelation of the Peshitta 5:6. It's in the plural, corner. Okay. Revelation 12:3 and wait, I think the Peshitta that I have is only the it's only the New Testament. Oh, okay. Leiden Peshitta. Let's see if that has. Yes, the Leiden Peshitta. That copy has Daniel. Okay, let's see if it works over here. Leiden Peshitta 2 edition manuscripts. Okay, here we go. Dude, I'm like salivating in anticipation about this. Here we go. Search. Wait, what? No. Search all the open. Just waiting for it to load. Come on. Okay. Leiden Peshitta. 26 occurrences of that. Whoa. So in Daniel 8:3, there's the word for two horns in the Peshitta. And Daniel 8:6. So I wonder if the scholar gets into that. Doesn't seem to have done it.
Oh, it's in two. So now we're rabbit trailing here. The two horns of Alexander, he blows a horn to signify the completion of the gate, and at the end of days, the second horn will be blown, releasing them from the gate. I'm not sure that it's that deep, though.
Yeah, I'm just looking for I'm wondering if there's like a translation of the Peshitta of Daniel and what they do with that. Peshitta, Daniel, English. Yeah, I'm gonna get this because I just want to see what they do with that in the English translation. Okay, I'm getting this from Logos. There's an English translation of it. Oh, whoops. Oh, by the way, you guys can talk together while. Oh, yeah, I better remove that. So instead of looking at a blank screen there.
So what's the whole? Just so I can follow. What's the whole horn thing here? Why the necessary trace of it?
So this, it's important because the Masoretic tradition and the Septuagint. It's a very interesting argument against a Maccabean dating for, say, that particular statement, because a Maccabean author would be like the two-horned one, Alexander, because after the 300s BC is Alexander depicted as the two-horned one. So if there's a Maccabean author connecting the goat with Alexander, and hence Greece, he wouldn't have said the one-horned he-goat that you see in the text as per the Masoretic and the Septuagint. Because don't forget, in the prophecy, the one horn becomes four horns that fit with Alexander's, the four generals, but only after him is he depicted as the two-horned one. So and we know that the Peshitta is after. So the Peshitta is it's a Syriac work in the Common Era period that uses the plural horns for what technically the text originally said as single horn. So now you have a deliberate, like, let's bring up Tesse while this loads. We have a deliberate, like, let's actually just read this whole paragraph. Man, how did I miss this? Okay, here we go. Remember that old high iron horn thing? Okay, so in fact, I've been doing a lot of reading. Can one of you read through this? Like, we have to read this page, ending up with this bit over here, and maybe then some. But let's just read from here.
Go for it, undeveloped.
But
Take it on.
Starting from there, yeah.
But what does the reader understand, then, when reading Alexander's claim to have been crowned with horns by God, if the specification of iron horns is missing in the passage? It is unlikely that the author forgot to include this important detail, while nothing suggests that anything was lost in the transmission of the text. It is possible, then, that the author inserted cursory references to Micah 4:13 and to 1 Kings 22:11 2 2 Chronicles 18:10 at the end of the text, because with his first mention of the motif of Alexander's horns, he wanted to direct the reader's attention to other biblical passages. The answer to this question, I think, is affirmative. The author's scriptural allusion fits perfectly with other important aspects of his agenda. As a starting point of our analysis, let us briefly observe how the earlier scholars have analyzed the passage in Alexander's prayer, where the hero confirms having received horns from God. Both.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, I got the word having.
Yeah.
It's the names that show up.
Oh, Renek and Boha. Yeah. I just
Both
got one of those.
Rennick and Boaz connect the first mention of Alexander's horns and the Nishana. We've said that 100 times already.
Yeah, it's Nishana. Yeah.
In the Nishana to the Danielic prophecies in Daniel 7 and 8. Boaz does not specify the exact selection of the two biblical passages supposedly recalled by the Syriac text. By contrast, Rennick links the horns of the Syriac Alexander to either the fourth beast of Daniel 7, verses 7 to 8, or the he-goat in Daniel 8, verses 5 to 8 and 21. As Rennick rightly observes, biblical exegetes often identify in Alexander those two specific characters of the Danielic prophecies, the fourth beast and the he-goat. Rennick does not specify which specific element in the Syriac text is reminiscent of the biblical passages. I assume, however, that the intertextual link is the horn symbolism, which may indeed relate the horned Alexander and the Nishana to the fourth beast in Daniel 7, or to the he-goat in Daniel 8. Both biblical beasts are characterized by the horns on their heads. Upon closer examination, however, the connection may be only apparent. The distinguishing feature of the fourth beast in Daniel 7 are the 10 horns that crown its head, and the 11th horn that suddenly grows, causing 3 of the 10 other horns to fall. This imagery alludes to the fragmentation of Alexander's empire into the Diadotic kingdoms, represented.
That's interesting.
The Idotic thing is the 4.
The
4 generals. Yeah.
Represented by the 10 horns into the rise of Antioch Epiphanes, the 11th horn, as clearly appears from the explanation of the prophecy found in the subsequent lines of the Danielic text itself, verses 24 to 25. Now, besides the fact that the Alexander of the Nishana also has horns, nothing of the complex symbolism associated with the 4 beasts in Daniel 7 can be found in the Syriac text. As seen in Daniel 7, the fluctuating number of the beast's horns, 10 plus 1 to 3, is a trope for the political scenario that followed the death of Alexander. The Peshitta reports that the fourth beast has 10 horns and refers to the 11th horn as one horn. No connection to this biblical passage can be detected in the Nishana, where the plural form horns represents a pair, 2 horns.
Okay. I'll see the point now.
Oh, but it's going to get interesting over here with the next, because now with this next paragraph, it leads to this thing that my eye caught.
So what is his source criticism, is it?
No, what he's saying is, isn't it interesting that the Peshitta, if you're okay, so if Daniel's prophetically talking about Alexander, the original Daniel text says single horn, horn in the singular. Then Alexander comes and goes, and then he's called the 2-horn one. So post 300 BC. So that this is like an implicit way to argue that Daniel 8 at least predates 300 BC, because he wouldn't have said single horn post 300 BC. The Peshitta is post 300 BC. And it's something that just jumped out at me precisely with the argument I was making in my commentary, that how interesting the Peshitta being a translation pluralizes the single horn there as plural and hence two horns, which then lends further support as to the connection between the term itself, Dul Qarnayn, and there's a Syriac word for two horn appearing in both the Peshitta and the Nishana. So this, in other words, there's the Syrian Peshitta translation of the original Daniel text did an equivalent of a Jerome, but not that bad, because Jerome was mistranslating a word. Rather, the Syrian translator pluralized the word. He's using the same word. He just pluralized it, which lent further the two-horn connection. But
And you're
the
able to
two-horn
draw.
wasn't the original Daniel statement. Like, it wasn't original to Daniel, basically. Yeah.
The fact that you've got a mutation by adding
It's
the
a
plural
mutation.
is
Yes.
is an intentional change.
Yes, which then leads to like this. Obviously,
Okay.
the Syriac translator of Daniel is not aware that there's going to be like a domino effect, because now a later, the guy who wrote the Nishana then is immediately going to go, oh yeah, well, he's called the two-horn one according to my Peshitta.
Which is incorrect.
Yes. Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah, keep reading.
Another crucial difference of the two texts is that there is no indication in Daniel 7 that the horns of the fourth beast function as weapons against the beast's enemies, or that the beast will use them to destroy other kingdoms. In this regard, a closer parallel to the Nishana may be found in Daniel 8, specifically in the description of the he-goat attacking the ram, presumably with the single horn between his eyes. As noted in Daniel 8, the he-goat and the ram represent two rival kingdoms that biblical exegetes usually and correctly identify as the Persian and Macedonian empires. From this perspective, it is attractive to find in the Nishana an allusion to the he-goat that will defeat the Persian ram in Daniel 8. However, this reading does not stand up to the scrutiny of textual analysts. In describing the he-goat, the Danielic prophecy clearly refers to a single horn.
There you go.
Clearly,
Clearly
the Syriac author
refers to a single horn. And I'm just interested about that footnote. I want to get to the footnote 29 after this. I want to see what he does with that. But keep going. Yeah.
Had the Syriac author wished to associate his horned Alexander to the he-goat of the prophecy, why did he not describe this hero as crowned with one horn instead of two? Consider that, as much as the single horn motif characterizes the he-goat in Daniel 8, the two horns motif characterizes the ram at verse 3 of the same passage. Surprisingly, the Alexander of the Nishana finds a closer parallel in the ram of the Danielic prophecy than in the he-goat. Like the ram, Alexander has two horns, with the term two horns appearing in both the Peshitta and Daniel 8:3 in the Nishana. This is not the only element that connects Alexander and the ram. The mission to which... Yeah.
Oh, no. Yep. No, go for it. Yep.
The mission to which Alexander commits his prayer, that is, uprooting all world kingdoms and subjecting them to subjugating their territories, brings to mind Daniel 8:4, where the ram attacks westward, northward, and southward to submit the other beasts. An element unnoticed by previous scholars further exposes the analogy between Alexander's world campaigns and the ram's furious attacks. In Daniel, the ram charges against the other beast. In the Peshitta, this word is rendered. What is that?
You mean this
That's
one here? Oh, this one.
That
Which
one.
one are you looking at? This one. Basically, apparently, it's goring. To gore that occurs in the Peshitta, the image, and
So the charging against is rendered to goring.
as
what
weapons
they're
against
saying?
its enemies. Yeah. Thus, it appears that with his first mention of the motif of Alexander's horns, the Syriac author was alluding to Daniel 8. Contrary to previous scholarship, however, the allusion refers to the ram. Ah, okay. I see what's going on here. That's why I wanted to clarify. So I looked up the okay, then a slight change in the perspective. So I have here, just very quickly, I have here the English translation of the Peshitta of Daniel. It looks like the translator, or as Anam says in the chat there, the Peshitta seems to be a paraphrase, not so much a translation per se. But anyway, it does still retain the singular horn, which is interesting. And I think I understand now what Tesse was getting at. So here it is. Syriac Peshitta Bible, Daniel. Let's go to Daniel 8. That's 12, 10, 8. Okay. Now remember he brought up 3 and 6, at least the searches I came up with. So you do have horns in the plural, but it's about a ram. It had horns, and its horns were long. But then when you talk, I was wanting to see if the Peshitta would translate the goat singular horn as plural. And they're saying, as I was considering this, a kid came from the west over the face of the whole earth, not harming the earth. The kid had a horn, clearly seen on its forehead. It reached the horned ram, and it reached the ram in fury. It struck the ram and shattered its 2 horns.
So then we go over and look at the words used to see the difference between the word for 2 horns of the, horns, and then the a horn.
Yeah. So Tesse is saying that the goat, or the kid, it retains its singular horn, but what's happening is the Nishana is taking the 2-horn motif with respect to the ram, which is weird because the ram wouldn't be connected to Alexander. So the kid, and according to this translation, the kid grew very great. Its great horn was shattered, and from beneath it 4 horns came up, which is exactly what we would expect with a pre-Maccabean or pre-Alexander Daniel text, because he wouldn't have written of a single horn Alexander like that. Okay, so that means it wasn't a mutation in the text, so that's good. Now this leads to the footnotes that I want to see if Tess is going to track on that more.
Well, but you're saying it wasn't a mutation in the text, but you're also pointing to.
Well, I was wondering if there was, because I didn't check this out. That's why I went for a quick word search in the Peshitta, and I was wondering if.
But you were looking at an English translation as somebody who could be pulling their own Jerome here, where they already think that it's single horn here, and so they translate the plural to a single in that part for the English. That's why I was saying you look at the actual word.
Himself, but notice Tesse himself is noticing. He's like, this reading does not stand up to the reading of the text. In describing the he-goat, it clearly refers to a single horn, Had the Syriac author wished to associate his horn Alexander to the he-goat, why did he not describe his hero as crowned with one horn instead of two? Because clearly even the Peshitta has single horn there. So, as much as the single horn motif characterizes the he-goat in Daniel 8, the two-horn motif characterizes the ram of the same passage. And therefore, this is a surprising twist that the Alexander of Nishana finds a closer parallel in the ram. So whoever was writing the legend did not carefully think about the implications of the goat and the ram. They just went with it, if I'm understanding Tessie correctly.
Okay.
Than in the he-goat. And like the ram, so in other words, modeling it after the ram instead, Alexander has two horns with that term, which now we can see the direct Syriac connection to the Qarnayn part, the dual Qarnayn part, appearing in both the Peshitta and the Nishana,
Now, hold
along
on
with
a
other
second.
things like the coins and yeah.
I'll bring up a problem with this later. But are they tracking on this idea that if Alexander is the ram, then the one-horned goat that doesn't touch the ground is not representative of a person, but a force that topples his kingdom, and because it does so, it splits that kingdom into the four generals?
I don't know. What can you paraphrase that?
Would they be
what's going through your mind on that?
so with the imagery? They're saying that in the Nishana, that they think Alexander is the ram with the two horns. In the Daniel prophecy, they're saying he fits the ram because he does these things. But that would mean that the he-goat with the one horn that doesn't touch the ground in Daniel, and it comes through and it topples the ram, and from its one horn it splits into the four, which we understand as Alexander's four generals. That means that the he-goat doesn't represent a person or a kingdom in that sense, from, I suppose, from their perspective, but rather just the force that ends Alexander and thus splits his kingdom.
Right. But then that's just dealing with actual history.
Yeah, but
that
it
these
would
people
also
are
go
getting
against
wrong, like
Gabriel's and like giving him the interpretation of what the ram represents in Daniel.
Yes, yeah. So I want to see where this footnote 22 is, by the way. So 29 and 30, which is the section you were reading, he's translating the Peshitta. The he-goat had a horn, so that agrees with the translation I brought up. Whereas the ram had two horns. But then, apparently footnote 22, I want to see why he's bringing that footnote up. So that would be earlier here somewhere. Okay, footnote 21's here.
There it is.
Ah, yeah.
I will make your horns of iron.
Maybe compare it with the Peshitta rendition of the Roman, for I will make your horn iron. Okay, horn, singular, iron, and your hoofs bronze. The Peshitta's words, I will make your horns of iron. Bring to mind the Nishana's words, and I caused horns to grow on your head. While the Peshitta's, and you'll pound many people, so that you may gore with them kingdoms.
And there's the gore.
Yeah, and then the language used by the author clearly signals that of the Peshitta, especially horns of iron, your horns of iron, and the Peshitta. Wait, what? That would be interesting. So that would then be in Daniel 8 as well. The horns of iron. Wait, let's see here. Okay, so another biblical reference behind the description of Alexander's iron horns. Oh, it's in Micah. Wait, what? Okay. These verses are framed as a conclusive remark. Arise, O daughter of Zion, for I'll make your horn iron, and your hooves bronze. You will beat in pieces many. Oh, and he's going to look at the Peshitta rendition. Okay. By referring to Micah 4, the Syriac author draws a parallel between Israel and Alexander's kingdom in the Nishana as two divinely favored political entities. These cursory references to the scripture hint at the status of Alexander's Greco-Roman Empire, so Byzantium in that sense, as the new Israel, apparently anticipating a topos that would become commonplace in later Byzantine. So that would fit then the eschatological hope. Through the words in Micah 4:13 and the image of Zion's iron horns, in particular, the author of Nishana reconceptualizes. That's the word I was looking for in our discussion with Jacob. There's a reconceptualizing of all this ancient pagan representations of the horned Alexander. So it's like we have an image of a horned king, so to speak, an eschatological, and let's make him eschatological, and turns Alexander's horns into a symbol of the alliance between him and the Christian God. The ram horns of Ammon's effigies become the emblem of Byzantine special relationship with God. Wow. Okay, do you see the implications of this then? That means the Quran, even if demonically inspired, is still giving homage to the Christian God. In other words, it's preserving the Alexander legend as a pro-Christian God situation. Oh man, that's hilarious.
Happens again.
It's like he can't help himself. Like, yeah, I'm gonna give this round to
It's coming from Christians, isn't it?
Yeah, it's coming from Christians anyway. Yeah.
But somehow the meaning of it gets twisted.
Yeah. Which if you want to go there, and I think you have a right to go there, even that has a subtle dark twist to it, so to speak. That it's Allah, not so much, Jesus or Yahweh. Yeah, okay, here we go. See. Thus, it appears that with his first mention of the motif of Alexander's horns, plural horns, the Syriac author was alluding to Daniel 8, but contrary to previous scholarship, however, the allusion refers to the ram, not to the he-goat of the prophecy. Boom. So, in other words, the Peshitta didn't get it wrong by pluralizing the word horns for the he-goat. So it was still correct. Like it was faithful to the Masoretic, But then the Alexander Romance author is working with the plural horns of the ram, not bothered with the fact that the ram is not Alexander the Great, but I'm going to run with it anyway. Yeah. So in other words, so the Syrian translator for the Peshitta is doing his own thing, is still doing accurate work. Okay, so he's off the hook. It all comes down now to the 6th century writer that's doing the mutating and sort of like deliberately like pseudo quoting the text. Yeah, and that follows directly with his next point here. He says the association made by the author of the Nishana between Alexander and the ram of the prophecy has no antecedents in earlier literature. Because, yeah, no one would have thought the ram is Alexander, rather it's the he-goat. If you're sticking with Daniel, that is. Yeah, okay. All right.
Well, in the Nishan, in the Alexander romance, in a sense, Alexander is a servant of God, and it's.
I'm going to bring
so
up.
It all comes from there.
David, just wondering, David, are you a Muslim? Where are you coming from, David? You're on the stage. Okay, then I'll keep you off the stage. All right. Agnostic context. Okay. Anything needs to be said, because I think we'll just end the stream. Yeah, we've gone on long enough, and
I think. Well, I got a little confused when looking for the trumpet stuff originally. Did you have Surah 1898, but not through 99, but you included 99 in the comparison between the romance and the Quran?
yeah, I didn't follow through with that trumpet thing in my analysis.
Well, I'm just like in the reference notes, I think it said that it went to 98, but it actually goes to 99.
On Tessie's work, or my what
was it on their work? The comparison. So you had the Alexander romance in a box, and then the Quran's.
No. In my, all I did was I included the trumpet in that quotation as we're going through it with Jacob,
which would be Surah 1899, but
yes.
Underneath it, when I saw that, it said it only went to 98.
Then that must have been a typo.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
That was it.
Oh, but 99 is the verse. And but Tesse then connects that trumpet language, the thundering, the voice. Yeah. But that's a good question. Why does the Quran have trumpet? I was also doing a word search under Drudge. Where is it? The word trumpet occurs 34 times in his PDF.
Yeah, and it could be connected to something earlier, and is just repeated, that there's a trumpet blast for, eschatological reasons. That's just an idea that just keeps getting brought up.
Yeah.
And then the thing that Andrew had posted was that there's some confusion between, is there one trumpet blast or is there two?
And even just the fact that the term occurs, I just want everyone to see, just look how many times this occurs. It's a very Christian term, and it's in the Quran. So here we go. Look at this. I'm going to go from the start. So there's 34 hits of trumpet in the PDF, but obviously a less amount in the Quran itself. But here we go. This is in Surah 6. The first occurrence of, well, as per the traditional Quran ordering. Surah 6:73. He it is who created the heavens and the earth in truth. One day when he says, be, it is. His word is the truth, and the kingdom will belong to him on the day when there will be a blast on the trumpet. And footnote 97 is, the last day will be announced by the blast of a trumpet, and refers to all of that. And George just keeps repeating the same footnote every time. Here's another one. This is the Dul Qarnayn one that we just saw. Then here's another one. This is Surah 20, 102. Day on the resurrection, on the day when there's a blast of the trumpet. We shall gather the sinners on that day blue. Blue. The Arabic is usually taken as a reference to the color of their eyes and as equivalent to blind, but the meaning is obscure. Okay, interesting. And then this is Surah 23. When there is a blast on the trumpet, there will be no claims of kinship among them on that day. So it's not, in other words, it's not unique to Surah 18. It seems to be this term, this phrase that's quite common by the looks of it. This one is Surah 27.
And the reference, one of the references that he gives, I think it's Thessalonians, Paul himself relates the trumpet to the cry of command. So he's saying it's the voice of God. But they're not.
Well, yeah, exactly.
They're not. Oh, okay, yeah.
And by the way, the Matthew 24:31 reference, do you know who that trumpet is?
That's Jesus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
If the blue is referring to their wide open eyes, then they get that scientifically wrong, because everyone has brown eyes. Everyone is, well, unless you have a pigment.
Oh my goodness,
problem
man.
there. But
so
all eyes have the brown pigment in different layers.
Right. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's hilarious, because everywhere trumpet appears in the Quran, for Christians it's Jesus. But the Quran is obviously Allah. But then Ibn Kathir thinks it's an angel. But yeah, the sign of the Son of Man will appear in the sky with power and great glory, coming on the clouds, cloud-wide language. He, the Son of Man, will send out his angels with a loud trumpet blast. And this gathering of the elect is what you see in Thessalonians and Corinthians. So again, the Quran doesn't realize. So again, even that, it's like, who's doing the trumpet blast? Is it Allah? Is it Jesus? Like, in other words, if we connect Allah with a demon, there's that. I want to be like the Most High, Isaiah 14. Can't wait for part 2. If it does happen tomorrow, hopefully. Josh, brother, have you finished Cyberpunk? Or do you want to add something?
No, I haven't. I have not finished Cyberpunk. No, just listening to you guys.
Too many
So,
game bugs still, or have they patched it nicely?
To be honest with you, dude, I haven't gamed for a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't gamed, which I wouldn't mind actually. Probably trying to get back into gaming, but no, I've just been working, dude.
Yep.
Been researching a lot.
Yep.
But
I haven't
Yeah.
finished Cyberpunk because I had to do a respec in order to finish a particular mission the way that I wanted to. And I didn't realize that you only get one respec, and I don't have any of my combat skills that I'm used to, and I just stopped playing the game.
Yeah. Oh man, my when I was playing at the time, I tried to mod the hell out of it. But
I'll try and show you what I did when Cyberpunk first came out. I think you'll find this hilarious. Man, that's going back in memory lane. Is that still there?
just the whole customization's just out there. It's just super out there. The customization, what you can do to your character.
Yes. Oh man. Yeah, this is gonna come across as oh well. We've all seen an upper body torso at least. And you guys are like, wait, what? An upper body torso? Wait, what are you doing, Rob? What are you
It's
doing?
Cyberpunk. I know it.
It's
I know
it's Cyberpunk, but all right, I'm just gonna go along with it. First with the clothes version. Look who I made. Let me zoom in. Does that look familiar to anyone? I try to make Heiser as a Cyberpunk character.
Yeah. I was on mute. I just saw it now.
And and I did a better one.
That's
Okay, you ready?
ridiculous, dude.
You ready for the okay, folks, if you've got kids, put them aside. So, Unseen Realm with the bloody Nakash tattoos and everything. So begins your story in Night City. Yeah.
Oh, dude. That's wild.
Oh man. All right. Missed the guy.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
By the way, Josh, anything new on your end, like as far as Bible stuff goes? Like, stuff you've been reading or
Yeah, I've been getting into a bit of the Christology, and at the same time staying in the more of the Pentateuch, trying to understand the whole documentary hypothesis. Been researching into a bit of that. But yeah, no, just the old jazz, Old New Testament. Finished reading, I think it was Richard Swinburne's book on faith and reason. That was a pretty good read. About to start Joshua Sijiwadi's book on analytical theism. But yeah, there is actually a book I'm saving up for. I'll just pull it up now on Amazon. Where is it here? It's called Israel's Lord by Adam Wynn. And some other author. I'm trying to. It's basically taken Heiser's work on the whole two powers thing and just amplifying that to 100.
Right.
I'll try and pull it up here. I did have it up here a second ago.
By the way, just quickly, Andrew brings up this. I didn't even know they made a post. Have you seen the post against Rob at the dot connect to Islam? So I've just searched it, Andrew. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was Fawad that wrote this, because it reads just like the way he talks. This scumbag Rob should never be given a platform on any Muslim channel. He's a disrespectful hypocrite who repeats the same tired pseudo-scholarship. Yeah, everything we just looked at tonight, all pseudo-scholarship. Attacking the Quran for inaccuracies while twisting himself into knots to justify historical inaccuracies in Bible. Learn to write properly with the English language. He adds no value to dialogue and deserves a permanent ban from all Dawa platforms. Please check his disrespectful post. Let's read the Star Wars analogy, shall we? By the way, Josh, did you see this?
I did not, but just the book I'm talking about, just quickly. It's
Yeah.
Israel.
Sorry, go for it.
No, that's all right. It's called Israel's Lord, Yahweh as Two Powers in Second Temple Literature by
Andrew
David Wilhite and Adam
what's
Wynn.
the author again? Andre something, right? Andre.
No. It's David. It's David Wilhite and Adam.
Yes, Adam Wynn. That's right. Yeah, Adam. By the way, dude, he's awesome. So Adam Wynn, was part of the Four Views on the Christology book, and
he's written on Mark too. He's written on Mark.
Yeah, no, sorry, that Four Views was about Mark's Christology. That's right, if memory serves me right. And he wrote specifically on the Roman, like Mark being a Roman polemical situation. But he's high Christology, that guy. Yeah, Adam Wynn. Yeah, that's right.
There's another book I'm going through at the moment on Christology by a German. This guy's new in the field, by the way. I think his name's Robert Rubin. So he's actually got a recommendation of Michael Bird to get that book. So Michael F. Bird, who teaches at Ridley.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff now coming out. That book I just told you about, Israel's Lord, that's recent. That's actually been recently published. Yeah, by David Wilhite and Adam Wynn. Adam Wynn's got good stuff. He's even done Mark's Narrative. He's got a book called Mark's Narrative. Yeah, he's done a book on it.
Yeah. Just to bring you up to speed, Josh. Before I read the Star Wars analogy, I'm going to link you to something that happened.
And apparently you encountered someone I know from America.
Who?
In the disc, apparently you encountered, I think he goes by the name Blessed. In the Discord chat. Blessed. The guy in the Discord chat. I think you encountered a guy named Blessed in the Discord chat a while ago, I think.
I don't know. I don't know.
He told me he told me he met you, and I'm like, did you drop my name at least to Rob? Rob would have spun out.
Wait, in the UK, you mean?
No, he's from the States.
Okay.
No, he's from the States, yeah.
Anyway.
Sorry, that's different.
Yeah, that's okay. So I want everyone to I'm doing this because a lot of you have seen it already. Josh's laugh is very, very infectious. Is that the word? It makes all of us laugh. So what he's going to see now, the build-up, he's going to be laughing. So this is for you, Josh. This is what happened in my first discussion with Yemeni that then led to my encounter with Jacob, which then led to this stream. In that discussion with Yemeni, a Muslim brought up this analogy, thinking he had something going with that analogy. So, look what happens here. Tell me if you can hear the audio.
I'm just curious. Have you ever watched Star Wars?
Oh man, I'm always I'm a big movie buff. Like go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then perfect. You're gonna get this reference beautifully. Tatooine.
Sure. Which is
Okay.
like Dune.
Okay, no.
Star Wars is based on Dune.
Doing the books or doing the movie?
Both. I think the movie did justice to the book, not the old.
No.
But,
Okay, that's a different ball. That's a different ball game.
No. Yeah. It's okay. I like both. Is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
My point is that when you consider Arabia, and when we're talking about Arabia, okay, and we're talking about Arabia in this bubble, think Tatooine, in the sense that you're not going to have any formalized kind of incursion there, but you're going to have renegades and rebels who are going to come, and they're going to be incognito there.
Okay. So Coruscant would be Rome.
Coruscant would be Rome. Okay, fine.
Yeah,
right.
That makes sense actually.
Yeah.
So notice, Yemeni still hasn't rejected the analogy. He's like, yeah, I like this analogy. Let's go along with it. All right. Coruscant then, but forgive me for this because don't forget. I'm a scientist in training, so I kind of love bias creeping. But if you're using Star Wars as an analogy, here's two things I can do as a Christian. In fact, I've done this in my own Bible studies that I've led and so on. For example, Mark's gospel starts just like how a Star Wars title starts. So in the Greek, you know how like Star Wars goes "Duh," like a long time ago, and guys far, far away. Yeah. Literally, that's how Mark starts. This is the beginning of the good news. Why? Because you have this void between the last book of the Old Testament, Malachi, that ends on a bad note. And now what? What's God going to do now? And then you have the so-called 500 years of nothing, then the Maccabean stuff, blah, blah, blah. Boom, Jesus comes on the scene like a new hope. Luke is a type of Jesus-like figure for us Christians.
Oh, that analogy has not been. We have not like we.
Trust me with analogies. People who know me know I make these. However, okay, but that's me importing what I do in my devotions. But coming more to you. Coruscant then has the Jedi archives, the Jedi temple, right? Do you see the Islamic dilemma implication here? Jedi archives,
Yeah.
the temple, but you're talking about the Outer Rim Tatooine thing that has no connection. Hence, the second point: how did Muhammad know about the Alexander romance if Muhammad is in the Tatooine isolated sort of situation? See where this goes. They are the crux of obviously they would be a religious group in that sense, but they actually, ironically, you have the Senate, they listen to the Jedi, and then the whole point of the Star Wars narrative, the way George Lucas beautifully sort of, including the prequels, where you have this one dude, Palpatine, that worms his way through, creeps his way through in order to have the Senate trump the Jedi and then corrupt everything, and then the whole universe goes into chaos.
Yeah.
Okay, so... But Tatooine is like kind of like the Wild West, but on a far, like literally there's a phrase, Tatooine is on the most distant side of the galaxy.
It's on the outer rim.
The Outer Rim, exactly. Yeah. Now,
but
anything goes. The point here is anything goes with respect to Tatooine. In other words, it's completely relative. There is no absolutes. There's no objective truths. Tatooine is just the Hutts. You know, Jabba the Hutt is there, for goodness sake. Like he's this wormy, slimy, So if you're going to use the Quran in that analogy sense, then wait, Josh, let it out, and then I'll confirm.
Oh man, What
Mos
on earth?
Eisley,
Rome?
you will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy.
I mean, yeah, that's. Are you telling me that's where Muhammad came from? Jabba the Hutt is there for goodness sake. Like he's this wormy, slimy. So if you're going to use the Quran in that analogy sense, then Rome. If Rome corresponds to Coruscant, then the Bible corresponds to the Jedi Temple. My Bible. Now,
Yeah, that's why I
like,
would not use that analogy. I would not use that analogy. I see where SMK was trying to go, but it doesn't work. It doesn't. It actually doesn't
Okay,
work.
yeah.
Yeah. Because if you're a proper Star Wars fan, that's a terrible thing.
As you can tell, I am.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
by the way, I don't consider the sequels canon. No way.
Oh no way.
No, the sequels aren't.
Just
Yeah.
for me, the Timothy Zahn books. Okay, wait. So that was that bit. Now the next bit is this one, where I bring it up again.
Yeah, and he says it was a terrible analogy. I watched it.
Okay, here we go. No, so I bring it up again, and I'm going to bring up where they bring it up again in my absence, in a whole different stream.
Okay.
Because it sort of triggered them a little bit. Here's the next one. In Urfa, which is north. I'm talking here about Abraham and the fire. That's the context of this bit here. North of Haran, somewhere up there. So the wall then is me going, either all these Tatooine texts. So I'm obviously seeing the Bible here as like the Orthodox version, but so my knee-jerk reaction is that
so help me if you make a Tatooine dilemma, I'm gonna have major issues. I'm gonna have major issues.
So,
I don't like the analogy. I don't like the analogy at all.
In my paradigm, the apocryphal and the Gnostic and the pseudegraphical texts are like a Tatooine stuff surrounding.
No, that would still be within. That actually would still be within the Jedi Council, because the thing is, what is happening then?
So the point of this clip is he's realizing this can be called like the Tatooine dilemma, which then led to Jacob making a very interesting point in my absence. So Jacob is actually quite switched on. Listen to what he says here. Okay, this bit here. Okay, listen to very, very carefully what he says here we're talking about the kingdom itself in that location.
Yeah. Okay, good. The one that was actually founded by
the companions
of the prophet. Okay, so you had the original caliphate, and you had subsequent caliphates. To my understanding, I'm not super well versed on this, but to my understanding, you always had an empire backing you, as opposed to an empire working against you, crushing you. And you can kind of see why Rob drew the Star Wars analogy also from that. But
it wasn't him.
It wasn't him.
Oh, it wasn't him that started it.
It was
one of the brothers that started the Star
Wars. Oh, yeah, that was oh man, yeah.
I mean, it was a good sort of point, but then when you actually think about it, if you know about Star Wars lore, then you're like, oh no, that doesn't quite work.
Yeah. So anyway, what I'm saying is, I feel like this is an Islamic standard that like you guys are saying that revelation must be this, and no, Christians we're saying no, revelation must be.
Look.
All right.
That's very interesting, dude.
Yeah. So that's to bring up to speed on that. And then, with the help of Grok, I very carefully wrote up like a draft. And I said, hey, Grok, can you just... Like, I wrote up like a page draft. Can you just write up a witty rewrite precisely of exactly what I've written? Don't add anything more. Just work on this, but sort of just enlarge it for me. It did a pretty good job, and so this is what I then wrote. So this is why they're reacting the way they're reacting. Here's Star Wars used for the Islamic dilemma, inspired from a recent stream. God help me if you bring up the Tatooine dilemma. Strap in, you bantha brain Bible thumpers, for a hyperspace roast that'll scorch a Hutt's hide. We're driving into Arabia's sand-swept cesspool, Tatooine's armpit, where even crate dragons gag. From a Christian X-Wing where Jesus is the Force and the Bible's the Jedi holocron, we're respinning Muhammad's saga as a Star Wars episodes 1 to 6 parody with satire so sharp it slices Sith's ego. This is the Phantom Prophet. Oh,
That's
man.
crazy.
Galactic Grift Turbocharged, where Islam, a twisted evil, erupts like a Jawa's junkyard explosion from Mecca's rimworld trash heap. Muhammad's no Anakin. He's a camel-hustling conman shilling a Quran that's less divine and more pirated fanfic, ripped from 1st to 6th century apocryphal and pseudebiographical garbage. The Islamic Dilemma, the Quran's quote-unquote Torah and Gospel, aren't the Bible's sacred scrolls, but a knockoff holocron of folklore so sketchy even a droid decker would yell fake, grab your vibroblade for a snark-fueled bloodbath with punchlines that hit like a Star Destroyer's laser. So, Episode 1, The Phantom Prophet, Mecca's Galactic Scam. We slam into Mecca 570 AD, a sleaze fest where Quraysh idol worshippers hawk 360 gods like knockoff droids at a Tatooine chop shop. Baby Muhammad's no chosen one, just a sandy orphan with less force than a pickled gungan. He slings camel dung until bam, at 25 he bags Khadija, a 40-year-old widow with a spice trade Bitcoin empire. She's Padme, if Padme ran a hot Ponzi scheme with zero shame. Her credits bankroll his guru glow up. At 40, Muhammad hides in a Mount Hira cave, Dagobah's reject, all sand, no Yoda. A spectral grifter posing as Gabriel, not the Bible's angel, more like a Sith in a thrift store toga, zaps him the Quran's first lines. It's less God's word and more god-awful Reddit thread. Here's the Islamic Dilemma, a plot hole bigger than a Death Star's exhaust port. Like, when I read this, when I read that, I laughed for like a good 5 minutes because, ironically, you know, Star Wars nerds would find that line very funny. And the whole point of the exhaust port was of how like practically impossible, you know, and hence the miracle that Luke could get it in the exhaust port. And so therefore, the Islamic Dilemma, if it's a bigger plot hole, then it wouldn't be a miracle to destroy Islam. It would be very easy, is the point. So the Quran hypes Torah and Gospel as divine, but whoops, these aren't the Bible's rock-solid scrolls. They're looted from apocryphal trash like the Infancy Gospel of Thomas, toddler Jesus zapping kids like a Sith brat, or Proto-Evangelion of James, Mary's birth with a palm tree TikTok filter, Muhammad's raiding a Tatooine-free bin, slapping Allah on 6th century fanfic and crying, corrupted Bible. Bruh, the Bible's locked tighter than a Jedi's chastity belt, while you're shilling this desert drivel to idle stands. Christian view? This is the Phantom Prophet, a con so slick Palpatine's taking Zoom notes. Punchline, Muhammad's no prophet, he's a plagiarist with a turban and camel breath. Like, that's a bit, you know, like I personally wouldn't write something like that, but anyway.
Bro.
Trust us Aussies to just post the stuff on the internet, right? Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, Medina's MLM mania. By 622 AD, Mecca's done with Muhammad's one god rants. Think Jar Jar tanking a hollow nest roast. He pulls a Hydra, bolting to Medina like R2-D2 dodging a scrapyard. And this is Attack of the Clones, where his cult morphs into a galactic pyramid scheme, cloning converts from Jewish tribes and pagan scrubs like a hut selling crypto scams. His revelations drop like pop-up ads, greenlighting a harem of 11 wives, including 6-year-old Aisha, consummated at 9, Jabba's hurling. Man, that's so dark. It's less prophecy and more prophet with a creep pass. The Islamic Dilemma hits like a Wookiee's fist. The Quran steals Jesus yapping from the cradle, Arabic Infancy Gospel ripoff, or Mary's palm tree picnic, Pseudo-Matthew's trash heap, claiming these fix the corrupted Bible. Ha! It's like Muhammad torrented Gnostic fanfics, called them canon, and told Christians that 600-year-old scriptures got a virus. The Bible? Sealed tighter than a Jedi's vault. Battles like Badr and Uhud see Muhammad's clones looting caravans like they're raiding a Coruscant Costco. With divine verses blessing the swag. Christians see Sith-level grift, turning nomads into jihadist TikTokers while dissing Christ's divinity. Jesus is just a messenger, no son. It's a farce so wild BB-8's blowing circuits. Punchline. Muhammad's not preaching, he's catfishing with fake scriptures. Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, Mecca's corporate coup. By 630 AD, Muhammad's full Darth Vader, storming Mecca with 10,000 clone converts like he's torching the Jedi Temple in the sandstorm. Idols get smashed, tribes kneel, and the Kaaba is flipped from a pagan arcade to Islam Death Star hub. It's Revenge of the Sith, but the Sith's a camel-riding conman with revelations for every war crime. Beheadings, booty, pirate, not Insta. And yeeting Medina's Jews for treason. He spams Byzantine and Persian emperors with join my cult texts, like Palpatine sliding into the Senate's DMs with the coup meme. The dilemma is a gutbuster. The Quran leans in fables like Solomon's Ant Whispering, the Syriac Alexander Legends junk drawer, or Jesus' Claybird Etsy shop, Infancy Gospel Reboot, claiming these trump the fake Bible. It's like Muhammad remixed the Wikipedia stub, called it scripture, and told Luke his gospel's malware. Christian scribes are cackling. These tales were junked ages ago, hence the famous Tales of the Ancients. Muhammad croaks in 632 AD, maybe poisoned by a Jewish woman. Karma's the queen. This bit I love. Instead of Karma's a B word, it's like, it's not derogatory to say that she was like a queen, basically. Leaving a cult that's half Sith scam, half holonet drama, splitting into Sunni and Shia like a trashy reality show. Punchline. Muhammad didn't conquer Mecca, he just Airbnb'd it with a heresy sidecar. Episode 4, New False Hope, Caliphate Cash Grab. Post-Muhammad, the New Hope is a scam bigger than a Hutt's bar tab. Abu Bakr, first Caliph, so Obi-Wan with no saber, all yap. Crushes the Ridda Wars, tribes trying to unsubscribe from Islam spam, the Caliphate blitzes Persian Byzantine lands, taxing Christians and Jews like Ewoks at an imperial ATM. Christians see no hope, just a galactic GoFundMe, fueled by stolen fanfic and Muhammad's final prophet flex, like claiming he's the last Jedi while Jesus is the Force. Punchline. This is in rebellion, it's a desert Kickstarter for sword-swinging suckers. Episode 5, The Empire Strikes Back, Golden Age Grift. Umayyads and Abbasids crank the evil empire to light speed, conquering from Spain to India like a TIE fighter flash mob. Its Empire Strikes Back with Muhammad's ghost as Vader shrieking, "I'm your prophet, losers." The dilemma roasts. Christian scholars like John of Damascus dunk on the Quran for ripping off Gnostic Gospels and Talmudic yarns like Alexander's Magic Wall, which is everything we just looked at. It's like the Empire's built to stop crusades, rebels yeeting torpedoes at the heretical hype train. Punchline. Islam's golden age is just a glittery grift. Flashier than a Hutt's fake Gucci. I think it's a Gucci. Anyway.
Gucci.
Yeah, Gucci.
Return of the Four Jedi. Modern Mirage. In 2025, Islam's 1.8 billion followers make it a galactic titan, but Christians see no jihad return. Just Palpatine's hologram glitching on Tatooine dial-up. The Islamic dilemma burns. If the Quran loves the Bible, why torture? It's not the Bible. It's a Tatooine pawn shop of apocryphal garbage, repackaged as truth. Muhammad's legacy? A desert scam turned cosmic NFT with schisms and sword fights that make a hot ditch Disney Plus. Punchline. Islam's no faith, it's a 1400-year Ponzi with a camel logo and 0 refunds. Dear Padawan, in the snark charged epic, lock your ex-wing on the true force, Christ, not this dune-dwelling fraud. May the real Lord be with you. Any Muhammad's mirage get flushed down a Krayt Dragon's toilet, blaster mic vaporized. So that's...
You're apparently lagging on your stream. People are saying you cracked crackled and glitched.
Ah, I wonder if YouTube doesn't like what I'm reading. How about now?
That's wild.
No, you're still pretty glitchy. I think I am too. Maybe the streams run too long.
Yeah, okay. Am I like robot right now?
Not for me.
Yeah.
For me, you're not.
Well, yeah, not for us, but on this stream.
Oh, I wonder if they've... See, they sync froze. I wonder if they've marked this now. Let me see. Have they like done like a... Let's see here. Well, it's still live. Oh no, it's still going. So they haven't marked like... I've just opened up the tab.
Kind of looks good now.
It may have been my internet.
Yeah, momentary interruption.
Hmm.
But only
So
from
subtle.
only from StreamYard to YouTube.
Anyway, Josh, let loose your infectious laughter.
Actually, I wanted to actually ask you, Rob, how you going, man? How you been? What have you been up to?
Good. So it's still early days, but I've entered a PhD in astronomy in Canberra.
Oh, wow.
Black hole research.
Online? Is that online?
No, it's under a advisor who's top dog
Okay.
in Canberra. I won't mention names for the sake of privacy.
Yeah.
It's still early days, but yeah. I have to juggle work, living in a small, obscure town, 4 hours out of Melbourne. And yeah, I have to so basically the spot is like literally in between Canberra and Melbourne. So I if I wasn't doing the stream, I'd be in Melbourne or Canberra, one of the two.
Yeah, right.
So most likely, potentially tomorrow, I'll be in Melbourne. I'm working 10-hour shifts Tuesday to Friday, which helps with basically having a third day off. So I need it. I need 2 days is not enough. Like I need 3 days to not only do all this ministry related stuff, but also to do with the stuff I need to do with the PhD, as it's still early days. So but specifically, I want to show you what I have been working on otherwise. So what I've decided to do is do potentially what may become a lifelong project, but I've been thoroughly enjoying it. So I have, and I need to, you have access to my drive, right? I'm pretty sure, because the PDF versions are there.
I don't know. You might need to give me a link again to your drive. I don't think I've got access to it.
So I'm doing, and in fact, Undevelopment's also doing a very similar project. It's like we're just doing our own little thing by, it helps us in our Ironically, it's what the early church did anyway. You know, when they receive a text, they do their own little devotions and note-taking and their translations. But at the same time, we're keeping in mind we're not like, you know, like Charles Russell and this is his translation. So with respect to the chronology of the way Heiser put it, I made this chart, as you can see here. It's sort of, I've orientated sideways to fit on the screen. But basically, a Genesis to Revelation, the 3 rebellions, then Deuteronomy 32, then the whole Old Testament story leading to Jesus. And I want to see that chronologically. So not the way the canon was, but rather, say, Genesis 1 to 11 as like the preface, then Job, then Genesis 12 onwards. So I'm going chronologically to see the theme play out. And so far, and this is obviously the contents page. There's a lot here. Introduction. Here's Genesis, the translation. So I've translated verse 1 and 2 like this. At the beginning of God's creating the entire cosmos, when the earth was as yet unformed, desolate, with the surface of the ocean depths shrouded in darkness, and God's wind, not spirit, wind quivering over the surface of the waters, God said, there is to be light. Then I'd throw in as all translations would do, I'd throw in translation notes. But notice I'm relying on Peter Flint's work with every occurrence of a Dead Sea Scroll slight change. I'm throwing that in there in the translation. Then I throw in commentary notes that I would do in the larger commentaries, but more refined and more updated. So a scientific concordism of Genesis 1. This is probably the most extensive concordist write-up I've ever done, ever, because I'm beginning with what does it mean to have epistemology, scientific discourse, and if you have a regularity of the laws of nature, like I'm giving it as an analogy with this over here, the fine structure constants and so on, and all of these are hyperlinked to all these relevant studies with the year dates.
Just a quick note. Have you heard of Drew? Just a quick input. Have you heard of Drew Johnson? Old Testament scholar.
Yes.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work on. So one of his books I went through is called Biblical Knowing, Scriptural Epistemology of Error. He has a very interesting take on how this is kind of going a little bit sidetracked off the road on the topic we're on, but just because I heard you mention epistemology.
Yep.
He's done work with even Joshua Berman.
Okay.
Yeah. And he's written his academic work. So his layman work is Biblical Knowing. That's more written for layman's. His academic work that he released in 2017 is Epistemology and Biblical Theology. And yeah, I just thought I would throw that out there because I don't know if you've looked into his work, but he's got some pretty deep stuff to offer to the table in regards to like biblical Hebraic thought and stuff. Anyways, I just thought I'll throw that out there. But yeah, continue.
Yeah. No. So that actually ironically relates to what I'm saying over here, because the whole concordus thing, remember how... Okay, this is going to shock you, man. So this is, you know how you asked me what's my updates? This is a big update. You ready for this? I was a pretty hard concordist, Hugh Ross style, a couple of years ago. Then Heiser and Walton's work swung me towards a more... I was still holding to concordism, but I was definitely a more... So I was like, if that is full concordism and that is not, I swung about 75 degrees towards the non-concordist view, meaning the ancient Near Eastern view. with a little bit of a wiggle room for some form of concordism. In other words, I would get a little bit more, not frustrated, but a little bit more like, Hugh, you're awesome with the science, but maybe you're not, maybe we should just allow, like as Heiser would say, let the Bible be what it is. That just let it be. You don't have to defend it with the moderns. I was going in that direction. The more I learned about the ancient Near Eastern stuff. Walton has come up with a second edition of his first Lost World book, The Lost World of Genesis 1, New Explorations, with really good stuff in there. And yes, he still holds the ancient Near Eastern stuff, but now it's the pendulum from like 25% concordism is swinging back to 75% concordism now, because they've had to now, the myth vision type, Derek, Josh Bowen, Kip, they are now the faulty concordus with respect to ancient Near Eastern cosmology. They are now having to eat humble pie with respect to the argument that the ancients, perceived of a flat Earth, solid dome, and so on. I kid you not, C. John Collins, even Uthma Keel are having to, from works from 2015 onwards, which I don't know how we missed this, they're like, don't think of ancient Near Eastern cosmology as being as if it's a photograph of what people thought. It's conceptual, it's not photographic. So my build-up, as you can see on this page, is that if we were to go into make up your own private interpretation of the text, right? Which is Heiser's point, don't do that. Which I know Hugh Ross would also agree with Heiser on that point, because we'll end up with stuff like this. Ezekiel's wheels is a UFO, not the throne platform, as you can see here in the Babylonian sense, right? However, and also what I did over here was I'm using the Quran as an analogy where, the Muslims want to throw in some wild stuff like quasars and black holes in the Quran, and no, this is all the non-scientific or the incorrect pseudoscientific claims that the Quran makes. And I went with excruciating detail, everything in astronomy, everything in geology that the Quran gets wrong. Okay? Then, what about the ancient Near Eastern sense? So this is the classic ancient Near Eastern depiction, right? Which then I'm like, look, this illustration is thereby conjectured to be the perspective of Genesis 1. So day 1 is this, day 2 is this, day 3 is that. So you can start to see it starts to get slowly populated, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to quote C. John Collins, where I'm realizing that as I write over here.
Didn't he write a commentary? John Collins wrote a commentary on Daniel. Pretty sure he's pretty known for his work on Daniel.
No, you're thinking of John Collins, the Old Testament professor, not C. John Collins.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
This is Jack Collins, who is at the forefront of the scientific discussions with respect to Bible stuff. So
Okay.
He's well known in the Four Views on Adam, for example. He partook of that book with John Walton and a few others. So, an exhaustive search through ancient Mesopotamian literature reveals no evidence that the ancient Mesopotamians believed that a solid dome rested upon the earth. It was not part of their physical cosmology. Instead, and this is where I had to go, oh my goodness, it was actually a religious story by the Mesopotamian priests, the religious class. It wasn't the scientists that were arguing for this. And here's a quote by Collins in his book, Reading Genesis Well, 2018 book, where he's like, if I come up over here.
Yeah, unacceptable for literary confusion.
Yeah, he says, We face the same issues in textual interpretation for the other people's cosmologies as we do for Genesis, namely whether the kinds of texts that we possess actually have physical description as part of the elocution. Uthma Keel and Sylvia Schroed, these guys are the iconographic scholars themselves. So Uthma Keel gave us this image. That's Uthma Keel's drawing.
So Ezekiel will, yeah, right.
Yeah, the throne platform of Ezekiel.
Yep.
A whole book that's dedicated on iconography of the ancient Near East. That's Uthma Keel. Now, Collins is going to quote him in a 2015 work. So notice what he says. People in the ancient Near East did not conceive of the earth as a disk floating on water with the firmament inverted over it like a bell jar, with the stars hanging from it. The textbook images that keep being reprinted of the, quote, ancient Near Eastern world picture are based on typical modern misunderstandings that fail to take into account the religious components of ancient Near Eastern conceptions and representations. And this is like...
Wow.
This is like the bit that just had to make me like pause and rethink, what the heck?
What did I just read?
Ancient Near Eastern images are conceptual, not photographic. So, even Heiser, he got a lot of things right, but looks like Hugh Ross was onto something, even though he's not a specialist in the ancient Near East, but he's just like...
Can you give me a link to your Google Drive again?
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
So this leads then to William Lane Craig in his In Quest of the Historical Adam. Remember that book that came out?
Yeah, I do remember that, yeah.
So he's like, look, in some, and this is not in his main text. The only way you can get this is in a footnote, which a lot of people don't really spend time reading footnotes and tracking on all the finer details, right? So it's unfortunate he had this in the footnote. But anyway, the oft reprinted drawing of the alleged cosmic geography of ancient Hebrews is a teratological construction formed by cobbling together many different texts conjoined with a wooden literalism. This is now the bit, in his own words, what Uthma Keel was trying to say. Such a world picture would have been unrecognizable to ancient Israelites, not to speak of the author of Genesis 1. Oof. So in other words, if we went back in time and gave Moses and the author of Genesis this picture, they'd be like, what are you talking about? This is not what we think the world looks like. And I don't know, I was just like, man, what the heck? I have to like redo. And so I was rethinking. So the ancients weren't dumb. Okay, I was starting to let's just go along with the fact that no, the ancients, if they're made in the image of God just as much as we are, they have the same potential for the stuff that we can discuss and talk about and think and blah blah blah, right?
Yeah, rationality,
right,
and all that type of stuff.
So then
yeah.
I'm giving a taste of some peculiar advanced thinking in the ancient past. So, for example, over here, I start talking about how, like, say, in the context of Aristophanes, right? We're talking 500 to 300 BC in that range, okay? He already inferred that the moon was smaller than the Earth, and the Earth also smaller than the sun. So, like, whoa, like, you already have that depiction at the time of Daniel, let's just say, in that period, or Alexander the Great. But even further before that, in the Cairo calendar that dates to 1271 to 1163 BC, that's the time of the Exodus, don't forget, because Exodus is anywhere between 1270 and 1250. So basically, in Moses' day, the Egyptians, over 100-year period, were carefully cataloging Algol, a binary star system that, when we then, translate the Cairo calendar and then use that data, and these are the two studies I hyperlink here, their careful naked eye observation has helped us calibrate it to a very precise period now. In other words, obviously we weren't witnesses of algal, 1270 plus 2025 is, say 3,000 plus years, right? So as I say, we had over 3,250 years can then give us, well, what was the rate of mass transfer between algal stars? Now, our models say, theoretically, it should be 2.9 times 10 to the negative 7 solar masses per year. So solar mass is our sun's mass as a unit of measurement. So 2.9 times 10 to the negative 7 of our suns per year transfer. Based on the naked eye observation and our current observations, we then calibrate it. Guess what? It's within the same 10 to the negative 7 orders magnitude, but 2.2, which is just a mere 0.7 difference, which is incredibly accurate.
Yeah, wow, okay.
It's like, oh my gosh. Obviously they're not calling it, they don't know it's a binary star, but the point is they're making careful catalogs for 100 years. So then I say over here, this verifies that they were neither intellectually inferior to us nor lacking in intellectual motivation. We are not intellectually superior to them. That's, duh. If they were living in our time and we educated them with our...
That's what I've been saying for decades.
Yeah, they would basically be the same Einsteins of today. Then...
Yeah, it's just they don't have technology to work with. So therefore they rely on...
So, but why? Why? And so on the next page, I'm like, look, why are we more technologically advanced? It's due to circumstances. And then I get into, well, during the Pleistocene period, which is, we're talking 100,000 years worth of when humans emerged. And that's the Ice Age period, over nearly 150,000 years worth. You have a global mean temperature that varies plus or minus 8 degrees Celsius, which means you can't do agriculture. There's no room for a civilization thing like what we see with the Neolithic Revolution. And it's only when, and as a 2021 study confirmed, it's only when the Younger Dryas event happened, the meteorite that hit Greenland, 12,000 BC thereabouts, that I believe is behind Noah's flood, the Persian Gulf flooding, that then you have a very stable... actually, let me just quickly go there just to show you that particular chart that I made. Yeah, this one, this chart here. So this is all from the scientific papers, this chart here, talking about melt events, right? But this is a chart where you have this erratic, see 17,000 years ago, it's still erratic, still erratic, still erratic. Then this bit here is this massive jump and then a stabilization for the next 9,000 years, which happens to coincide with the introduction of the Neolithic Revolution just after Noah's flood. Obviously, then something happened there to cause this rise in temperature, hence rise in water because melt events happen. So this is what's called a Younger Dryas. So what I'm saying is, coming back to this bit here, you have a drop from plus or minus 8 to plus or minus 0.65 degrees Celsius from 9,500 to roughly 75 years ago. Okay, in that range. And now, specifically from 1000 AD to 1950 AD, a plus or minus 0.06 degrees Celsius variation, which is practically nothing. Because see, 1000 to 1950 is where you have the beginnings of the Renaissance and the Industrial Revolution and high tech, and So it's all to do with the environment that hindered us.
Cultivation becomes more relevant now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and don't forget, we had things like, as I mentioned, the Great Library of Alexandria, housing estimates are 400,000 scrolls. There's a lot of information that's lost. Now, I'm not being a Billy Carson and like they had laser beams.
Conspiracy theorist type person.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I'm just saying these are humans that have the same intelligent faculties. It's just circumstances hindered them from doing stuff that we take for granted now. Which then leads to here's everything I've been writing up in my concordance approach with. Well, let's just, for the sake of argument, see what happens if we read Genesis through the lens of modern cosmology. So, like,
I have a joke first.
What?
Which leads to our disgust of Marvel's Eternals.
Well, I haven't seen it, so I can't.
Oh,
I deliberately haven't seen it because I know it's bad.
Well, the part that I really didn't like was that they play on this idea of you need some outside source to invent everything for humans because humans are too stupid to invent anything.
Yeah, great.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's how we've played ancient civilizations, where they're not stupid just because they're not driving a Lamborghini or inventing aircrafts.
Yep.
They're smarter in a lot more other ways.
Hey, a DeLorean.
Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like to build a ziggurat, that takes a lot of intelligence.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, they don't really take that into
the way you just said it, to build a ziggurat, that takes a lot of intelligence. Yeah.
Oh, it does. It does. It does. And I think Bill T. Arnold, I was listening to one of his podcasts. He actually talks about
he's awesome.
that.
Yeah. Yeah.
He actually talks about like there were actual people that you would go to learn certain mathematical equations, and we're able to notice this because of it's on cuneiform tablets where there's mathematical inscriptions.
The Babylonian triples, and how even the quadratic equation can
the quadratic,
like they're thinking of the quadratic equation, and yeah. So Norman Weilberger, by the way, who happens to be in Melbourne, he's at UNSW. No, that's Sydney. UNSW. Anyway, he's a mathematician, and he's also published. He was one of the mathematicians that were consulted to, in a modern math lingo sense, like convert the Babylonian math. And he's just like, man, this is incredible. Like, the Babylonians were thinking of Pythagorean triples and quadratics well before Pythagoras, and yeah. So what I'm showing over here, by the way, is I thought, you know what? Let's just do like a Carl Sagan. Let's go from the Big Bang forward. But with an eye on the fine-tuning and the very careful, we're just in a very specialized location. And so this is the universe as we know it. And then I'm relying on the very latest, so a 2025 study through the James Webb. Currently, MOM Z14 is the furthest. It's the biggest redshift. It's basically a galaxy that's 280 million years after the Big Bang, which is incredible. Like, it confirms our Big Bang model, but at the same time, it's incredible to see something that early. Like, in other words, like a forming galaxy that early. And then, again, that led to a hypothetical thesis statement about 10 years ago, what's called baryon acoustic oscillations. So when we look at the cosmic microwave background, why does it have like this web-like structure to it when the universe expands and evolves for the next 13 billion years? And therefore the distribution of galaxies happen to match ring-like structures. The way the galaxies move out, they're shaped like if you were an observer looking way out, they look like rings or like bubbles coming out. And that matches. So that's been confirmed, which again further confirms the Big Bang model, but further makes it quite spooky with respect to like then where are we located specifically? And a 2025 study finally concluded that our Milky Way galaxy is located within a giant void of space that is 2 billion light years in diameter. And that's important. Why? Because we're in such a void of nothingness in the vastness of our universe, so that no deadly radiation can hinder life. If we were not in that void, because there's already enough radiation as it is, there wouldn't be any life. So we just happen to be in the middle of nowhere, in the universe. Think about gospel implications there. God decides to take that little speck in the middle of nowhere to incarnate. And then this leads to, as we zoom in from the observed universe, then we come ever so closer to what we call the local supercluster group, which we happen to be in the Laniakea supercluster, which is I've highlighted here in red. And this is, by the way, a simulation using what's called a cosmic flows. So when we take all the data thus far, this is, I kid you not, this is a real simulation of these feathery, thread-like movements of galaxies. We're talking millions of galaxies that flow out beautifully. So our universe looks like this. It looks like this beautiful, very elegant, flowy sort of structure. And this is just one subset of all the superclusters. And we happen to be in the Laniakea. Within the
So what is that, though? What's that?
What?
Like exactly? That looks like a jellyfish.
Yeah, it does. But what I'm saying is, imagine if you were looking at this section of our universe that we call the local supercluster of.
But is that what it would actually look like?
Yes.
Whoa.
And we
It
are
looks
Milky Way.
It looks almost like a brain of some.
Yeah, I know. So when we keep going,
wonderful.
right? So this is a zoom in on the Laniakea specifically. Here's a Milky Way.
Oh my goodness!
Right at the edge of that thread over there. And next to the Milky Way is the Virgo cluster. See how it's clustered, right? But we are in a void. In the Milky Way, zooming in more as this image here. Here's a Milky Way. Here's Andromeda. Then I zoom in even more, like zoom in into the Milky Way. Zoom in to the migration of our sun from the center of the Milky Way out into the outer skirts of the Milky Way. And this has caused other big questions. What's called the G dwarf problem. Why is the sun so stable? Because it shouldn't. Because all the suns that are birthed in the same location that our sun was birthed, which is closer to the center of the Milky Way, are very unstable, like this particular sun over here. But our sun is very stable. And it just so happens to then be pushed out to the current location of the Milky Way. And then that then follows through with, solar system formation, Theia that collides with Earth, forms the moon. And then finally I get into day one, epoch 1. And then epoch 2 with the water cycle. Then epoch 3 with the landmass. Okay, so over here, what I'm saying is, back in 2005 and in 2016, this used to be the assumed progress of land formation. So notice you have potential pockets of like land, and then a slight gradual increase up to the 20% mark, and then from there just a very gradual increase, which sort of looks like it's in the middle of like, you know, day 3 when land appears. It looks like, yeah, it seems to blur from day 2 to day 3, that sort of transition. Then just 2 years later, 2018, using triple oxygen isotope data, now they discover that, nope, literally halfway in Earth's history, boom, from practically near zero landmass, 0% landmass, boom, a jump straight to the 20+% mark, precisely as day 3 would say.
That's wild. That's super wild.
Then I get into day 4. You know, let there be lights in the sky, right? Like let there be, like, you know, the sun, moon, stars. So I get into that. That it's only because of a jump in oxygen do we have, you know, from a opaque to translucent to then a transparent atmosphere that leads to the Cambrian explosion, which then leads to day 5, which is, you know, let the ocean swarm with living creatures. And then here's all the Cambrian stuff that I'm writing on. Then finally human beings emerge. Now, let me skip all this and get to something really cool that now I'm getting from John Walton's second edition of Lost World of Genesis 1. He's retranslated Genesis 2:7 in a very interesting way, and I've included that translation. So
his Lost World series, has he updated the first volume?
Yes,
on that?
here's
because I've got his old one.
Here is the new book, and then we'll get back to. I think on development. Did you notice that translation choice I made in 2.7?
Maybe.
Okay, then maybe this is news for you because I know you like this one.
It was a bit ago.
So this is the book, Josh, New Explorations, with his son, 2025. So, and I'll show you where he does this, but I'll come back to my translation here. Notice 7, he says, well, what I've included here. So the Lord God planned the humus of the ground and blew into its nostrils living breath, and the human being became a living person. So the Lord God planned the human. Because Yetzar, as what Walton starts to argue, is everywhere else in the Old Testament, you can, like a King James sort of rendering, you can render it as form or formed, but really it's forming a plan. You're planning something. It's like a schematic.
Okay. Yeah. So for mine, I said Yahweh had guided the wild man.
Okay. Yeah.
I took wild man from what it was appearing to be man from the dust of the earth as being a man from dusty earth to the garden. He's guiding him, which was
Oh,
you know,
yeah, the
in
placing.
essence, the plan.
The
Yeah,
placing
so
language. Yeah.
so he guided the wild man
Right.
to the garden.
So it's that Genesis 2, is it?
Genesis 2:7, yes. And the little critical footnote I have over here, I put here, our archetypal identity is amorphous organic matter. So initially you might be thinking, or any person who might be thinking, wait, is that all we are? Just amorphous organic matter? Well, as I emphasize, Adam from Adama, human from humus, earthling from earth, thereby ontologically connected to the cosmos via star stuff, because we're all stardust, right? And therefore, in 15, where it says, so the Lord God took the human being and placed him down in lush orchard to serve it and guard it. The implication here is the earth needs an earthling to exercise responsibility for it, to identify with it appropriately as a service of God. So the purpose of a human is, pardon the pun, grounded in earth. And it's just beautiful. If the Genesis text sort of emphasizing that point. We're grounded in earth as earthlings because we are humus from the ground. We are stardust. And hence very fragile. Very delicate.
So you can so the word form there in the Hebrew, yatzar.
Yeah.
Or yo yetzer. You could translate that as to plan.
Yes. And I'll bring up Walton here.
That's interesting. How does he get to that translation?
Well, he has a chart, so.
Sorry, we're going down another rabbit trail.
Nah, man.
Actually, I know I'm insomnia and everything, but if I just let that take over, then I'm feeding a bad habit. So I do have to attempt to go to bed.
That's
okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Let me find.
So, God bless.
God bless undeveloped.
All right, undeveloped. God bless. So this is after this, then I'll end the stream as well. This is in his new book. So he's already made this argument in his Lost World of Adam and Eve, that 2015 work. But he fleshed this out more. He's like, look, the absent preposition in the Hebrew of Genesis 2:7 that is generally added in translation. So in other words, and the Lord God formed the man from the dust of the ground and breathed into, something like that, right? He's like, look, this verse is used by those who contend for a special creation of Adam in their claim that the text portrays God as a craftsman forming the first human out of dust. This direct hands-on activity of God is therefore seen as contradictory to the human evolution stuff, right? Let me see here. Okay. So in the Lost World of Adam and Eve, I presented information from the ancient Near East to contend that the focus of a statement such as Genesis 2:7 was human identity, not scientific human origins of a material nature. I'm now able to advance that argument further from the details of the Hebrew text. Specifically, the Hebrew text does not have a preposition preceding the word dust. English translations have wavered between supplying from and of or out of as prepositions. So the Lord God formed the man out of the dust or from the dust. But from is not there in the Hebrew. So scholars who have grappled with the admitted absence of the preposition suggest that it is implied. Okay? Now in this footnote 12, was it in here? No. So a detailed study of the intricacies of Hebrew grammar provide evidence that the more accurate translation would be, and this is his preliminary translation here, where he translates like, the Lord God formed the identity of the archetypal human, dust of the earth. So what was the identity? What is our identity? That the identity is that we're dust. That's what God formed. Not that he formed the human out of the dust.
Yeah.
And
Yes. Yeah.
yeah, and then down here, I'm looking for man, where's the search result? Actually, if I go back to your books,
So
and
if
do
I
it
go
this way.
here to his commentary, he's got Genesis 2:7. Genesis 2:7. He's got here.
Here we go. Okay, you saying this?
I am, yes.
All right. This demonstrates that forming need not be a material act. In the 42 occurrences of the verb in the Hebrew Bible, so yetzah, right? It is used in a variety of non-material ways. God speaks of events that are taking place as having formed or planned long ago. In this particular footnote, he literally says, and you can't see it, but I'll just read it out. Think of how our understanding of Genesis 2 would change if we read, quote, God planned the human from the dust of the ground.
Wow. Yeah, it would change a lot. In a good way, though. It adds more meat.
Yes. And that's
You're kind
where
of fleshing it more out. Yeah.
Right. That's where I got the planned translation there. So that's what I've been up to, Josh.
Yeah, he says here.
I'm doing a Quran version as well, a chronological Quran. And everyone who's interested to read drafts of this stuff, the Google Drive link is in the video description. That's where you can read this stuff. You just go to the Sentinel commentary folder within the Google Drive, and you'll see the Sentinel Chronological Bible, Sentinel Chronological Quran, and yep. And with that being said, my man.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
I'm going to end the stream.
Yeah. Man, 5 hours and everything.
Thank you for joining, my man. And thank you, everyone else, for partaking in the stream. Nearly 7 hours. Dual Qarnayn turned into a little bit of a who's gonna should I update the title or just leave it as like a gem where we go into all this other stuff not even connected to Dual Qarnayn in the Quran, but
oh no, that's good. Do what you gotta do.
It's sort of like a tucked away little like yeah. All right. I'm ending the stream. God bless.
Bless.